in 2009, I published this book on the flaw of averages, which is it's the problems you have when you mask an uncertainty with a single average number. And I've just published now Chancification, which is about fixing the flaw of averages. So where electrification replaces technologies using fossil fuels with those using electricity, chancification replaces calculations based on numbers with those based on uncertainties. And of course, the whole idea here is to fix the flaw of averages. So I think it'd be good to do an example of the flaw of averages right away. In fact, an example of chancification.
And chancification is the term that you and the team came up to describe the overcoming of the flaw of averages.
Well, yes, but it's very parallel to electrification, as you're going to see. So think of probability as electricity.
And we're re-energizing the decision-making using probability.
And illuminating chance-informed decisions, all right? The new SITMath 3.0 standard, which was developed along with Doug Hubbard and Tom Keelan, think of that as the 60-cycle AC current standard. Oh, or the 50-cycle 240-volt, whatever it is in Europe.
So I very much like this analogy, and this is for everybody who's watching us. We're trying to illuminate and electrify and energize traditional business and personal life decision-making, because the way management science has developed is that most of the methodologies used in common day decision-making, planning, forecasting, investment analysis are all based on single point estimates and hence fall into the flaw of averages. So this is the answer to that, the upgrade.
Well, it's exactly right. But the ironic thing is that where do they get those average numbers? They get them from statisticians, right? And data scientists who know what's going on and spend vast amounts of energy coming up with good expressions of the uncertainties, and then they take out a single number. So it's a little bit like this. If we thought of the uncertainty of rolling a die, right? And you could have some artificial intelligence that figures out, just what the uncertainty of the die is. And then what finally goes to management is an average die, 3.5 dots on each side. It's completely flat. It's completely worthless. You wouldn't want to play craps with this thing.
So you've just addressed one of the biggest excuses that people use in business. They're saying there's not enough information, there's not enough data. What you're saying, in fact, that the data is always there. We just pigeonhole ourselves into methodologies that take the least useful part of that data.
Exactly. I like to put it this way. People throw out the distribution and keep the average.
Yeah.
This is like throwing out the baby and keeping the bathwater. And, Doug Hubbard and I have this list of top 10 lame excuses for not using uncertainty. So the thing is, there are a lot of excuses for not using electricity, right? In Benjamin Franklin's time, you had to go out with a kite and nearly get electrocuted with your kid. No, but as we developed the infrastructure, it became inexcusable not to do it. So let me give you an example of the flaw of averages here that we're going to solve with chancification. Typical little business example. I'm building out a website, and I've got an accounts page and a products page, an orders page, a fulfillments page, and each of these is being done by a separate team. They're done in parallel. But the thing we know is that we cannot go live until all of them go live. So down here, I just have a max statement. That's the only formula in the whole spreadsheet. So here's I know that on average, this is not my first rodeo. I know on average these things take 10 weeks, and the boss comes in and says, well, when will we be done? And you say, I don't know, boss, because I don't know how long accounts will take a product. And the boss says, give me a number. And then that is the fork in the road to hell. So you say, well, on average, they take 10 weeks. And so boss says, okay, we'll go live in 10 weeks. We'll promise the customer, let's cut ourselves a little slack. Let's promise the customer 11 weeks. Okay. So let's take a look at this.
That's actually, it sounds fun. Sorry for interrupting you. This sounds like a joke, but this is literally how most projects are done.
It is a joke.
We'll add a redundancy of 1 extra week, 10%. That's the perfect buffer contingency that we will incorporate.
Oh my God, there are Dilbert cartoons about this. It is a joke. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to run out to the probability power grid. And this is just a little demo problem. But let me run out to I'm running out now to a set of libraries of uncertainties. These are just demo versions. They're just out on the web to show you what's going on here. Oh, development times, fictitious data, simulated estimate development times for a project. So I'm going to right click on that. I'm going to copy the link. I'm going to go back over here. And now I invoke ChanceCalc. And this is a little tool we've made at probabilitymanager.org, the nonprofit that has really promulgated these standards. And so I'm going to use data in the clipboard. And the uncertainties I want, I don't need marketing. I've got these first 4, though. These go in here. And then I click OK. And oh my God, we're not in Kansas anymore. What is going on? Well, where we are is in one of 1,000 parallel universes. Or how about the Doctor Strange multiverse? Or how about a Rick and Morty cartoon, if you know who Rick and Morty is? So the little shapes here are telling you, well, that's the relative chance of having these different values of taking that long. And here I can look at trial 2, trial 3, and so on. And you're seeing how long these things are taking. I've also got metadata in here. I can look at the mean. Well, that's 10. We already know that the maximum of 10, 10, 10, 10 is 10, so that's not a lot of information. Let's take a look at the average. That is the average over what? What do we even mean by that? What we mean is, if I go back to the individual trials and I look at 1,000 trials, let's just stick it over here. I will click in that. I'll click in that cell. I will click on the average button up there. And I'll click over here. And oh my gosh, the time to finish, given all the average assumptions, is 10 weeks, but on average, it's almost 15 weeks. And that is the flaw of averages. And let's just, yeah.
And sorry, that's just, I just want to point everybody out. The average, given the nature of uncertainty for each of the components, the average of probabilities is actually very different to the arithmetical averages of averages. I think you have the best description.
And you can't do it in your head. So, for example, here's the famous example of the statistician who drowns in the river that's on average 3 feet deep. And the flaw of averages states that plans based on average assumptions are wrong on average, right? A more sobering example is a drunk wandering back and forth on a busy highway. Now here, his average position is the center line, which means that the state of the drunk in his average position is alive, but on average, he's dead. Now, this is such an important and overlooked concept. The original concept was developed by a Danish mathematician around 110 years ago. And it's called Jensen's inequality. And most people have never heard of it. Even mathematicians don't even know what it means, right? Well, what's wrong with using Jensen's inequality? Well, for one thing, it's likely to trigger what we call post-traumatic statistics disorder, or PTSD. So people are freaked out by uncertainty, and we don't want to do that. So I call it the flaw of averages. And so I'm really doing a public relations job here. In public relations, everything is fair, including audio logos. So let's just see, can you hear this audio logo? That comes through.
Yes.
So that's
Yes.
Intel's audio logo. But the flaw of averages needs its own audio logo. And here's the flaw of averages audio logo. So if I go back over here, we've already seen how far off we can be by using averages. But now let's calculate the chance that we are less than 10 weeks. And so I'll put that.
Let's try 10 first and then 11.
Yeah, because 11 is what we promised. But let's just see what 10 would have done for us.
Yep.
So now this is our little chance calc add-in, which could be recreated in Python, in R. You could do this in any environment. And I want to really stress this. The model that we're building is a native Excel model. I could share it with 1 billion of my closest friends. Okay, so let's click on the little chance of whatever button. And I want to know is, what is the chance that that formula bears that relationship to that target value? And the answer is 15%. But we didn't promise them 10 weeks. We were smarter than that. We promised them 11 weeks. Ta-da! Oh, great. So we have a 24% chance of meeting our commitment. Right. Well, you might ask, well, what would it take to get like an 80% chance? Well, I could ask for the 80th percentile, but I could just keep cranking this up. How about 14? How likely are we to make it by 14? That's only 58%. The mistakes people make over and over in this regard, and I will, in our other session, I'll dig into that a little bit more. But let's. Did you have a question there, Alex? Yeah.
I'm as amazed as you are. What is 80%, by the way? What is it, like 17 or 18?
Well, let's do it this way. So let me go down here. Let's type 80% here. I'll type 80% here. Here, 80%. Didn't format, but that's 80%. Okay. And then over here, I'll say, give me the percentile of that thing at that level. Oh, it's 17.8 weeks. Now that you asked, oh, you want to be 90% sure?
Wow.
How about 22 weeks, Alex?
That's more than double.
Hey, that's exactly double what you were promising, by the way. Some people like to be 90% confident. I mean, but how are you making these decisions today? Now, look, you had plenty of excuses before chanceification. Now you don't. It should be illegal not to do this. So let me go back.
Well, and so let me address that, because this is what you've just said is super important. One of the second most common excuse, the first most common excuse is we don't have the data, which we really do. We just need to look for it and use the whole distribution instead of just picking the averages. And then the second most common excuse is that it's too difficult to apply, which I think you're showing just how it's not.
Absolutely. Just returning to we don't have the data. First of all, there's data everywhere. Oh, and as Doug Hubbard says, you have more data than you think, and you need less data than you think. But suppose you didn't have data. Well, then you're better off going to an expert and getting some estimate of the uncertainty. You can still do that. As in our other session, I'm going to show some terrific tools that help you do that. But let's think about what the pieces of this are. So there is this probability power grid. And I think what's important to understand is there's another excuse, very high on the list of excuses. You wouldn't know, you're not a statistician, you wouldn't know how to generate the right distributions, right? Yeah, but I point out to everybody listening, you probably don't know how to generate electricity, but I'll bet you're using light bulbs right now. Right. We figured out years ago that if you have a standard for transmitting electricity, that you can have experts do it in one location for use by everybody else in other locations. And so what the nonprofit probabilitymanagement.org has done is really develop this open SIPMath standard, cross-platform, use it anywhere. And I want to just make sure that people understand a little bit about how this happened. The whole thing is a little bit like the movie Field of Dreams. Build it and they will come. The first thing we did was extremely simple. We just stored columns of Monte Carlo trials. Primitive, but it worked. I wouldn't even call that a very new idea. You know, in the 1830s in England, someone noticed that the railroads going down to the mines, the coal mines, had a 2-foot gauge track, and the ones going out to the lumber yards had a 3-foot gauge track, and the ones going to the grain elevators had a 4-foot gauge track. And someone said, you know, if we just made the tracks all the same size, you could get from anywhere to anywhere else. And that was can you call that a brilliant idea? No, it was dumb not to do it. But this is what the economists refer to as network economics. Holy Toledo, these networks enable economics. And so the very first thing we did was just storing Monte Carlo trials. You know, in the electric analogy, that would be analogous to direct current. Ultimately, alternating current is much more efficient. And that's what the 3.0 standard is about.
So you've mentioned something very powerful and very important. Yes, building the distributions and cleaning the data and turning it into distribution may be a complex task, but everybody doesn't have to know that to be able to use probability management in their decision making. There should be people specializing in building distributions, and then everyone in the organization can apply them for their plans, budgets, forecasts, scenario analysis, and so on. And I think this is the future of risk management, which we talk about for the last. I love it. It's the future of risk management, which we talk about with you for the last 3 years.
Yeah, I know, but it's hey, you know what? If probability were electricity, it would be about 1895. We're right at the point where we're doing the 60 cycle AC current. And by the way, so this is Doug Hubbard. If we go to the electric analogy, okay, this is Doug Hubbard who developed, let's call it an alternating current generator. And this is Tom Keelan, who developed the metalog distribution, which is like the universal transformer that can transform anything into anything else. So I think it'd be useful to look at a couple of other little examples. And in our next session, we'll show how the technology really works, how to use chance calc, and so on. So here's an example based on actual government data. And this is just a proof of concept at this point, but it's very powerful. And it was developed by some students of mine at Stanford, just to prove that we could do it, all right? So imagine that we're looking at a certain kind of government contract. And right now, we're looking over all regions. And well, this contract, is coming in at $2.5 million and, 730 days. Well, what's the chance that this thing will be 10% or more over budget, right? And this is telling us 52%. And how about 10% or more behind schedule? So I can change these percentages, right? Let's go to, say, how about 20% over? And how about 20% over here too? I mean, I can just put in whatever I want. Oop. Okay. So then I can say, we've got all this data to look at, and we've seen how late these projects are and how much over budget. Well, what if I just went to region 1? Oh no, did you see that go up? Oh, region 1 they stink, Region 2. So as you're getting into these projects, which are always late, they're always over budget, right? We can make more realistic assumptions instead of just lying about it all the time, right? Now going back to the thing you mentioned about, we're going to have the experts do it, and everybody and the decision makers use it. So I love to think of, the godfather of this approach is Adam Smith, who talked about specialization of labor. Of course, there's specialization of labor, but there is a new job in here as well that was not defined before. That is the job of what we call the Chief Probability Officer, or the CPO, right? Now, that idea has been around since the dawn of probability management, which was some time ago, but that was before we could actually do it. In those days, we were saying, well, what if we could do it? Today, we're saying, oh, now we're doing it. But the Chief Probability Officer has got to be some pretty high-paid and egotistical person who's, who does not want to be wrong, right? Who's going to fight for what they believe in, but they have to understand the statistics. They have to understand, very importantly, the interrelationships between various uncertainties. So this is really a remarkable example. One of the people associated with a nonprofit is a risk manager at Kaiser Permanente, and he went out and scraped COVID hospitalization data off a CDC website. And the CDC website doesn't hide the uncertainty. They don't hide it at all. They lay it all out there. And from that, we were able to extract what we call a SIP library. That's these libraries of uncertainties. And so now what you can do is imagine that we're making a decision about how much PPE to inventory in some hospital, right? And we've already hooked it up to the SIP library. And what we're seeing is that by day 5, we have already gotten to a 94% chance.
Running
Here
out
we
of
are.
stock.
Can you see my cursor there?
Yes.
Gotten to a 94% chance of exhausting our inventory. So this is our initial PPE. We're going to be able to decide how much to store. Here are these probabilities. So if I initially ordered 1,500, so look at day 5, it goes from a 94% chance of a stock out down to a 73%. But let's just crank it on up, up to 5,500. And now we see that, we make it all the way to day 10 and there's still only a 6% chance we stock out then. So that is like a remarkable application. Again, it's all cross-platform. It's just so amazing, really. So here is where chancification can go truly industrial on us. All right. Every forecasting method known to man has a way of extracting the distribution of uncertainties around it. Okay. Everything. I mean, if Uncle Laszlo slaughters a goat to try to figure out what the wine harvest is going to be next year, right? Well, we've got Uncle Laszlo's past forecasts, and we can just see how accurate he was in the past. You can always do this. So this is what typically happens in a modern organization. Some statistician or some scientist, data guy comes up with a forecast. And the forecast gives you an estimate of errors. This is what we saw with those government contracts. We had thousands of contracts. This is what they bid. This is what it actually cost. This is how long they said it would last. This is how long it really lasted. That's all you need. Okay. So typically what happens now is what do we do with this thing?
So we can always, yeah, exactly. We can always represent past observations as some sort of distribution of error, for example. And yeah.
Of course, you know what happens after this. The best guess for demand is 100,000. And oh yeah, and then of course, what follows is the flaw of averages, right? So where there is a tremendous opportunity, Alex, to get out there and help people in the trenches is to convert their forecasts to SIP libraries. And in our next session, I'm going to show you how we're going to do that actually with a file you sent me last night, which came from like At Risk or Crystal Ball or something. And anyone using any of these simulation packages can very quickly convert them to SIP libraries for use in ChanceCalc and other tools.
So let's finish this session and kind of build the bridge to the next session. So if you haven't registered for the next session, it's also free, obviously. Make sure you register and you see the notification when it starts in a couple of hours. We will continue unraveling this message, and the important message that Sam just finished on is that the historical observations, the experiences that organizations have can quite easily be converted into distributions that can become the basis for the future forecasts. And we don't have to guess the future if we have observable data from the past. Obviously, future is not a direct linear representation of what the past was, but it is a very good start. And scientists tell us that it's a much better start than just guessing out of the blue. So Sam, thank you very much. Ask your questions, write comments underneath your video as you do every year. Don't forget that this year, this session is dedicated to charity. So donate to the little QR code and the link that you see in the video. And we'll see you in the next session.
Hi everyone, I'm Doug Hubbard. I'd like to talk to you about recent developments in combining multiple subject matter experts, or SMEs. We call this the Frankensmee, the aggregation of multiple subject matter experts, something that all organizations routinely do if they're having to build probabilistic models for decision making and risk management. These are the books I've written so far, and if you're familiar with my work, you know that I promote quantitative methods, probabilistic models for things like risk management, and a lot of those depend, at least initially, on subjective estimates of subject matter experts. So today I'd like to talk to you about a little bit of the background behind that, building on what I've talked about before. I won't spend too much time on the idea of calibrating subject matter experts. I would also give you a brief overview of expert aggregation methods from the previous session, but more importantly, what's new since then. We've developed several interesting methods for combining the continuous intervals, the confidence intervals of multiple subject matter experts. Now, you know that I tout, among other things, the use of Monte Carlo simulations. Multiple studies have shown that people who build Monte Carlo simulations are just measurably better at estimating things than people who don't. But those Monte Carlo simulations outperform unaided subjective estimates, even if the inputs to the Monte Carlos are themselves subjective. So we try to build on that as much as possible. Now, you also know from my previous work, if you're familiar with that I spend a lot of time measuring how well subject matter experts estimate probabilities. And initially, they're not very good at it. We've been doing this for quite a while. We've trained over 2,000 individuals in the last 22 years. And if you want to measure how well somebody estimates probabilities, you just watch a large number of their individual forecasts. You can make a chart, for example, that shows their assessed chance of being correct against the percent they actually got correct. So you ask a bunch of questions about events that will occur or not, and they say they're 80% confident this will happen, they're 95% confident this will happen, and you look at all the times they said they were 80% confident and ask, were they actually right about 80% of the time once that forecast resolved, once you know what actually occurred? Over a large number of trials, a perfectly calibrated person would be right along this green diagonal line. And of course, we work out the statistically allowable error, which we're showing here for the number of people that were involved in this data set. What we find is that most people start out significantly overconfident. In other words, of all the times they said they were 90% confident, they're only getting about 75% of them correct. And you'll notice that this is pretty far outside of the statistically allowable error here. Anything underneath the second dashed gray line there in the diagonal is statistically overconfident. In fact, look at all the times that they said that they were 100% confident. They're getting more than 10% of those wrong. That's extremely overconfident. But after training, we observe a big significant improvement in the ability to assess probabilities subjectively. They get almost entirely within the statistically allowable error, with a couple of exceptions regarding the 100% confidence situations where they're not always right 100% of the time, and where they say they're only 50% confident. They appear to be too conservative on that end. They're actually underconfident. But there's other adjustments we can make after training that makes them nearly perfectly calibrated. We've also done experiments, you might have heard me talk about this before, that show that training with trivia questions like what we're using here actually does improve real-world probability assessments. So we've actually tracked where people have provided a large number of forecasts on real-world projects and industry events over time, and we would observe that after training, they're right about 70% of the time when they say they're 70% confident, 95% of the time when they say 95%, and so on. This applies to confidence intervals as well, so not just discrete binary true-false kinds of events, but continuous values on ranges. You might say that I believe the cost of this system is going to be somewhere between $1 million and $4 million, and that's my 90% confidence interval. Well, research has also shown that people, just like on the binary questions, are overconfident on the confidence interval questions. They tend to give you ranges that are too narrow to represent their uncertainty. In fact, some industries and some research has shown that they're too narrow by really quite a lot. But after training, they get more realistic about how wide their confidence intervals should be. So when they give you a 90% confidence interval, they actually have about a 90% chance that the correct answer will be within their stated range. Whereas without that training, it's more like half the answers are within their stated range. So now that you've trained your subject matter experts, you often have to rely on multiple experts to provide estimates for the same items, for how much a project is going to cost, how long it's going to take, what the productivity improvements are going to be, next quarter's revenue, etc. So how do you combine these multiple experts once they've been trained? If you ask somebody, what's the chance that we will win this contract, they may give you different answers. 3 different people may give you 3 different answers. Or you may ask them for confidence interval questions on the cost of a project. One may say 1 million to 2.8 million, another may say 1.5 to 4 million, and so on. Do you just average the probabilities in the first row up here? Or do you, on the second row with the confidence intervals, do you average the lower bounds and then average the upper bounds and get a new interval? Well, that's not the best answer, as it turns out. And there's been research on this since the 1970s. Really, as long as calibration research has been going on, there's been research on how to aggregate the estimates from multiple subject matter experts. Now, there's a large number of studies on this. I just show a couple of papers here because the co-authors on each of these papers happens to include a researcher named Roger Cook. He's a mathematician who developed one of the methods I'll briefly mention a little bit later on. Some of these aggregation methods, and there was a wide variety of them, measurably outperformed others. Averaging people, or just taking the median estimate, or taking the best individual out of a group of individuals is a way of doing it. And all of those have been measured. What I find interesting is that what appears to be the most popular method may be among the worst performing, if not the worst performing. You might be familiar with this situation. You have something to estimate, so you gather a bunch of your subject matter experts into a room and you hash it out until you build a consensus about what the estimate should be. This underperforms several other methods. It appears to be driven primarily by perhaps your most overconfident and strongest personality in the room, and therefore there's a lot more error in it, some systemic error that just having more people participate does not account for. Well, here's a way that we can combine multiple experts that actually can improve the estimate. Thomas Bayes of Bayes' theorem provides an answer to this. Now, you're familiar with how Bayes' theorem is used to update priors given new information. But Bayes' theorem also gives us a basis for how to combine multiple prior probabilities. So not just prior probability plus additional evidence, but multiple prior probabilities can be combined. Here's the equation for that. This is actually a naive equation because this doesn't account for how well subject matter experts might be correlated with each other. Obviously, if 2 subject matter experts are perfectly correlated, that means they're given the same answer and you don't even need to ask both of them. What you'd rather have are subject matter experts who aren't correlated, and yet sometimes they give directionally consistent responses. And you can add up their answers in a way that offers an information value improvement. You're actually better off in some ways than just averaging people. And here's what I mean by that. So how can I use this Bayesian method for combining multiple experts? And what are the results when I start doing that? Imagine, for example, that I ask 2 subject matter experts to estimate the probability of some future event, like the chance of winning some contract or that next quarter's sales will be higher. Let's say they both independently came up with an estimate of 80%. That's the chance that this event would occur. They actually have more than an 80% chance of being correct. You don't just average the two and come up with another answer of 80%. According to that Bayesian method I just described earlier, you end up with an answer that's closer to 87%. This might seem counterintuitive that you can add 80% and 80% and get 87%, but it's completely consistent with the math and it predicts empirical outcomes pretty well. There's a reason for that. Here's how to think about it. Imagine we were each sampling a population, some item, and we're trying to estimate the average weight of a population. So you take a random sample of that population, I take a random sample of this population, and based on your sample, you conclude that there's an 80% chance that the mean weight of the population exceeds some value X. Based on my separate random sample, I also conclude that there's an 80% chance the mean weight of the population exceeds X. When we combine our answers, we don't just average those two probabilities and get 80% again. We get more total samples. We become more confident than we were originally because we combined these two samples that were directionally in agreement. So now when you combine these two samples that each had an 80% confidence that the mean was greater than X, you now are more confident than that. More or less, that's analogous to the situation of combining multiple subject matter experts using Bayes methods here. But you do have to adjust it for empirical data about correlations. As I mentioned, that formula that I showed you was a naive formula in the sense that it left out correlations between individuals. Fortunately, we have a lot of data on individuals and how well correlated they are on their answers on individual estimates. But first, let me show you the performance of two people who happen to agree. So if I look at all the situations where two individuals gave the same probability of some outcome, in this case, they were looking at the trivia training examples from the calibration test, and two people would say they're 80% confident, or two people would say they're 95% confident, and so on. And again, I can plot that on this calibration curve chart. I compare the estimated probability, in this case, the same probability given by a pair of individuals, to their proportion correct. And what we observe is something more like this. When two people say they're 80% confident independently, they're not communicating, they actually have something more like an 87% chance of being correct. And when they say they're 90% confident, it's more like a 97% chance of being correct. And as I said, this compares well with the empirical data. We analyzed over 60,000 estimates from the last 577 calibration participants. I mentioned that we've trained 2,000 to date, but the last 577 or so we used in this data because it was the most recent version of the calibration training. And from those 577 individuals who gave a total of 60,000 responses, we generated over 380,000 random pairs of individuals who each gave probability estimates on the same questions. Now, one person might say something is true and they're 80% confident, and another person might say it's false and they're 60% confident, which means that they think there's a 40% chance that it's true. So I would combine the 80% of the first person with the 40% of the second person. Now, out of those 380,000 combinations of individuals, those pairs of individuals, there would be hundreds, maybe more than 1,000, where one person said it was 80% likely and another person said it was 40% likely. There would be hundreds where one person said it was 90% likely and the other person said it was 70% likely. If we plot each of those combinations out as a dot on a chart like this, where on the horizontal axis, we show what the model, the theoretical model, would estimate for the chance of a pair of people being correct given the probabilities they each assign to this event they're forecasting. And we compare that to the observed frequency correct in each of those sets, each of those pairs. Out of all of these cases, we find that the model is a very close representation of reality. I haven't made a model, I don't think, that was much better, if ever, than R squared of 0.9885. This is about as good as models get. Now, this applies to not just the true-false kinds of binary questions, but also interval questions. And this is some of the new stuff that's happened since the last time I presented this at Raw. When you combine confidence intervals, it gets a little bit more complicated because confidence intervals are all on different units of measure, so you have to normalize them in some way. And so we chose a normalization method, and we plotted out where the actual answers from the trivia training fell relative to the stated intervals of individuals. Now here what I'm showing is the combination of three subject matter experts answering a particular question. And we apply some analytical methods where we look for patterns of agreement on these normalized scales. When we look at these patterns of agreement, we can figure out what a combined SME would look like. Now, the green combined Frankensmee down here, again, shows the plot of the actual answer density relative to the computed confidence interval for 3 SMEs that gave intervals about this wide. Just like the binary probabilities, we observe that simply averaging things is not the best answer here. We don't just average the lower bounds and average the upper bounds. You can see that in the case of the upper bounds, at least, just averaging the upper bounds does not produce what the Frankensmee says. So there's a little bit more to it than that. And we can show you a little bit more about the performance of those things. Just for reference, here's how well an uncalibrated person does. These distributions show the plot of the actual answers again, relative to their normalized intervals, relative to their stated 90% confidence intervals. And you can see that the uncalibrated individual is only getting about 54% of the answers within their stated intervals. A calibrated person has about an 86% chance of getting the answers between their stated intervals, but that's only because we're averaging in some people that seem to be pulling down the average. Most people actually get pretty well calibrated. They're very close to getting 90% of the answers within their stated 90% confidence intervals. And there are some other algorithmic adjustments to make it even better. But when we combine multiple SMEs, not only are 90% of the answers within their stated 90% confidence intervals, but you can see that the result is actually narrower. It would have been trivial to take the calibrated individuals and make the ranges a little bit wider to get 90% of the actual answers within their stated bounds. The trick is to make it narrower and still be calibrated. So if we're going to compare multiple aggregation methods, this is one way we might do it. Let's make a chart where we, on one axis, show the relative widths compared to the average trained subject matter expert. That would be a relative width of 1. Now, we want to be perfectly calibrated, so on the vertical axis, I'll show the percentage of correct answers that fall within the stated intervals. So you've got a relative width, and you've got a percent of answers that fall within the stated intervals. Now, you don't want to be too narrow and exclude too many of the correct answers, but you don't want to be too wide either. What you'd like to do is be right along this horizontal line, right at the 90% level, and be far to the left if possible. In other words, be well calibrated but narrow. That's the whole trick. The best of 7 subject matter experts is better than the average trained SME. We measured the best of 7 using Roger Cook's method. So Cook came up with a calibration index method, and based on that method, we measured who was the best Cook score person out of 7. We did this over and over for groups of 7 out of the hundreds of thousands of combinations that we made. And you can see that the best person out of 7 has about the same relative width. I was surprised that it wasn't a lot narrower, but they're better calibrated. That's good. Now, the untrained individual, they're kind of off the chart here. So you can take a look at the axes here. They don't start at 0. I want to zoom in on the relevant part of the chart here, but by zooming in, I have to leave out the uncalibrated single individual, and they're pretty far off the chart. They give very narrow ranges, which is good, except for the fact that they exclude a lot of the correct answers. So like I said, it's very trivial to make your ranges arbitrarily narrower, but then you're not going to get 90% of the answers within your 90% confidence intervals. That is, unless you get better at aggregating the estimates of multiple experts. Here's what averaging looks like. I'm showing the results of averaging 3, 5, and 7 people. Averaging 3 people, just averaging their lower bounds and averaging their upper bounds, gets nearly perfectly calibrated, but the width is a little wider than the best individual SME, and certainly wider, and also wider than the average trained SME. Notice that when you average 5 and 7 people, it actually gets wider still and underconfident. Now you're getting too many of the answers within your 90% confidence intervals. Your range is too wide when you start going above the 90% line here. This seems to happen because there's some outliers. There's a lot of individuals who give it, much wider ranges. They're the outlier in the group, and the larger the group is, the more likely it is that you're going to capture somebody who has sort of an extreme outlier range, and that appears to just typically make the average range wider. Now, there's some other uncertainties about that plot, because as I'll explain later, how much the subject matter experts agree with each other changes the performance on this chart. So these two axes are not the only relevant factor here, because there's another factor, the amount of disagreement, that changes how well calibrated their responses are. Now, if I move on to the Cook method, when you apply it to just 3 individuals, is better than averaging. It's still close to being just about perfectly calibrated. That's good. It's only a little bit wider than the average trained SME, or the best calibrated SME of 7. But it's narrower than just averaging 3 people. That's good. So it's got more information value and still being close to being calibrated. When you apply Cook's method to 5 or 7 people, though, it gets a lot worse, actually. And also, Cook's method varies a lot based on how much these subject matter experts disagree with each other. Now, here's the neat thing. The Frankensmee appears to be the algorithm that makes the ranges narrower when you add more people. It's very well calibrated. You can see how close it is to that 90% line. And as you include more people in your estimates, the range is getting narrower. There's information value in how individuals agree with each other. Now, here's what I was talking about regarding the amount of disagreement. We measured disagreement by the variance in the lower bound responses and the upper bound responses. We combined them into one sort of overall disagreement metric, and we just plotted that in terms of percentiles among all of these. So it's a somewhat arbitrary metric on how much they disagree with each other, but we just plotted it on a percentile basis. Are you at the 90 percentile on disagreement or the 10 percentile? And what you'll notice is that if you're way down at the 10 percentile on disagreement, meaning that you mostly agree with each other, you tend to be underconfident. Fewer than 5% of the correct answers fall above the P95. What you want is exactly 5% above your P95. So they're underconfident at this range. But when you start moving up the disagreement scale, you can see that once you get out to about the 90th percentile on disagreement, that most of these other methods get a lot worse. They get extremely overconfident. Too many of the correct answers fall above their P95. In the case of the median of 3 individuals, if you look at where they disagree the most, more than 18% of the correct answers fall above the P95. And even Cook's method, when you look at the 90th percentile of disagreement, about 9% of the correct answers fall above your P95. The Frankensmee is consistent, though. Regardless of the level of disagreement, we use the pattern of agreements among Frankensmees using some hybrid machine learning and statistical inference methods we've been applying here, so that regardless of how much the SMEs disagree with each other, 5% of the answers fall above the P95, which is exactly what you want. So what we've done is we've created a portal for this now, and it's currently in beta test. Right now, we've already completely automated the calibration training, so individuals can go through the calibration training entirely online. They watch videos, take exercises, they learn some techniques, watch more videos, learn some more techniques, take another set of exercises. They get feedback after each iteration there, and they get better and better after each test. Now what we've done is on that same portal, managers can assign real-world estimates, not just the calibration training estimates people went through, but they can create their own real-world estimates about project cost or next quarter's revenue or the chance of some event occurring, and they can assign your calibrated subject matter experts to these individual estimates. Here's an example where we ask multiple subject matter experts to each estimate the cost of some project. Digital transformation for employee records is going to cost some amount, some particular task there, the internal cost of that. Now, once you've gathered all of those calibrated estimates from individual SMEs, what we can do is click that Generate Frankensmee button, and we get a Frankensmee interval down there. And that Frankensmee is going to be measurably better on average than your best individual SME. Now, you don't have to live with the Frankensmee. You might observe in some cases that one person is an extreme outlier, in which case you can hit the Delphi round button. If you're not familiar with the Delphi method, that basically involves anonymous communication of people's reasoning behind their estimates. So everyone provides their estimates along with their reasoning behind it, and then the reasoning of all the other subject matter experts is shared with you anonymously, and then you as a SME have an opportunity to update your estimate if you find that any of the other reasoning would modify your judgment. Well, sometimes you would observe that a SME gives you an extremely different answer than all the other SMEs, and it might be due to a miscommunication about what the estimate was asking for. So a Delphi round is a good way to resolve some of that. But once you've done that and you're satisfied with your generated Frankensmee, you can click the copy PRNG button. And so we'll actually generate the Excel formula you would use to generate that pseudo-random number using that distribution. We can also generate SIPs from SIP math, if you're familiar with Sam Savage's approaches, or metalogs. We're going to add generating metalogs from Tom Keelan's quantile parameterized distributions, if you've heard about that. I won't go into that one in too much detail, but those are some fascinating and powerful tools. So right now, as I mentioned, this portal for combining multiple SMEs is a beta test, and we are looking for volunteers who would be interested in beta testing this. We have a couple of clients already who are beta testing this portal. So let us know if you're interested in doing that. We'll send some of your subject matter experts through the calibration training, and then on that same portal, you can develop your own estimates and assign your subject matter experts to it. As I mentioned, the data shows that the Frankensmee is measurably better than your best individual subject matter expert. And I think this is going to be a very common problem that we have to solve. This happens very frequently where you have to rely on multiple subject matter experts for an estimate. That means they need to be calibrated, but then we need to find the right way to aggregate them. And it's useful to know that some aggregation methods measurably outperform others. I think this is going to be really fundamental in a lot of quantitative risk management. So, as I always say, measure what matters, make better decisions. Feel free to reach out if you're interested in that beta test, and thanks for your time.
Hi, my name is Hans Lesser, and for this special edition of the Risk Awareness Week, focusing on supporting Ukraine, I'll be talking about effective risk reporting. My agenda for doing so is covered in a number of points. Let's face the fact that reporting is part of largely any process that you have in the company. And there's also a traditional way of doing risk reporting, but quite often it doesn't work. To remedy that, I'll be looking into some of the criteria for effectiveness of reporting. What will it take to make a good risk reporting and an effective one? Or what are the prerequisites for generating such a report, and come up with some examples. Then I'll be talking a little bit how to implement effective risk reporting. But the world doesn't stop there, because I will also touch about how to eliminate enterprise risk reporting, or not enterprise, but risk reporting altogether. Now, as I stated, reporting is largely part of any process. When you're making a strategic plan, you come up with a strategic report or something else that you present to the executives or the board of directors that they can discuss. When you make a budget, you come up with a financial survey and a financial reporting that people on a management and board can address. Investment planning would come up with a survey, sales and operation plannings come up with a sales plan on supply chain, and some reporting related to that and what that entails. Auditing naturally comes out with an audit report. That could be short reports, a long report. How is the state of things? HR processes of staffing reports. There are all kinds of those. So it only comes natural that risk management will also need to lead to some kind of reporting as well. And it does. In many companies, most companies, I guess pretty much all companies, there is a reporting on risk management. But quite often it doesn't work. And there's a number of reasons for that in my experience. The very first one of them is that it often tends to focus on the efforts of risk management. We've been working so hard, we're so good, we're so valuable to the company. But basically, management really don't care. They have already decided to have you as a team, to have a risk management process, to have a team and have you put in there. They don't need to be confirmed about that. And even worse, if you're unable to show the value, they would hate to be told that the decision of having you there is wrong. So forget about that one. It's also quite common focused on individual risks, looking at what they are. But then again, most of these material risks, there could be some nobody knows about, but the material risks, they are known. Management are aware of them. And whatever you tell them is not providing valuable new insights. When it really goes bad, when it really is done wrong, the risk management team comes to management, to the executive management, even the board, asks them, what are your key risks? Put them into a report and say, these are your key risks. It gives them no new insights. Then it's based on the notion of minimizing risk. To very many companies, to many risk managers and many risk consultancies, risks are bad, they're to be avoided, to be minimized. That's not the world of management. Management is well aware that there is no such thing as not taking risks. So to them, risk-taking is a matter of optimizing risk-taking rather than minimizing. That is not shown, that is not captured anywhere in most of the traditional risk management reports. Then there's a point of data. Quantitative data are by and large not leveraged, at least when it comes to some of the more tricky risks to address. Fact-based analytics is seen as cumbersome and avoided at all costs, replaced by human assessments. But human assessments are biased, and they are often very, very wrong. Doug Hubbard have written excellent books on this. The Failure of Risk Management in the second edition is just one of them, which is highly recommended. But it's completely ignored. Also, looking at individual risks, there are no consideration about the ranges. Any risk can come up with a small impact or a high impact, or a medium impact, or an extreme impact in some cases. There are no consideration of domino effects. There are no consideration of risk interdependencies, which means that the perspective of risk is so simplified that it's actually useless. And a part of that is also that it's only focused on risks. There's no consideration of levers, uncertainties, opportunities, all the good things that also will happen, which means that when you look at the risk report, you will get a doom and gloom picture of how bad things can go when nothing, absolutely nothing goes right. And then there's no consolidation. When you have single point estimates on individual risks on different scales, and they are all biased and assessed qualitatively, you cannot consolidate them. But the problem is management really, really wishes to know whether they're actually taking on too much risk or not enough risk. And being the risk manager, being the reporter of risk management of risk in the company, you're not telling them. And that's not fair, because as long as they don't know how fast they're driving, they dare not drive any faster, or very often would not dare to drive any faster, when in fact they could. I've seen examples of this where the risk management reporting, once it was consolidated, once it got an overview of what the real risks were and the uncertainty range of the company, what it really was, we found that we could take on a lot more risks. Now, there are two criteria for the effectiveness of reporting. And the first one is very, very much the first and most important one. It has to deliver true value for management. Now, this may seem absolutely obvious, but for some other reason, it's still not deployed in many companies. And the first part of being valued to management is it has to be performance focused. Management and boards do not really care about risks. They care about performance. They care about meeting or exceeding targets. They care about progress and leadership. They don't care about risks. In fact, one executive once told me that whenever you talk about risks, I hear excuses. So focus on performance. Leverage the performance criteria that you have. If you have a growth performance target, then focus on what are the risks that you may or may not achieve growth. Look at the future. High glossing the rearview mirror and looking at what has happened, it's not really that valuable. Bring in factual insights. Now, top managements are generalists, and they are hired to be generalists, and are hired to have an overview. All of the factual details are amongst the middle managers and the specialists throughout the company. That is new insights to management if you tell them. Bring that on. and put your foot on the table, or rather put your neck in it. Bring recommendations. Tell them, based on all the things that you've experienced throughout the company, what will it take to do this better? Then support decision making. You're not going to make decision making, but you can support it. And that way you can drive competitive advantage for the company, as long as you do this better than your competitors. Now, the second part of it is more like an efficiency, more than effectively actually, but it's about how to prepare the report. You have data. Trust me. Doug Hubbard has shown it also in How to Measure Anything, an excellent book, highly recommended. Leverage the valid data you have. They will give you more insights and more accuracy than any biased assessment you can ever come up with. You can also leverage the employee and specialist organization you have throughout the company. Management is not hired to know everything. They are hired to act on anything or what is presented to them. And then, as a matter of efficiency, leverage systematic approaches. Don't try to invent the wheel every time you have a report. Have a process of doing this. Make sure you know how to do it, and tailor the tools and the templates and the processes and steps you take to do this efficiently. There are two benefits to this. One is that it's easier for you as a risk function to generate the report and gather the data and do the stuff. But it's also easier for those you work with to understand what you're doing and to understand, oh, that's the same as what we did last time. And when you have tailored tools and tailored templates, you also get management to look at, oh, we've seen this before. We've seen that kind of things before. So now we can focus on the content rather than the layout or whatever the graphics. And finally, when you have a consistent process, you run it for a while, it actually supports organizational buy-in. And organizational buy-in is important because there's a lot more than executives who make decisions throughout the company. That said, there are also two types of effective risk reporting. Generically, very different types of effective risk reporting. One is the standard reporting, the one that you issue with a defined frequency, be half year, annually, quarterly, whatever. The purpose of this report is to ensure that management is actually updated. Use a highly standardized format. Have a format that management can assess in minutes. If they need 10, it's probably overdone. Be aware that this report is coming out on a quarterly basis. It will not contain the breaking news, because the breaking news doesn't happen just before the quarter comes. It will be generally, and it will be able to direct what are the next steps. We will get back to some of the examples on this one. The other report is more important, actually, and this is where the risk reporting comes in. This is when something actually has happened. There's a change of business conditions, internal circumstances. Could be a war in Ukraine, could be a Brexit, could be a COVID-19, could be a breakdown of some equipment, could be a factory fire, could be anything. Suddenly, the focus changes from the broad and the performance to down to a single risk. This has actually happened. So it becomes an incident reporting more than a risk reporting, because now it's real life. And it's used to direct discussions as, now what? Okay, now the Brits have decided to leave the EU and they don't have an agreement. That's very good. Okay, what does that mean to us? How do we react? If you have any proactive risk management at all, you have, of course, discussed and analyzed and decided on this way before it actually happened. But take the war in Ukraine. I doubt very many people or very many companies were expecting or even considering the fact that Putin could get the option or the notion of going into a sovereign country. So this is a very different kind of ad hoc reporting. This is a breaking news. Now, to get an example of the standard reporting, there will very often be a standard of a status on the risk management. What are you done to the risk management profiles? The assessment process has been doing this or that, and the risk advisory expertise function is being established more than what else we've had, and the agreed risk audit issues are being addressed, and so on and so forth. Management will often be looking for some insights on how is this risk management process progressing. Quite simply, and it's measured up against agreements and action points and like criteria, and it's very often just a verbal set, a page of, we decided to do this, we've done that, we're here, and we are moving in that direction. So they can see that the process is ongoing. Many current reports, as I indicated, actually have this in some kind of shape or form. But remember, it's not about how good you are, how hard you work. It's about how have you complied with or met the action points and agreements made previously with your management team. Then comes the most important one, the risk exposure reporting. And if you look at this chart, this is not about risk exposure. This is about performance. It's entirely dedicated to performance. And here we have a number of different performance criteria. We have a benefit A, could be sales, a benefit B could be revenue, could be profit. We have some cost structure somewhere. We have a schedule for some implementation plan or whatever. There could be different metrics on these four. They could be very, very different targets. They don't have to be the same thing, but it's different images. And I've even gone to the what I would normally not like, red, amber, green, but this is actually working for me. For each metric or each target, we have good performance. This is when you meet or exceed the performance. And if you take benefit A, could be revenue or growth, this is 30% likelihood that you will actually deliver a growth that is on or above what you targeted. You can have decided for that benefit or for that metric, take growth, that a negative growth, a decline, is unacceptable. We simply don't want that. But lo and behold, given the current situation right now, we can report there's a 30% likelihood that you will actually have a negative growth. And in between, we have 40% of amber, which is good, but not satisfactory. This management can address. And they can say, can they accept this 30% chance of having a negative growth? There could be reasons why they could, there could be reasons why they can't. But this is a political discussion. This is a managerial and a board discussion. These are the facts. These are the facts based on how you generated the model. And you can have as many of those as you want. You could take all of your strategic targets, all of your business targets, and put into there with all the different kinds of categories. And management can easily address, benefit B could be profit. We're safe, we're home safe, we're doing quite well on that. Could be some cost structure element that is done better than what we have hoped for and so forth. So there are different elements of what is doing good and what needs more attention. Where do we need to direct our attention in order to help and support that we get good performance on the different criteria that we want to set up and the targets that we've set. Now, management often wants to go a step further down. And here you can take a single target risk reporting. Not a single risk reporting. This is not a risk report. It's a performance report. And here you can come up with different targets. And I've just shown something here where you look at a single target where you can say, okay, we want to have a deep dive. And you can present some kind of an outcome range and say, okay, when we made this plan initially, we had an outcome range coming like the red bars. And with the target almost to the right, there's a very small chance that we will actually meet it. At this point in time, we've done a lot of risk management, we've done a lot of different things, and several of the risks that we were afraid of never materialized, and by now it's too late, they can't materialize anymore. So at this point in time, we're actually looking into a 70% chance that we will actually meet the target. And this is it. We can also look at what are the key influences. And this is where we leverage the tornado diagram that comes out of a Monte Carlo simulation. Oh, yes. In order to do this, you need to have quantified data. You need to model your target performance, and you need to Monte Carlo simulate. And here we can say, okay, there's a forecast uncertainty. There's a strategy A that could have a very good positive effect, but it could also have a negative effect. We're actually worried about a hacking attack that can deplete. There's something about commodity pricing. There could be a couple of different risks, uncertainties and things, upsides and downsides that could influence the performance of what you're doing. From here, you can also take out the verbal part. You've been talking to the people involved in making this target. There's probably a task force or some kind of sub-team or a group, a project team that is focused on meeting this particular target. Or it could be an operational manager, sales head, or something like that. You can ask for their recommendations, and the recommendations of the people deeply involved in the action taken. What are your recommendations of doing this? And you can also say, there's explicit decisions where you want made in order to improve on this. And you can ask for those. Having this as a standard format is much more effective as coming up with something new again. So define a standard format that your management likes and that you can work with in order to fill it in, because then management will see a page that looks like something they're used to, and they can focus on the content. If you come up with a new design and a new page every time, then you will have to have a new discussion about, okay, what do I see here? What do I read here? What does that mean? What does this mean? That's inefficient. That's a waste of managerial time. And managers are very expensive, so wasting their time is expensive. So you can do this and you can have it addressed. And then we come to the incident reporting, the risk alert reporting, where you move from risk management to actually crisis or incident happening. What is normally fed in there is, okay, what is happening or has happened here? What's the importance to the company on revenue and cost and strategy or whatever? You already know that, because when it was just a risk, you had this analyzed, you had it taken into consideration, you had described the uncertainties, and you even modeled it in your performance criteria. You can talk about what is being done, not just what would always have been done, whether it's experienced or not, but if it has happened, somebody will have done something. What is that? What are our recommendations and how do we follow up our reporting? Define a flexible format, a very flexible but standardized format. The shown data here are known to be quite effective. I've used them in a couple of companies and they have been proven to be very good. Demonstrate the format. You make it up. I mean, when you get started, make it up on something that has happened, something that is happening, or some very tangible and effective dummy occurrence of something. Get your managerial approval and say, okay, this format we understand, accept this. And then beware not to cry wolf too often. It's so easy to demonstrate your importance by coming up and crying wolf over and over and over again every time something small happens. Beware about that, because it depletes more than intensifies what you're doing. And then, of course, be ready to learn and adjust over time, but that comes with pretty much everything. How do we implement this? There's a lot of different stuff in here. How do we implement this effectively? Well, when you're looking at the standard reporting, the first thing you have to do is abolish the traditional reporting. No more risk-centric, qualitative, single-point estimates and the heat maps. I don't even want to say that. Forget it. Get rid of it. Define, together with your management, which targets are you going to monitor? Which targets are you going to do target risk reporting on? And for each of them, model performance. You probably can get help from finance or somebody, strategic development or somebody else. Somebody will have a spreadsheet. Find it, work with it, and include the identified and risk levers, the positive things, the risks, negative things, and the uncertainties, the things that will happen but could go either way. Validate the modeling. You're the specialist. You're the risk manager who wants really to do this well. Make sure that your model is correct, is valid. Down to the nitty-gritty data? Probably not. Good enough to make valid decisions? Yes, definitely. Make sure it calculates correctly. Clean it up and make it good. Make sure you have ranges on all these things, and then do the Monte Carlo simulation and create the reporting data that you come up with and prepare the report. Have this process going on and get it working. You will not get it right the first time. It will not be efficient the second or third time. Once you've done it 5 or 10 times, it will be a standard operating procedure for you and you will know how to do it. And it can actually go quite fast doing it. Again, in the standard reporting, you're keeping management updated. You're not displaying the big breaking news things. And then, of course, prepare it effectively. Leverage the valid data that you had. Look for, okay, for this target, we're looking for these and those data. If you have an HR target of motivating and satisfaction, look at how many people are leaving the company for which reasons. Look at how many people are promoted. Look at what are the pulse results saying on how they're performing, how happy they are, where are they doing better than others, what are the reasons, and all of those kind of things. Do the validation. Leverage the broad employee and specialist organization know-how you have. There is so many in a large company. They're huge groups of specialists who really, really know what they're doing. They have a lot of detailed know-how. Leverage it. This is new insights to management. Leverage it, and they will be happy to bring it forward because very often they have been talking about it without being able to get attention. Now you can help them. Leverage tailored tools and templates. Again, don't reinvent the wheel and get the support from the organization. Now you have it implemented, and now you're doing well. But if you look into the COSO 31,000 standard, you see that one of the principles is that risk management is integrated. It's embedded in the company. So once you have implemented the effective risk reporting, eliminate it. I'm not kidding. I mean it. Seriously, eliminate it. Integrate your standard risk reporting seamlessly in the company performance reporting that you're doing anyway. Do not have a special risk performance reporting every quarter when you're doing a financial or another performance reporting every quarter. Embed it in, put it in there. Just 1 or 2 pages, or whatever is needed, put it in there so it becomes part of it. This helps you drive a culture where levers, uncertainties, and risks becomes a natural part of discussing performance. And that's what you want. You want it integrated, you want it embedded in the company. And then gradually, as you do this, transform your risk management function to a risk advisory function. In the risk management function, people outside, people looking at you, I'm a risk manager, people would expect that you actually manage risks. A good risk manager does not manage risk. Line management manages risks. Business management manages risks. They're the ones who are taking, it's just like finance. A finance manager doesn't manage finance. He tells leaders how they're doing on finance, and then line management, business management makes the decisions that actually spends or makes money. So it's parallel to that one. So it's more like an advisory function. If you start calling it a risk advisory function, you get a lot of leverage on what you're actually doing, what you actually purpose, what you actually actual value to the company. It's advising, it's not management. When I was a risk management manager at the Lego Group, I said I had the greatest job in the company. I was responsible for managing risks, and I was not managing any one of them. I had people to do that for me, the CEO for one. And yes, he was the owner of a couple of risks that he were in charge of managing. I wasn't, because if I was, I had to be able to decide on something that he definitely believed was his decision. And then start pushing for discussing intelligent risk taking when you're looking at the levers and uncertainties as well as the risks. It's about optimizing performance, and suddenly deliberate, intelligent risk taking becomes a valid part of the agenda. Risk is no longer something that has to be avoided at all costs. So push for that and make your company better. But be also prepared that on the risk reporting, the key alert or risk alert report will probably remain necessary. And then what Alex Sidorenko calls risk management 1, some traditional risk functions like insurance, like treasury, like health and safety, a couple of others, be prepared to keep them as it is. These are not risk management functions. These are just handling issues throughout the company for business process specialties. So this is the way that you can, there will be little left, but the overall risk reporting, there will be no risk reporting. There will be a performance reporting that is risk-based. What we're talking about this, well, who am I to talk about this? Well, I'm Danish. I'm 66. I have 4 children, 4 grandchildren. I have an MSc in electrical power engineering, which is more than 40 years old, and I've never used it for anything. I've never worked with electricity, but I worked with the Lego Group for 35 years, 10 of which I was the head of strategic risk management, where I was the winner of 3 international awards. I've written 2 books and I don't know how many articles. I've done several keynote and topic speaks at conferences. And then after the Lego Group, I started Risk Advisory, the Actus company, in April 27. Actus is the merge of the 2 Danish words for active uncertainty, based on the philosophy that risk is here to stay. You may as well learn to leverage it as a benefit. Now I have a special treat for you. I'll go to the war in Ukraine. Because to me, the war in Ukraine is a case of very, very poor political risk management on behalf of President Putin, of course. It's born by the political ambitions of one man. Putin wanted Russia to be a superpower. Putin wants to be reckoned with and called with and seen as a world leader. And it's based on his perception of an overwhelming force and strength of the Russian armed forces and the weakness of Western responses to a special operation, as he calls an invasion of Ukraine, a sovereign nation. I'm not sure that he thought the West couldn't respond. I'm sure he knew West, NATO could respond. I'm quite certain he was dead sure they wouldn't. NATO is comprised by a lot of countries. EU is comprised by 27 countries, and they are generally known not to agree on very much, and it takes forever for them to make a stand and do something. So basically, I believe he was very strong on the opinion that he could do it and he can get away with it and nobody would bother him. Now, what has happened? Well, first of all, we have seen a very strong unity between NATO and EU countries. He simply stepped the line. This is overstepping the line. This is not okay, and we are fully in agreement with that. We will help Ukraine, coming with weapons and systems and support and whatever we can. It has also meant that several European countries, Denmark, Germany, and others, NATO countries, have decided to increase their defense spending to 2% of GDP. This is funny because they were not inclined to do so before. An American president since the days of Ronald Reagan has asked for it. Trump demanded it. We will not defend Europe if they don't increase and so forth. And nobody did it. They never got the money. Now they're going to get the money. Now they will extend their defense spending. Finland and Sweden are currently not members of NATO. They are both neighbors of Russia. They have border lines with Russia. And they are now preparing to join in. And they will most likely be welcomed to NATO. Previously, they would still be welcomed if they asked, but there was no inclination from Sweden, no inclination from Finland that they would actually ever want to be a part of NATO, because that would just be rattling a cage they didn't want to rattle. And it has also created a stronger inclination among EU countries to accept Ukraine as an EU member state. If you look at the criteria the EU operates with in order to become a member state, Ukraine is 100 miles away. They're not going to get it. But based on this, they actually have a sporting chance. So what he's created is actually something quite different. It has also not made Russia the political strength and the superpower that he wants to have and be reckoned with and be part of this and that and everything. It has made Russia a political pariah. Nobody wants to talk to them. Now the G20 is going to assemble, or they have assembled when this is running. Nobody wants to talk to the Russians. They're not part of the World Cup. They're not part of this. They're not part of that. They're not playing in Wimbledon. Russian sports people are taken out. Russian cultural elements are taken out. They simply become pariah everywhere in the world. Nobody wants to work with them, despite the fact that Russian people is largely innocent. This is Putin's doing. It's not the Russian people's doing. It's not the Russian people asking Putin to do something. And finally, on a green agenda, it has actually made a very hard push in the European Union to move towards a faster implementation of a green agenda. Nord Stream 2, which was going to be a gas pipeline coming through the Baltic Seas to Russia, from Russia to the Baltic Seas and support Germany and Belgium and so forth with gas, would probably never be in operation. It's $1 billion investment. But now, given the situation, no. And at that point in time, is it likely that the Germans will approve of it now and admit that they will be more depending on Russian gas? Probably not. So this would reduce the Russian economy. It would make $1 billion lost investment, and it will turn Europe to a greener agenda. Looking at what has already happened. If I didn't care about Ukraine as a sovereign nation, if I didn't care about the deaths amongst Ukrainian people and the war atrocities that has been done, I would actually be inclined to say, thank you, Putin, because you have achieved a lot of things that nobody else has been able to do. These were just, I am dead certain, not your objectives. So to me, this is a case of very poor political risk management. Let not be your company that does something like it. So thank you. I hope this is value. And to the extent it's value, do donate. Do donate to the charities that helps Ukrainian refugees, helps the country in Ukraine to overcome this. Because it is absolutely an atrocity what's going on, and we need it to stop. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. First of all, thanks, Alex, for your leadership to organize this event, as well as thanks to all the other great speakers that are participating. If you're listening to my podcast, please, by all means, go and listen to the other ones. They're great. There's some luminaries out there. I'm Benoit Dussart. I've been a risk manager for a few years now, transitioning from only qualitative methods to more quantitative approaches. And I moonlight as a PhD student applying natural language processing to strategic planning because we got to stay busy. Now I will do something that's rather anti-Canadian, and I'm going to say I am not sorry about this webinar and siding with Ukraine. Ukraine, stay strong. Many are rooting for you, and you're right to be a free country. As a veteran, I wish that things will calm down very quickly over there to stop the tragedy and all the suffering. And for Russia, we understand that not all Russians support this invasion. Some of you might just be ill-informed as well, standing behind a wall of censorship. So it's not too late to try to influence against this war, to renew your position in this interconnected war. Lastly, for our listeners, please take the time to give some money to a charity supporting Ukraine. As during any crisis, some criminals have been using people's goodwill to get money. So make sure you support a well-established charity like Red Cross or Doctor Without Border. So, now that this is out of the way, let's talk about reputational risk today. They are some of the most important types of risk to address for most companies. When you think about it, I like to paint strategic risk as existential risk to an organization, something that can stop your organization from operating. And in that sense, reputational risks are often strategic. Many corporations are just one viral video away from a stock meltdown, which is fairly scary when you think about it, since everyone's carrying phone these days, able to film, live stream anything that may happen. So also, reputational risks are probably some of the ones that are the most badly defined. The goal of today is to define them and highlight various ways to identify, assess, and mitigate reputational risk for organizations as varied as large corporations, small companies, and non-profit. So today, the first portion is going to be more conceptual, and then we'll gradually move to light quantitative methods. We'll be using R for it, but please don't run away. There's a bit of everything for everyone in there. We also need to recall that reputational risk, with them, the responsibility and the final impact lies within you. You can't truly transfer them through insurance or other mechanism. Yes, it can help a little bit with some of the associated costs, but the true impact, the value erosion, will remain with your company or with your organization. As such, since it stops with you, you got to make it a priority for your leadership team. So the first question is, what's truly reputational risk? And there's different way of calling them. Are they existing by themselves, or is it more a consequence of another event materializing? So we'll take a look at a couple of potential definitions or ways to think about them. One thing that we need to keep in mind is that for reputational risk, it's about who you are, what do you do, and how you do it. So it's how people will perceive you. As such, some people say reputational risk, it exists by itself. I'm not a big fan of that definition, really. It's just saying that there's a risk of negative media impact, or there's bad reputation. That's not truly a risk for me. Risk is the effect of uncertainty on the way you reach your objectives in your organization. So for me, reputational risk at least should be characterized by there's an event, and that can be anything from a spill, or we treat a community in a bad fashion and we face a growing volume of adverse social media chatter against us. That could be another way of framing the risk. So there's an event, and from that event we will have some reputational impact or the reputational risk. We can go one step further and say there's an event, and from that event there's a response that we're going to do, and if that response is not suitable, is going to lead us to the reputational risk. So that's another way of thinking about it, and this is where it's very key to make sure that our response is adequate in order to mitigate the risk in itself, because we got to keep in mind that there's plenty of stuff that can trigger that sort of situation: fraud, layoffs, product recalls, harassment suit against from an executive or against an executive, actually. So those are all things that if you address the cause of the event and you prevent the event, you eliminate that risk, or you mitigate it. If you have a proper response, should the event materialize, you're still mitigating that risk. So there's multiple layers of control you can roll out to make sure that you mitigate the risk to an acceptable level. So that's kind of the event response risk model. We could go even more complex. Event leading to an impact, leading to a response with another impact. You can add feedback loop, but let's keep things simple for now. So you got to think about those sort of risk as a model. And once again, those risks can have fairly severe impact. Let's take a look at, for example, Deepwater Horizon. BP lost half their share value after the incident. In the US, BP gas station lost sales as well. They're assessing between 10 and 40% of sales were dropped as customers were backlashing or were against that company at that point. So those are fairly material impacts in an incident which was not properly prevented and was not properly responded to, at least initially, when that terrible situation happened. So that's an example of you have an event, and the response probably was not top-notch initially, and then that led to the reputational impact. So this is a long crisis. Other company got out strong after such a, they rebuilt the trust quickly. For example, that's an old example, but I like it a lot. That's in 1982, the Tylenol poisoning cases where some pills were laced with cyanide led to 7 deaths. And that was a huge reputational impact initially, but the reaction from the company was transparent. They did a huge recall. They exchanged all pills. They changed the packaging to make it more secure as well. They gave some discount initially, and they were able to recuperate their loss fairly quickly because their response was adequate. So once again, an event, then there's the response. How much do you take responsibility? How quickly and swiftly are you acting to reduce the risk to your customers and rebuild that trust? That led to a decreased risk. Yes, there was an impact, but the long-term consequences were way shorter. So that's a way of working. There's another way of taking a look at it. It's the reputation. You have a reputation, and let's say you have a bad reputation, and something happens. That bad reputation can lead to additional scrutiny. So once again, it's another way of considering thing where if there's going to be more journalists and activists after me if I've got a bad reputation, which increase the risk of having something pop up and then facing the potential impact. So this is just another way to model this. And once again, we need to think about that risk as a model. And a model really, it's either physical and mathematical or a conceptual representation of a system of idea, events, or process. So a model is really something you can apply to reputational risk or anything. It doesn't need to have math. And eventually we'll move toward quantitative method toward the end of today's presentation. But think about that risk as a model. That's an important first step. So reputational risk can be seen as a model. And one of the key authors thinking about that space is Honey, who in 2009 presented his idea that your reputational risk is a function of the expectation of your stakeholder toward you. It's a little bit like I was saying, if you got a bad reputation, people will maybe dig more but will not be surprised if you act in a bad fashion. Well, if you got a good reputation, well, people are expecting more from you. So basically, stakeholder expectation over time tend to increase as they build brand loyalty, for example. And hopefully your organization behavior match that closely, but there might be a gap between the expectation and of your customers and your actual behaviors as an organization. And that gap between them is that element of reputational risk, because people will expect more of you and will react and be surprised by it and react in a stronger fashion. But also that builds you some sympathy capital, which you can use. For example, let's take a look at an organization that's really well, that's admired actually, the Lego Corporation. It's one of the most trusted brand in 2021. So I guess in 2022 it's going to carry over. That's based on their ethics, their philosophy, their philanthropy. So yes, we expect more of them. So if they do something willfully that's wrong, the backlash would be bigger. On the other hand, if something bad happens to Lego and they're honest and they're quick to respond, and well, we'll have more sympathy because they start with a stronger position. Well, really, once again, that I don't want anything bad to happen to the Lego group, no matter how often I walk on one of their caltrops, I mean one of their blocks, but very painful, but still it's a good corporation and they have this as a strength. If we take a look at the opposite side, for example, you can have companies with a bad reputation, and I don't want to get sued, so I'm taking a company that does not exist anymore, which is the East India Company, that were involved in slavery, mini monopoly. They had the right to wage war, actually, so that's kind of interesting for a company. Hopefully it doesn't get back to this, but by today's standard, that would have been an evil company, an evil corporation. And so no matter what they do, people would still hate them because they're starting from that position where, well, the stakeholder expectations are low. It would take a long time for them to get away from that inertia. And even then, you'd have to segment it because your reputation is not that monolithic block. You're going to have the reputation, for example, by some people will actually, like robber baron, I guess, or something like that, would be completely okay with what the East India Company was doing, while the local population in India would likely hate them. So reputation can vary from one stakeholder to the other. So it's actually something that needs to be mapped out, and that needs to be thought through as you deal with reputational risk. Now let's talk a little bit about the speed or the kinetic of the reputational risk. So basically, we were talking earlier that you have an event, and that event is going to have an intrinsic severity. It's not all events which are the same. There's going to be awareness of that event, so it's going to be detected and maybe communicated. So awareness is rising. And once that awareness is there, maybe it's going to get some traction. Maybe, and that's going to depend on how people see the severity. Are there any aggravating and mitigating factors? So the matter of time is super important in reputational risk, because as a crisis unfolds over time, more is getting known, the actors are getting involved, and yes, you want to make sure that your reaction is fast enough, it's quick enough to be able to control your risk. You don't want to let the crisis go and be late to the party trying to solve things. So how actually can you manage the incident or the crisis over time? Well, you need to create time in order to manage your crisis. And well, I guess you can put your detractor in a spaceship going faster and faster and hope that relativistic effect will slow times for them, and then you're faster and you're able to do more. But more realistically, how you make sure that you're staying ahead of the curve, or you catch up as quickly as you can, is you create time by having well-trained people in your organization. You have prepared communication templates. You have a crisis communication plan. You have all the infrastructure needed and all the support needed, like having an agency on retainer to get more people in order to deal with the crisis and the reputational aftermaths. Having feelers out for early warning, so making sure you detect your crisis as soon as possible and you activate your protocol as not to lose time. This is key in order to manage reputational risk. You need to understand how fast will the crisis propagate through your organization. And also you need to consider about the timing of the crisis. When is that crisis happening? For example, if you're going to do some huge layoffs, try not to time it with an election, for example, because then the timing makes this more critical and more salient, and there's a higher probability that there's going to be a lot of people overseeing that risk. So all those, that event, the awareness, the traction over time, that's what's leading you to the change in perceptions, the opinions or action that's going to cause your impact to your company. Once again, it's not yes, there's like media impact and things like that, but this leads to an actual impact on your bottom line or the way you reach your objective from your organization, like if you're a nonprofit, for example. So you need to understand that. And all those things are required to happen. So you need to have the event or a perceived event. You need to have the awareness from someone detecting it and making it a crisis. And it needs to pick up traction in order to actually change behaviors in your customers or your stakeholders. And a way to see that is, once again, if we go for probabilities, well, there's a probability of the given event times the probability it's detected, probability that someone makes it a story, probability it gets some traction, and the probability it influences your objective. So once again, it's mathematics. You can assess the likelihood of this materializing and having an impact. So once you start thinking as a model, that's a representation of a model, you can start thinking about, okay, well, here's the likelihood of this happening. Here's the impact or the perceived range of impact. And once again, you got the basis for a Monte Carlo simulation, and you can actually quantify your reputational loss. So we're going to keep diving deeper in this. So a few things on how to measure anything in reputation, and I'm not stealing this from Doug Hubart. He's the master, and I don't want to take away from his titles. But if you're a publicly traded corporation, there's I wouldn't call it a simple way, but there's a way to measure intangibles, in which your reputation is one of them. So what you do is you take your market valuation and you subtract it from it the book value of your corporation. So basically your market valuation is how much you're worth in the eyes of other, your stocks, and your book value is basically your assets and how much it would cost to rebuild like the infrastructure of your company. So that's a measure of how much valuable is your reputation on the perception that people have of your company. The issue from this small way of thinking is both sides are volatile. So your stocks can vary very quickly, and your book value, well, first, it's not always clear if it's precise. It can change over time quickly as well. So it's a way of taking a look at your reputation when things are fine, and just to take a look at this is how much our reputation is worth. But once again, for an organization, your reputation, it's not existing in a vacuum. You need to pay attention to what's out there. It forces us for, like I was saying, early detection, situational awareness, understanding how you are compared to your peers, and everything's connected today. So since organizations are complex most of the time, and the same goes with the people that are opposite of your corporation. You can have hundreds of people colluding on Telegram and preparing a smear campaign. You can have activists that can mobilize and crash one of your sales channels through coordinated attack. We rely on indirect signals for reputation, and things can change quickly. Well, once again, take a look at what's happening out there, and it's going to give you an idea, is your reputation better or worse than your competition? So that's the aspect of, for any organization, no matter if you're for profit or not, you can compare media treatment and customer feedback within the competitive environment. That's a way to measure how well you're doing compared to the competition. There's also the aspect of buzz. So the aspect of buzz is a little bit how much activity is there in press and social media, how many galas are you invited. It's harder to quantify, but there's that element that some companies have excitement around them. Some of them are or have not. So it might be a good or a bad thing depending on what you do. And to measure some of those elements, what you can deploy is key risk indicator. And I'm writing here key risk indicator or how to overcharge for KPI because it sounds different, but really a key risk indicator is a KPI. But calling it like key risk indicator make it feel special and make you feel special as a risk manager, I guess. So key risk indicator, they're mostly useful if they're leading indicator. Especially it's important because reputational risk is volatile, really volatile. Take a look at Enron, for example. They were winning tons of awards and they were hailed as a success story just before being identified as crooks, about a year to pass from hero to zero, basically. And well, frankly, they deserved it. But tracking your reputation with key risk indicator can be monitoring the source of potential crisis. For example, if you're moving oils through tankers, any indicators informing you of the risk of spill or industrial accident would be paramount because that's an early warning for reputational risk. Tracking customer reviews, employee reviews through Glassdoor, things like that, they're other indicators of where your reputation is trending. Any IT indicator about vulnerabilities, because one of the things that can create a huge reputational impact quickly these days is if you have a data leak, for example. So anything about cybersecurity, anything about any insider threat program that you have, they're all useful indicators. Net promoter score is another one that gives you an idea of your reputation because people talk. We'll talk about that later on another slide. But net promoter score is basically when you're taking the percentage of promoters minus the percentage of detractors of your company. So if you got 30% of promoters within your client base and 10% of detractors, your NPS would be 20. It's an indication on how good the word of mouth is working for you, basically. And that could be measured through customer satisfaction surveys where you have a scale. So from, let's say, 1 to 10, and you say, well, my support promoters are 9 and 10s. Anything before 1, 2, 3, 4 would be a detractor, maybe. So this is the type of thing you can set up in order to make sure that you measure how's your support base. So, and that's an indicator that can be used. So those are all things you can do when there's no crisis. Things are fine to give you an idea of the worth of your reputation. Let's move now to when there's a crisis. So when there's a crisis, once again, how to measure anything in reputation when there's a crisis is basically there's multiple impacts that a crisis, a reputational crisis will have for your organization. And this is something you can estimate with either subject matter expert or with modeling tools. So one of the first things that could drop is your share price. Obviously, less access to capital, cash flow issues. So that's one of the things that, once again, you could measure it or at least estimate it when there's a crisis. And then you build your database of such incident. Hopefully your database remains small so you don't have too many of them. But you can evaluate all those subcategories. So share price is one. The way you do this is you could take a look at your market value before the incident minus the market value at a given point in time after the incident, and you can remove the tangible losses as well from that. So it gives you an idea of what's the impact. Then there's cost to resolve. Obviously, there's a cost to resolve with extra consultant, people working overtime. So there's a cost to resolve the crisis. And there's the direct losses in sales and or market share. So if that's something both due to the incident itself, because your reputation is going lower, and probably you're going to slow down your marketing at the same time. And if your marketing program's working for you, that's going to lead to lower sales for a period of time. Losses in market share would be more longer term. And for some segment of the population, there's people shopping by principles. One of them. So basically, if a corporation is doing something bad, I'll try to avoid it. There's other people like that. So that can lead more to the long term before you build that trust and people are ready to buy from you again. Then there could be some reparation costs, direct reparation costs, where you need to pay customer through recalls or things like that. So that's another thing you can evaluate. There's also the attraction and retention cost for your employees. So you may be losing some employees, or it's going to be harder to attract new employees. And that's something you can address as well. There's some research stating that replacing someone in the company is going to cost between 6 and 18 months of salary, depending on the position. Higher you go, the higher the cost, because there's a cost to recruit with all the headhunting and things like that. There's the cost to make sure that people are, there's the ramp up period where the person's not as effective. There's the impact of the business operating without that key position. So this is something you can cost. And last but not the least, there's a possibility for regulatory change as well. If you do something bad enough, it can change the regulatory landscape, enforcing more controls, which sometimes is very good. It's important to protect people in the environment and things like that. But there's going to be a financial impact there as well. So those are all elements that you could cost individually and add in, or you take the one that applies to your organization and you can use this, and it's going to give you an idea of what's the cost of your actual crisis. Now let's get a little bit deeper in the costs and the power of disgruntled reviewer. That gets mostly to losses when we talk about losses in sales and market share. But there's a few interesting statistics, and the good thing is that's interesting for small business as well, because a large corporation, which is publicly traded, well, you got the share price as a proxy for reputation. You don't have this if you're a smaller company. So let's take a look at disgruntled reviewer, because it's an interesting space these days. So today, a huge volume of sale is done on the internet. First, it's the first stop for people that are looking for a new job. Also, so they're like 91% of companies believe that their reputation on sites like Glassdoor and Indeed are key for new employees. That's one of the things that people are looking at, for example. So the web is an immense opportunity if it's handled well. But we're paradoxal, we're a creature where we don't focus that much on the important stuff on the internet. For example, 90% of people are stopping at the first search page when they're searching. So that 90% of people are stopping at the first search page when they're searching. So that's something that's when we talk about availability bias, where people only take the information which is quickly ready from either memory, or in that case, if they're searching, that's interesting, because it gives a lot of power to who's owning the search engine, obviously. Most people will not go and take a look at page 10 of result to get a more balanced point of view, for example. So when we take a look at this, it means that one bad review on the first page of research means about 22% less sales. And that moves up to 70% if you have more than 3 bad reviews. So this is something that's fairly interesting. That's from, I've got that statistics from Qualtrics. They're also saying that basically a 1-star increase on Yelp means 5 to 9% increase in revenue. That was for restaurant, and we got to recall once again that correlation is not causation. Well, sometimes it is, but we can't know that for sure. But that was for restaurant, and independent restaurant, which were not franchise, had this effect. That was driving that effect basically. While franchise didn't, we're not driving that effect as much, because people, I guess, trust the franchise as a whole as opposed to a specific location. But 1-star meaning a 5 to 9% increase in revenue. That's a lot for a restaurant which does not have a big profit margin. From Deloitte, they did a study, and that one's kind of scary on the trustiness of reviews. But basically, there's people trust customer review 12 times more than the commercial spiel from the company. So that's something to be expected. But in 2020, 79% of people were considering online reviews as trustworthy as a personal recommendation, and this was an increase over 2019. So that's kind of fairly interesting. So most people think that online reviews are just as trustworthy as someone that you know, basically giving you, yeah, that's a good restaurant. So that's something big. And there's all the aspect of contagion of the opinion. Basically, when someone's giving a bad opinion or having a bad experience at the location, they typically tell 9 to 15 other people, according to White House Office of Consumer Affairs. Some people will tell it to 20 or more people that they had a bad experience. So that's a lot of negative word of mouth. Customers that have a bad experience are 21% more likely to leave a review after a negative experience. So they say about 1 customer out of 26 will leave a bad experience review after they didn't enjoy the location, for example. So we got to recall that. So people with negative experience are more likely to put in some negative score. Like negative reviews, and ones, like on a scale to 5, ones are very salient. So you need a few, they say 3 to 4 5-star review to balance it, to make sure that so there's a cost there if you have bad reviews, and that's a portion of your reputational risk. But it's interesting, some bad reviews is a good thing, just a few, because it adds authenticity. So people don't think it's all fake reviews, for example. And it also gives an overview of how bad things can look like. So if you have a story from hell, where that person was sick because it got to a restaurant and then everything was cold and late and people were rude, that's extreme. People will likely avoid the restaurant. But if you have just a few things that, okay, well, the soup was cold, but the server was nice, well, this gives a sense of, oh, it's not that bad, and people might be more inclined to have trust in that company. So that's an interesting example. So on the power of disgruntled reviewers, there's a huge impact that people can have when they're reviewing your services and the posts online. That's something that how you mitigate this is through quick response, honest feedback, and being really responsive and trying to satisfy the customer. But this is part of the challenges of operating in today's world. Now let's move if you're a nonprofit, because there's some challenge there as well. So nonprofit organization can have different impacts than for-profit organization when they face reputational risk. So one of the first thing is, it's like a little bit like sales, but you could be losing donations. So that's one of the things that if people think you have a bad rep because you're either mismanage money, or not effective, or involved in bad things, your donations may dry up, and then you're not able to keep doing the good work you're doing. Another thing which is similar to for-profit, but maybe even more important for nonprofit, is reputation. For a nonprofit is your armor. It's what's protecting you. Let's take a look at the Red Cross, for example. It's a fantastic organization that's able to operate in just about any countries, because of their reputation for neutrality, impartiality, the way they conduct business. So they hold themselves to high ethical standards, and it shows because, well, some people will ignore that, but most people on the planet respect Red Cross, will respect their staff, and make sure not to harm the staff of the Red Cross, and they're able to operate in just any country. So that's an example where if you're losing your reputation, you're losing that armor. If the Red Cross was starting to collude with a belligerent faction, for example, in the country, that's like science fiction. But if they would do something like this, they would instantly lose that protection because the other group will no longer see them as neutral and impartial. So reputation as an armor is something key for a nonprofit, especially if you're working on the ground in a difficult situation. And then maybe the ultimate reputational consequence of having a bad crisis for a nonprofit would be losing your status as a nonprofit. So basically, the fact that you're a nonprofit is anchored through regulations. If you're losing that status, well, you probably won't be able to exist and operate anymore. So how can we take a look at how do we mitigate and prevent those reputational crises? And there's multiple approach, and we're going to keep on qualitative for now, and we're going to talk about bow ties, because the bow tie diagram is a good way to map out your causes, your controls that are preventing the occurrence of the event, and your reactive control. So let's take a look at your bow tie. It's small, don't worry, I'm going to zoom it up. But basically what you have is you have a series of you have a series of causes. You have some controls that we're going to take a look at. You got your event, and then you got your various, here I've broken it down by channel and how basically you mitigate the consequence by channel. So let's take a look at the left portion of the diagram. So basically I've got here's the potential risk of a spill that would lead to reputational impact. So spill of something chemical, something harmful to the environment. So I've listed my causes: human error, improper design, tanker truck accidents, or I could have way more basically, but I've got my causes, and for each causes I'm lining up various controls I have. Once again, if I prevent this spill, I'm preventing the reputational risk due to the fact that I had a spill. So anything I'm putting in here is very precious because one, it actually protects the environment, not only my reputation, so that's important. And two, it becomes a non-risk as long as you don't have a spill. That specific scenario will not materialize. So it's worth to take the time to map out those controls. And once you have those controls in your bow tie, don't just leave it lying in a file, an Excel file or a Visio file or something like that. Make sure you audit your controls. You make sure that they're in place and they're effective. Then if I move to the reaction bit, well, basically I've broken it out through media, local stakeholder, and shareholders. And basically, in all cases, the crisis communication plan is a control because I have roles and responsibilities defined. I'm going to have all the contact information, so I'm not hustling and bustling trying to find contact information for specific authorities or things like that. Everything's already there. I'm going to have pre-prepared press release or things like that. So I've got a plan and a way to inform people and take care of people. So crisis communication plan is part of that. Then I'd have, for media, I'm making sure that I've got designated spokesperson, and for local stakeholder, I'm making sure that I've got a citizen committee which I can meet and interact with. So basically, I'm breaking down all the reactive measures I have. So this is what we have here. So it's just a way of understanding what are your potential causes for your various scenarios, and then what do you do about it to make sure that it stays under control. Now let's take a look at, we're going to get back to a little bit costing, and we're going to gradually move toward the going to a more quantitative approach now. So stick with me. It's still not complicated, but it's important to go and improve things. So most of people that know about the Risk Awareness Week know that we're not fans of risk matrices. So I'm just putting that one here because, once again, it's nearly all corporate risk registers are based on those. And they're just about as scientific as using this as a scale. So, and probably that's even like the way the meat is cooked is probably more scientific. So actually, how do you actually evaluate your the cost of reputational risk? Well, first thing you can do is take a look at your data. You have data in your organization on how often did you face problems, for example. So, and if you have data, fit it. You can fit it through a distribution by either using a modeling tool like Model Risk, for example, or other tool where you take the data in and it's going to propose distributions. Or you can use parameterization. So there's some distribution which you can calculate the different parameters you need to map out the distribution. For example, most of things are not normal in the reputation world, but the normal distribution is parameterized through the mean and the standard deviation. So based on those two numbers, if you have them, you have a normal distribution, you can build your distribution. One thing that's important, and I got to put emphasis, is historic data should not fully replace subject matter expertise. We're not talking like black swan here or anything like that, but reputational risk first are not happening. Big crises are not happening that often for most companies, so your data is probably not carrying that many terrible events. Because if you'd have 2 or 3 BP crisis to your Deepwater Horizon crisis in your history, well, you're probably not in business anymore. So that's there's a sampling bias here so you got to put expert opinion in there as well. And this is where other methods like Bayesian methods are helpful to tweak things up and create a prior distribution which you adjust with new information, but at least that way you're actually building in that expert opinion. And even expert opinion brings issues. We're going to talk about this later, but overall, 2 ways of when you have data, either you fit it or use parameterization, but you need to be cognizant of the fact that your data set's probably not containing all potential outcomes. And that's something you need to keep in mind. Let's take a more practical example. I'll do it without code and afterward with code. So if we go for, let's say you have a restaurant and you have bad critiques, and bad critiques lead to you reimbursing customer or things like that. So that's how you deal with you protect your reputation. So you want to assess the frequency of those bad experiences leading to you giving credit or reimbursement or suffering from the reputational loss. So the first thing you need to do is evaluate the likelihood or the frequency in the cases where you need to reimburse or you have an adverse impact on sales due to reputation issue or things not going the way you want. Here what we have is a Poisson distribution. It's going to give you basically for a given amount of time, be it like days or weeks or months or years, whatever, it's going to give you how many times you're going to have an event. If they're independent, that's for independent events. But those events could be, once again, bad reviews, negative tweet, incidents, time you need to pay because people were complaining about your organization. When we talk about parameterization for a Poisson distribution, it's only one number you put it in, and that number is fairly easy to calculate. It's the number of incidents you have over the amount of time increment, once again. So if and that's going to give you a number between 0 to infinity. That's just an example of a distribution you can use for the frequency of an event. There's plenty of other ones. You need to pick the right distribution for your own situation. You also need to consider that in some cases, events may be correlated. If you're a restaurant and you're responsible for 50 guests suffering from food poisoning, well, guess what? It's heavily correlated. You can expect to have a big uptick in bad reviews, for example. But you need first to modulate the frequency of the event, and that's what the Poisson distribution is showing you here. And there you have your percentile saying, well, 1%, your P01, you have 0 incident. You've got 99% chance of having 6 incidents or less in a given time period. Here it's I'm putting years, but it could be month, and you expect about 2 per month. So this is basically your likelihood. Now you have your impact as well, and your impact, well, here's a geometric distribution because you have a lot of things costing not a lot of money. Maybe you just pay for a spilled coffee or something like that, and then you have less events that are more severe. And as you increase in severity, you decrease in the likelihood or the number of those events happening. So what you need to do is you actually need to match the likelihood or frequency distribution with your impact distribution. And once again, we're in Monte Carlo space. It's not something you can do through different tools, but we have this as an example, a fairly simple example here. One thing you need to keep in mind is that if I'm having 2 incidents, I'm not just doing 2 times one of those consequences, because those would likely be uncorrelated. So I'm going to have, if I'm having 2 incidents in my, let's say, month, I'm going to pull twice from the impact distribution in order to say, well, how much does it cost? So that's a way. And you could do for the impact, you could break it down by all the categories we covered before about reparation and losses in sale, and you could do the cumulative, do all the impacts and then bundle this up to give you an idea of the cost. You wouldn't do this for a restaurant every time you have a spilled coffee, but if your business is material enough, if those are big numbers, it becomes worthwhile to do it. Once you have also, one of the things that's really helpful to manage reputational risk is how to do damage control. And that's an example I kind of love. Candor can work. If you're candid, if you're transparent and honest, sometime it can work. In 2018, KFC, the chicken fast food chain, had to close some shops. I think was in Britain, due to Great Britain and UK, due to the lack of chicken. So they're a restaurant without chicken. They published that apology with doing the play on word with, well, I'll let you figure out the play of word, but they admitted they dropped the ball. They thanked their team, saying that the people that were working hard to resolve the situation, and they were candid about saying they had a hell of a week. So it actually came out positive for them. They had a lot of positive spin around this because they were transparent and they took responsibility for their things. We got to remember that candor has its limits. So yes, it can be useful but as a reactive tool, but it's got its limit, especially if you have a bad reputation before. So I don't know how good the reputation of KFC is in the UK. Here's not that necessarily that good always, but they were able to they were honest about the situation. So that's something to keep in mind. Maybe before we start jumping into code, maybe one last thing is the aspect of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is something that's going to bring, it's both a source of risk and it's a tool you can use to manage your reputational risk. Something to keep in mind. It's hard to avoid the topic of AI today. You've got, and I know like people in the communication space, they're not all well versed in the possibility and the risks surrounding those technologies. So let's talk a little bit about that because that's a game changer. Predictive and descriptive analytics, for example, they're great. They enable the computers to take quick decisions on customer, improve customer experience. Be it, for example, for credit rating. They evaluate quickly the credit rating of someone and say, yes, you're approved for a loan and you get the money quickly. But they also include some bias, a lot of bias, actually, in some cases. They're from their little echo bubble because they're the way they work, analytics. They take the data you have, and if you have an overrepresentation of some people in a sample, for example, that's going to lead to potential issues. For example, if you recruited in the past mostly from older white guys from Ivy League University, your algorithm will suggest that they are what you need, which is not necessarily the case. You want to embrace diversity, right? So it may look like magic, but once again, prescriptive and predictive and prescriptive analytics, they're just maths run by computer. So that's one of the things that we got to keep in mind. If you're using algorithm, they can create a reputational risk because people are getting more aware about the problems coming with those algorithmic bias. Another thing is natural language processing these days can create content. There's AI publishing articles now, creating articles and blogs. And this AI could be yours or it could be from someone else. And what it produced could impact reputation. Slanderous or inaccurate articles and fake news can spread very quickly and have an impact today. So everything's much faster today. So social networks are networks. And if you're not careful, you're going to have AI maybe pumping things out, which could harm your reputation. If it's your own AI, you need to make sure you got the quality control on top of it to make sure things are done the right way. When I say social network remain network, we also need to consider that you can use artificial intelligence and algorithm in order to evaluate potential impacts of reputational risk. For example, I'm going to switch to this here, which is not from me, that's from George Pipis, who did a Game of Thrones analysis of the characters and their interconnection. So this is a network, and networks, information in networks will evolve and be disseminated in various ways, and not everyone is equal in there. So a few things we see from that is we see there's cluster in colors. We got also people that are more connected and having more interaction. So that's the size of the bubble. A network is composed of nodes, which are the bubble, and edges, which are the connection between your nodes or your bubbles in that case. And when you have a potential crisis reputation, depending on who's communicating what, it's going to have an impact, right? Especially today, you've got people with tens of thousands of followers. It's not going to be the same thing. Let's pick, I don't know, let's take Olena here. If she's tweeting something, it's probably not going to have the same aspect, the same impact than if it's Tarion here who's publishing something who's much more connected. Over and above that, you've got people that are connectors, so that helps to reach one cluster to the other. So there's only a few ways that people in the blue, the pale blue here, will connect to the people in light green here. There's only a few of those bridges, so there's statistics you can calculate to try to evaluate how critical someone is in a network, and that can help you raise the alarm. If, let's say, once again, I don't know, Robert is one of the connection between the pale blue and the light green. Well, if Robert's posting something, you know that the light green might be relaying and picking that up, for example. So you need to keep that in mind. Not everyone's equal in that network, and for your reputation, that's going to have an impact. Artificial intelligence can scan Twitter and things like that, run some analytics, evaluate who are the people connecting communities, for example, who's getting traction, and you can have that. I was talking about having feelers out. I'm not saying spying about people, but at least acknowledging that some people can have a large impact and at least follow them and understand what's their current position, that's gonna have an impact on the way you can respond, or at least how can you evaluate if something's gonna go bad and be quick about trying to calm things down through your communication team. Once again, in that graph, people like Tyrion, Sansa, Jaime are all very, very central in their and interconnected and having a lot of interactions. Keep that in mind. That way you can reduce the spread of rumors or the likelihood of something getting traction. So basically, that's just a quick side note, but you got to understand that artificial intelligence, there's some threats. There's some great bonus about it because artificial intelligence can be something that can be used to be your feelers out and to see trends and see things popping up. But the more complex you make things, the higher the likelihood of things going wrong. So that's something to keep in mind. We'll move now to some code. Don't flee. I'm going to open up R, and we're going to take a look at what some of the statistics you can use to try to evaluate your reputational risk. Maybe you'll learn a thing or two you can include in your practice. There are simpler tools like Analytica and Model Risk where you can do this type of analysis. I'm doing R because I want to use it's a free software, so everyone can just download it and use it. Worst comes to worst, skip the code and at least get the conclusion at the end of the presentation. So now we'll switch to code. Now we're switching to R. It's going to be a little bit more technical, but hopefully you can learn a thing or two. So I'm going to cover a couple of approaches you can use in order to assess your reputational risk. R is a free software. It involves coding, but there's plenty of other solutions. Like I was saying, Analytica, Model Risk, At Risk, which enables you to do similar calculation, either in a more graphic environment, or if you're using Excel to integrate it straight into Excel. But took R this time. So basically what you have here is the R Studio display, where you have here the code I pre-typed in order to run the different tools. The bottom left, you'll have the actual code being executed. On the top right, you'll have the various variables or data frame being created, and some graph will pop up here. So without further ado, let's go. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to reset everything, just go to edit and make sure that I remove scientific notation. Then I'm going to load a couple of packages. So I'm selecting the code, I'm just hitting Control Enter in order to run the code. So it's pulling in and it's activating some packages, which is pre-written code that other people much more than me wrote in advance. So that's the tools that you can leverage as you're doing your analytics. And now we'll do our first Monte Carlo simulation. We're going to keep things simple. We're going to have two risk events. And what we'll do, we will call them event 1 and event 2. So this is the code that's going to create the actual distribution that for those risks of what I see that could happen if the risk materializes. So this is using the R triangle function from the triangle library. So basically I'm saying I'm using this function. I'm going to run 50,000 iteration with the minimal value being $100, the maximum value being 1,500, and the most likely value being $150. So those are values I could get around the table, talking with experts, for example, or using previous losses or the cost of previous reputational incidents. So those are pretty low reputational incidents. Maybe for something like a restaurant it would work. One thing also, if you're talking with expert, please remember that people tend to have much narrower bands than what is actually should be used. For example, some studies around 2008 was stating that if you ask people to set a 90% confidence interval, the actual value will only fall 50% of the time will fall within this. So that's not exactly what we strive for. So this is where techniques like Doug's Hubbard calibration of expert can be priceless. So back here, I'm going to run my first event and my second event. So I just created vectors with all the potential values, 50,000 of them, as we can see. I'm going to add them up, and then I'm going to run them just to keep it nice. And now I'll display a quick histogram. So those are the potential value of if I'm doing the sum of event 1 and event 2. And I could get my quantiles out. So quantiles basically stating here that I've got a 90% chance of having event 1 and event 2, if they materialize, costing between around $600 and $1,700, with an expected value just shy of $1,000. So this is powerful, once again, because you can evaluate those risks and you can then decide, are they material enough for you to invest? So that's just a quick introduction to get back into Monte Carlo simulation using R. Now, if we have data, we can go further and we can start doing some, we can start mapping out what's the potential outcome. So here we'll use a beta distribution. I've talked about it in the past. A beta distribution takes binary event. And basically, if you have when you have those events materializing or not, you put them as parameters in your distribution, and that's going to give you the breadth of the potential way the actual split would be as you increase your as you reach your population. So let's see it visually. It's going to be better. So I'm going to clear the workspace once again. I'm going to plot here a beta distribution where I have let's call them bad reviews. So I've got 2 bad reviews and I've got 10 good reviews. So what I'll do is I'm going to plot this here. And basically that beta distribution, what it says, based on those parameters of 2 bad and 10 good, it's going to say that we expect the total percentage of bad distribution to be, if you take a look here at the peak, it's lower than 20%. But since we have a small sample, it could be actually much broader because we could be wrong. I don't have a big sample. The further I have the bigger sample I have, the narrower the distribution will be. But that's a good example of where I have a little bit of data, and every time at least I've got an idea of what's the likelihood of having a bad review. And as I get more and more data, it's going to become more precise and more precise. So my distribution will get narrower and my uncertainty will decrease. So that's quite powerful, actually, when you think about it. Because if I'm launching a new product, for example, and I'm getting slowly the good and the bad reviews, it's going to give me a better overview over time as I get more feedback. So what I'll do is I'm going to compare 3 cases. I'm just going to run the bit of code because it takes a slight bit of time. And I'm going to zoom this in. I'll be back with it later when it's done calculating. But basically what I'll do is the same beta distribution, but I'm running it with 2 bad, 10 good reviews, 20 bad and 100 good reviews, and 200 bad and 1,000 good reviews. So basically I'm running this. It's a slightly more complex graphic, so don't worry too much about what's in there because I want to add dashes and the actual p-value for 0.5 and 95 percentile. But right now my computer is producing, is calculating what's the actual distribution that we can expect for those 3 parameterization of the beta distribution. So it shouldn't be too long. So finally it popped up. I've got the different distribution here. Beta distribution for the 2 on 12 reviews, 20 on 120 reviews, and 200 on 8,200 reviews. So basically what I have here is the spread for the 90% confidence interval, stating that here it goes between 3% and 37% of reviews would be negative. As I get more data, this is going narrower. So now it's between 11 and 23%. Here it's between 15 and 18% for the 90% credible interval. So it's quite useful to see because then what I can do is I can have a clear idea of how many of those reviews will be negative. I can assess the cost of each of them and gradually work my way around. So as I get more information, more data in, you get more confidence, but you do it in a scientific manner. So that's one of the tools that you can use, being the beta distribution for binary outcomes. Sometimes we're interested in the frequency of the event. If we recall, when we're assessing the risk, we want the likelihood or the frequency of the event, and we want to get also the consequences, both together that gives us what's the potential impact of that risk or that risk scenario. So now this time what we'll do is we'll take, for example, a restaurant where you receive at a certain periodicity critiques which you need to act upon, for example, and we're going to be using a Poisson distribution because it's an event that will happen at a certain periodicity. We don't know exactly when, but we know the volume overall per month or per year. So we'll be using this to model a Poisson distribution from the French mathematician. So first thing first, what we'll do is we will clean the workspace and pull in some data. So now we have an incident table. If I take a look at it, it says that I've got 4 variables. Serial is just a number, month, year, and then the number of incidents for that month and that year. So this is useful because once I have this, I'll plot it. Just take a look at it. So first thing I can see is that there's no trend. That's something that I can add actually a regression line just to see, or very small, but probably not that significant on that scale. So what I have here is I want to see if there's an increase because the Poisson distribution events needs to be unrelated, so they're uncorrelated. If I see more and more events happening over time, if there's a trend, Poisson is not the right tool for that. You'd be using another tool like a Narima or something like that. But right now, what I see is that I've got events. They vary. So I've got between 0 and 4 events on my data. That's 2 years of data, so 24 months. And out of that, if we recall, Poisson distribution is characterized by one element, which is lambda, which is how many incidents I have divided by how many actual, in this case, months I'm covering. So I'm going to calculate my lambda that just happened to appear here. Out of this, I will simulate a distribution using the Poisson distribution. I'm going to simulate 50,000 iteration of that distribution. And here's where I'm putting the lambda. And I'm just going to rename the column so it looks better. So that's the number of incidents per month. And I will now graph it just to take a look at it. And this is my Poisson distribution, stating that I've got a fair amount of months where I have 0 incident, but most months I've got 1 or 2 incident, and then it goes lower and lower and lower until I reach lower level. Let's say here in this run, the biggest number I have is 10 incident per month. So that's going to give me a distribution which I can pull out of to see, well, on any given month, how many incidents do I have based on data from 2020 and 2021. Now, one of the things about thinking Bayesian is that as you get more data in, you're refreshing your knowledge. So there's multiple ways to do the aggregation of new data in Bayesian. And for instance, in this case, well, you could be using your prior distribution and adjust it based on new data to get your posterior distribution. There's mathematical aggregation here. What I'll do is I'll simply import a further year of data. So import 2, which is going to give me another table, which is going to give me another structure of here I have. So I've got more events that were recorded, and it looks like there's some of them. Maybe it's higher than the first one. Maybe it's increasing, maybe not. We'll take a look. So I'm just going to plot the new data I've put in. Yes, a slight increase, but if I put both data frames together, it's probably going to be increasing in the future. But based on 1 year, maybe it's not enough for me to change my mind about it. So I'm going to calculate a lambda for the new data, and I'm going to push the new data in. So this is the new data only for 2022. Let's say it's the end of the year. I've got 12 months of data here, and it looks like it's getting higher. There's less event where I have months where I have 0 incidents, and it grows higher. So what I'll do is I'll combine both data frame. So I'm doing here rbind, rowbind. I'm basically combining both data frames. I'm giving the structures, and I've got 3 years, 36 months of data, and I've got my incidents. I'm going to calculate the lambda. I'm going to do the graph, and this time I'm going to put all the graphs side by side. So what I have is my initial distribution based on data from 2020 and 2021. Here's only 2022. If I combine them both, what I'm doing here is I'm shifting my distribution to the right. So now I've got less event where I have less months where I have 0 events. But as I go, it goes higher because this data, this new information, shifted my perception. So this is once again one of those occasions where you can add data. So we're going to keep in mind that lambda 3 here and that combined distribution, because we can use this as we combine it with the consequence now, because the likelihood by itself it's giving me some information, but I want to know what about the cost. So that cost could be either the cost I'm prepared to pay myself in order to mitigate the risk, or it might be the cost that the actual cost of lost sales, for example. So that's part of my risk. So what I'll do here, I'm going to use a log normal distribution in order to evaluate the cost. I like log normal distribution a lot because they're unbounded on the right, so it can go to very high values. It's unlikely you're going to hit like $4 million based on the parameters we're going to be putting in, but still it gives you information that's the possibility of a high cost, which you don't have if you use just a triangular distribution like we're doing in the small demo at the start of this. So basically here I have the mean of the cost and the standard deviation of the cost of that risk every time it materializes. Log normal distribution in R, you need to do some algebra here to convert it to the parameter you're plugging in, but in the end what I'm going to do is here's the cost for a month for my correction for 12 months here. So this is the cost for 12 months based on the information I have. So it's taking in a first step the number of incidents I'll have in a given year, and then it's putting this as there's the impact assessed by the mean log. So this is what we got out of taking the mean and plugging it here, and we got the shape, which is what we have here, once again fed by the standard deviation and the mean of my cost per individual events. And here's the distribution I get out of it. Once again, this enables me to budget for it, for example, or to see, well, maybe I should be doing more. Maybe at some point, not for those numbers, but at some point, maybe it's worth it to put additional resources in or do something like that. So that whole replicating is how you get the 10,000 iteration of picking up how many events you'll have over a year and what's the cost of each event. So that's a Monte Carlo simulation. 1 line of code. You just evaluated a year of slightly more than 1 line of code, but you just evaluated a year of financial impact based on those incidents, which hit your reputation. Something you want to do is to apply statistical testing to some data you may already have. That can help you with forecasting, for example, to get a greater appreciation of what's the risk that you're facing, how it's looking, and what's the magnitude of the impact. So what we'll do is we'll do a simple regression model, because once again, regression, if you're using it within the data that you have, is a good tool in order to help you evaluate, for example, the potential outcome of a risk. So I'm going to set the scene so it's repeatable. I'm going to load another statistical library. This one, Faux, is just to create fake data. So I'm not starting with an actual data set. So what I'll run this function here is what it's going to do is going to create 2 normal distribution, which will each populate 1 column in the data frame. So I've got the mean of those 2 distributions, I've got the standard deviation, and I'm going to correlate them with a, not super powerful, but still there's a correlation there, something that should be picked up. So I'm going to run this here, and let's take a look at how it looks like. So I'll plot both distribution in. I'm going to zoom this over. So basically, I've got the number of followers of the angry influencer on this axis, on the x-axis, and on the y-axis, I've got the cost of the incident on sales, for example. So we see that there is a correlation, that every dot is the intersection between both distribution, and we can see there is a correlation. It looks linear. at a glance between those two. So as an influencer who's angry against my brand have more followers, I can expect typically to have a bigger impact on sales. So this is what we have as far as a data frame and a data set. So what we'll do is we'll just run a normal regression. So I will run it with the whole sample. So we're going to go in frequentist statistics. Remember that there's two categories of statistics. There's frequentist and Bayesian. So frequentist is the most prevalent way of doing stat for many people. It's the one that they learn in school. And basically it's a linear model. And we're going to start with how B is a function of A. So I'll run this and I'll run the summary. So basically what we say is we see that there is a highly significant test result here, meaning that we can reject the null hypothesis. And if we expect a relation to be there, say there might be a relation there. And so this is what we have. And we have, as part of our estimates, we have here that it's a small effect. If we take a look here, it's a rather small effect. So let's take a deeper look. It says basically something like 0.2 so for every follower, it costs about 18 cents or something like that. So let's take a look now. This is easy when you have a lot of data. Frequentist tests work when there's a lot of data. Now we'll take a look at, we're going to take only the first 20 samples from that big distribution. So we're reducing the amount of data point, makes it harder in order to detect if there's a correlation. So I'm going to run exactly the same thing, but this time with only 20 data points. So we see those 20 data points. And right now, just eyeballing it, it doesn't look like there's a regression there, or there's no correlation or that can be mapped. And that's what we say here, basically based out of those 20 points. There's no correlation between those two variables. So right now, what I'd say in frequentist stat, I'd say, well, I cannot reject the null hypothesis, so I cannot say if there's a relation or not. That's limited, and that's not natural when you're talking in a business, because it's a non-natural construct to say I do an hypothesis that there's nothing in there, and then I see if that hypothesis is invalid or not. It works in science. It's not as easy in business for your stakeholders. So what we'll do is we're going to switch paradigm, and we're going to do a Bayesian regression. So I'm going to load a few other packages, and basically this is using Stan. This is leveraging Stan as a framework in order to conduct Bayesian analysis. So you could run different statistical tests. Just about any statistical test that there is, you can run. There's an equivalent in Bayesian statistics. So you're using RStanArm as a library. There's other libraries to do that. Basically, it enables me to take the same type of syntax, but apply it through a Bayesian lens. So I'm running this, and there's a difference. Right now, instead of just having a yes or no test, it's running Markov chain Monte Carlo simulations, where it's creating paths and based on the parameters you have, and it's going to put the risk around all the parameters from your regression. So it's kind of including risk within the regression model, which is, for me, fantastic, because you actually get results that are more easy to understand by your stakeholders. So let's take a look at the summary, just for fun. So what we have here is there's no p-value anymore. It's not like it's significant or not significant. It's not that clear cut. But what I have is for my estimates here, I've got values stating that, well, I've got the percentile value saying I've got 80% chance that it's between 0 and 0.3, for example. So that's for every single followers. That's the cost. That's the increased cost for my situation. So this one was run on the, let me double check. That's the one that was run on the partial data. So there's not that much data, but what it says, it looks like there might be something. So it's not as clear cut, but it's not rejecting what I have based on those few, those 20 cases. So if I have a small data set, once again, this is more useful to me than frequentist approach because it gives me the risk. So that's the distribution that the estimate of A should take. And there's all the other statistics coming up, like R hat, typically, if you leave it at below 1.1 is good. But overall, we don't talk about it is statistically significant or not, but we could put a line and say, well, I've got 90% chance that there is a positive relation there, or there's 70% or 50%. It enables easier decision in a business. I'm going to do exactly the same thing, but this time using the full data set. So that's for the 10,000 iteration. I'm going to apply this, run it. So it's doing, again, it's Monte Carlo simulations. And here we are. Let's take a look at my estimate for A. Oh, now we're talking, it is much more precise than what I had before. I've got more cases, so my uncertainty was reduced. And now I can fairly confidently say that the impact for gaining one follower, so if my my influencer who doesn't like me has one more follower, it's going to cost me 20 cents in sales. So this is, once again, very interesting in order to take decisions and or to forecast, okay, well, this specific influencer has just started something. Let's see what's going to be the business impact for us. So as you get more data, Bayesian statistic will give you a more precise portrait of the situation. Another way of taking a look at it is here. If I plot it, well, you saw it. So basically what I have is for the 20 cases. So that's my partial sample, or that would be at the start of when I don't have a lot of information. You see that 80% value interval could even be negative. It's unlikely. It's probably mostly positive, but I can't say for sure. Well, now that I have the full data set, well, I am much more precise and I can be certain or more certain to say, well, where that line stands, where let's say I'm 99% sure that it's going to be an amount of X or less. So this is something that's, I find it very, actually, I'm going to be nerdy and I'm going to call it cool. It's something that's worth it for a business, and it's way easier than to facilitate decision making than just playing with frequentist regression, which have their place in science and in business, but this, I think, trumps it in many occasions. So this is basically the type of thing you can run while you're using R or any other software for the matter. You're basically applying your statistical test. If you got data, you integrate that data and you use it to improve your modeling and your forecasting. You can do it in classic or frequentist statistic. You can do it using a Bayesian statistic. It depends on the type of data you have, about how people are used to work with those concepts. We saw how you can use the beta distribution to gradually understand what's the actual probability of having a bad review or a complaint, for example. So those are all things that can either be applied to estimating your likelihood or your impact, or putting them together in order to have an idea of what the risk actually looks like. To sum up, remember, reputational risk is definitely strategic. It defines how people perceive our organization, it shapes our future alliance and partnerships, and it applies to countries as well. The way we conduct ourselves in peace and in war has an impact on how the world sees us. There are ways to quantify reputational risk, and thus evaluate how much money or efforts you should invest to prevent or reduce said risk. This is based on likelihood or frequency and their impact, so it's simple mathematics to put them together and have an assessment of how bad can this risk be. Social networks have their own dynamics, which need to be considered when assessing risk, and there are quantifiable metrics like centrality, betweenness that can be used to foresee the potential impact of those risks, especially if some key players have been involved. For example, we saw on the Game of Thrones graph that obviously Tyrion Lannister should have been made king instead of Bran. So once again, it's just about applying the proper tool to your problem in order to understand your risk and know how you can react to it. Thank you, Alex, once again for the invitation and your leadership in the field. And thank you, listeners. I hope you got something out of this webinar. If you can, donate to a worthy charity supporting Ukraine. We all need to make a difference in this dreadful situation. And please feel free to connect if you want to bounce ideas. As always, stay safe.
Hi everyone, David Lindstedt here, and welcome to Risk Awareness Week 2022, which is a one-day charity event. So make sure that you contribute and donate to the charity of your choice that will benefit the people of the Ukraine. So, as I said in the overview to this presentation, it's going to be a little bit odd. And one of the ways it's going to be a little bit odd is I am just going to pull up here this is an incognito Google Chrome, and I am going to put in a search for resilience. And there it is, resilience. Let's look at images. Because I want to talk about what we think about resilience, how we view resilience, and in a minute I'll talk also about the costs of resilience. I think there's two main influences of the way that we envision and think about resilience. And one comes from individual resilience, from personal resilience. And when you just do a resilience, this is the kind of thing that you get. You get the one person pushing the boulder up the hill. You get the one person who's trying to stop the bad thing from happening to them. You get a person by themselves who has dug in and is sort of taking on the world. Here we go again. It's making things possible, pushing up boulders. You can do it, stopping bad things. It really is sort of a one person who is beleaguered and attacked by the fate of the world. There's a few as you start scrolling down that involve more people, and I think that's quite wise. But for now, mostly is a single person in their individual life, and I think this is where we get a lot of our images, and I'm going to come back to this image in a minute. But now let's search for organizational resilience. Very good. What are the images there? Well, here's a bunch of models and words and things, so that's kind of interesting because there aren't any sort of ready images here. Our friends at the I-Corps have one model, and our friends in New Zealand have another model. Let's look at one of these real quick. So this is I-Corps. Let's pull this up. Okay, so what do we have for organizational resilience? Oh, well, it's all the pieces of what we sometimes think of resilience, such as business continuity, crisis communications, ITDR, risk management, supply chain, legal audit, information security, and the like. Now let me switch over here to my actual presentation. So this presentation is the specter of resilience. I struggled with a number of different titles. I think there's images of resilience. I think there's a specter of resilience because I think particularly after COVID, most organizations are saying, yes, I want more organizational resilience. That's a good thing. I was thinking about calling it this title that rolls right off the tongue, why organizational resilience is too complex, countercultural, and costly for you, even though you think you want it. I chose not to go with that. I'm David Lindstedt, and I'm going to be talking about organizational resilience and these images, these ideas we have of resilience, and how, quite frankly, I think they're all wrong. So we had talked about these common images of resilience, and I think this is one that typically pops to mind. This is the image of resilience we should have if we're using the flower growing metaphor. What we see in resilience, in true stories of resilience, not just surviving, but thriving, adapting to challenges, adapting to changes in the environment, adapting to the new reality of a situation that is very complex and ambiguous in a VUCA world. I started researching resilience a few years ago, and based on the case studies, first of all, there's very little research. There are incredibly few books on the topic of organizational resilience. There's a few articles. There's a few things out there. So based on anecdotes and interviews and case studies, this is the sort of the result of what I've learned about resilience. And all this is in a forthcoming book. It should be coming out this summer through Routledge Press. We're in this strange position where we all think, rightly or wrongly, and that's an interesting question, that we need to have organizational resilience in our organizations. We need to build it in here. And yet, it's quite unclear what it is. And I think, again, we have these images of it's either like grit and stick-to-itness and determination, and we get that from the individual psychological resilience. That's seems to be wrong with regard to organizational resilience. And in fact, it is the stick-to-itness, stubborn determination that often gets organizations into real trouble in the first place, and particularly in complex, post-disaster, unpredictable situations. It turns out that doing the same thing, the way that we've always done it, leads to problems when the environment and the situation changes. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem. You would just do the thing and everything would be fine, and then you wouldn't have a post-disaster or a complex situation where you had to adapt. So then the other idea that we have, and this is the one I used to have. Well, I had both of them, actually. But the other idea was, all right, resilience is a combination of all the preparedness disciplines. So it's ITDR and cybersecurity and enterprise risk management and crisis management and business continuity. That also seems to not be correct. In the research, in the reviews, in the case studies, in the anecdotes, in the conversations, in the interviews I've had, very, very few of them involve anything like these preparedness entities. And I'll talk really about that in a minute. But what that means is we're in a very unenviable position of not knowing what the heck it is that resilience is. What does it mean to build organizational resilience? And so we're using a scattershot approach. We're throwing money and resources and investments at trying to be resilient. And we don't really know what it is, because the research hasn't really been there yet. Again, with my book, I will, and in this presentation, I'll try and frame it up a little bit to make it a little bit more clear. In doing the research, I found 14 items, competencies, factors, you can call it whatever you want, that come up time and time again in stories of resilience. And I'm going to go through these briefly, and only briefly, because really what I want to talk about are what is it, if this is right, what does this mean for organizational resilience? And I think what it's going to mean is it is way more complex and countercultural and costly than you probably thought it was. And that should give us some pause about how we want to invest in resilience, how we want to build resilience in our organizations, because we're going to have to do it carefully, or we're going to come up with some problems on one side or the other. In short, if we try and throw everything at resilience, well, of course, we're wasting a lot of money. If we do all of these things in all of these factors for across the organization, we're going to destroy the status quo that to some extent we need. But if we do none of it, the status quo stays, and it is not going to be sufficient to deal with change. So let me go through. For these 14, they're not the end-all be-all of resilience. It's not a taxonomy for all time of what resilience is. We could slice and dice these different ways. These are the 14, and I tried to categorize them into 4 overall categories. These are the 14 that come up again and again in the stories, the case studies, the anecdotes, the narratives, the research in resilience. So let me go through them relatively briefly here. The first category we have, and I put this out as the first one because it, I think, is the most obvious and recognizable. And if you thought about it long enough, as far as organizations go, and changes in the environment, changes in the marketplace, in the customer base, disruptive technology, mergers, acquisitions, all the things that can significantly disrupt an organization, well, it helps to have money. So there's actually at least 3 types of capital, and this is sort of how I categorize it. But first of all, yeah, resource capital. Research from 9/11, Hurricane Katrina, Christchurch earthquakes, and other particularly prolonged disasters, but even the research from the economic downturn of 2006 to 2008 have shown quite clearly that it helps to have money. It helps to be able to bring money and to solve problems. It's not quite so simple as that, however, and now we start to see some of the counterculturalism, the anti-establishment, the iconoclast thinking that is required. Because in a post-disaster environment, in a changed environment, in a situation that is complex and unknown and uncertain, not only do you need money, you need to invest and spend more money than your competitors, and you need to be able to take money and reorganize it across the organization. You need to take money from places that are not performing well, that are old technology, that are old processes, procedures that fit in the old world that may have been even yesterday, and apply them now. So, for example, in COVID, right, we saw a number of organizations that changed their investment strategy, changed their market strategy, pivoted into new areas of technologies and services and products. The example I like to use is healthcare for the homeless in Baltimore, Maryland. They got additional money from donors. They spent that money on telehealth and had fantastic results in being able to offer telehealth without people having to come into their facilities, which was the model until that point. You need relationship capital. Hey, it helps to have friends. It helps to have vendors that trust you and that you trust. It helps to have long-standing partnerships. It helps to have these relationships inside and outside of the organization, and it helps to have information. You've got your strong and weak tie networks. Information is potentially priceless and costs money to obtain, as do relationships. All of these take time, they take resources, they take investment, they take conscious decision, they take a thoughtful setting up of the organization to make sure that employees can interact with other people across the entire, well, all of their networks, inside and outside of the organization, to build these things. All right, it's very quick. I think you understand, and you probably have an intuitive grasp of that. So let's switch over to something you probably don't think about. One of the things that became clear in the research is resilient organizations make use of what I termed crews. They're not teams, they're not groups, they're not departments. They don't have a committee. They don't have rules of conduct. They don't have an overall written documented mission statement. They don't go within the hierarchy of the set hierarchy of the organization. Crews come together to solve problems. They come together from different parts of the organization. They don't pay attention to hierarchical lines. They're self-organizing. They're self-directing. So as we saw in COVID, in Christchurch, in Katrina, in Fukushima, in the particularly prolonged and pronounced disasters and crises, and again, this doesn't have to be external. This could be what happens from a new merger and acquisition, from the adoption of new disruptive technology. Again, the pace of change in a VUCA world is only increasing. So one of the things that resilient organizations do is they set up, or it happens organically, crews. Now crews, and we have some different types, and I want to add red teams here too. Hold on, we'll do this right now, I'll go back. See, I can make mistakes and experiment in real time. Okay. These crews have to be iconoclastic. They have to be countercultural. They have to be dissidents, because they have to find new ways of operating, of investing, of offering products. They have to find new ways, new services. They have to reinvent at least portions of the organization. And to do that, you're going to piss people off. You have to be very careful about this. This is not easy stuff. But in order for the status quo to stay alive, parts of the status quo have to change. In a complex, wicked problem situation, we're not going to be able to think through the answers sitting by ourselves in a room. What we have to do is form crews that come from different backgrounds, different ways of thinking, that can be innovative and experimental and creative, and can run little experiments and test ideas and make inexpensive measurements to figure out what the reality of the situation is. In the early days of COVID, we often forget. In the early days of COVID, in the first days or weeks of Katrina, in the ongoing aftermath of the Christchurch earthquakes, it wasn't clear what was going on. It wasn't clear what things would work and what things wouldn't. It wasn't clear what customers wanted or what the marketplace would do, what the narrative was. Can we offer alcohol as a takeout? We never could before. That was illegal. Oh, now it's okay. In the court systems, particularly, I've done my interviews in the court systems of Wisconsin. In the court systems of Wisconsin, you couldn't have hearings via Zoom, but then you could. So these new ways of operating, these new ways of finding ways to continue the primary goal of the organization, and that can even itself is going to be a little bit dicey, because you may have to get out of your current lines of business and get into a new business in order to be able to survive and thrive. But let's go back then to our image. The image, how many times will I have to click back to get here? Yeah. This is not the image of resilience. The lone person who's by themselves, through grit and determination, stick-to-itness is moving through and handling the disaster. This is the image of resilience. It's thriving. It's experimenting, coming up with new lines and new businesses. It's the ability to be able to pivot and change to take advantage of the environment, the situation, the new normal, the what's going on. And this is going to happen faster and faster as we have more, again, disruptive technology, disruptive practices, changes in the environment. This has to be our picture. But what that means is, in terms of capital, we're going to have to allow our employees to network across different kinds of lines, to participate in volunteer organizations, to participate in things outside of work, to change capital around, to keep some capital available. These are going to be different things. And crews are going to be very challenging. Crews have to challenge the status quo. They have to think differently. They have to find new ways of operating. And that may mean killing existing lines of business, killing existing departments. You might have to have like a murder board that's set up where you're tracking things that are not producing as well as they could and get rid of them and to move into something else. And you may have to do this very quickly. So it's going to take contrarians. It's going to take red teaming. It will involve the entrepreneurial, finding new businesses, marketplaces, customers, and entrepreneurial, finding new services, products, delivery, and ways of working. A culture of experimentation. This means trying new things. And quite frankly, a lot of us human beings, we human beings, don't like to try new things, because once we found something that works, we try and stick with it. Most of what we do in the course of a week is a matter of a clear environment, a matter of habits. And now we get into atomic habits and level up your life and these other types of books and models that look, most of what we do in any given day is very clear. It's obvious. I'd like to be comfortable. I like life to be predictable. Well, that's not how you get to thrive in a changed and changing VUCA world. Now, in a post-disaster situation, in a time of great change and complexity, think of COVID, that's a nice easy example because we've all lived through it. We have to try different experiments. What does that mean? It means that in complex situations, we do not know the problem itself, let alone do we know the solutions. We don't know what's going on because it is unpredictable right now. If it was predictable, we'd already have the solutions and the status quo would continue to work. It doesn't. Something has changed. The environment, the situation, the conditions have become very different. And that means that we have to figure out what the heck's going on. Who was it? Hold on. Yeah, the Kay and King book on, what's it called? Radical Uncertainty. The Kay and King book on radical uncertainty makes this very clear in talking about we need to find out what's going on here. And this isn't a matter of probability. This isn't a matter of statistics. This is actually more a matter of narratives and figuring out, look, what's the reality of this situation here? And the way that we do that is to have simple, subtle, inexpensive, parallel experiments to see what works. So again, during COVID, the first few months of COVID, what will people buy? What can we offer? Where can we go? What can we wear? How will it work? What will be open? What will not be open? What will be available to us? What will the supply chain look like? What will the imports from China be like? Where can we park our containers? These huge, complex questions that did not have clear answers, and the answers that we had in February and March looked different than April, May, and June. And we had to try and take these experiments to figure out what was going on and then what would work. We have to be able to fail. We have to have a safe to fail culture. Now look, in most organizations, in most of the clear and complicated domains of everyday work, of widget generation and answering emails and going to meetings and dealing with customers, most of it is pretty understandable. It's pretty predictable. And if you go outside of the guardrails, the guide rails, the status quo, the standard way we do things around here, you'll probably get a slap on the wrist. That's called deviation, and we don't like deviation. But in facing a complex, wicked problem, you have to. You've got to try different things. And what the key is to be able to fail and be able to learn, right? Failing just to fail is useless, but failing because we ran an experiment and we learned from it one way or the other, that's valuable. And we need dissimilar individuals. We have got to have a group of people who think differently, different backgrounds, different experiences, different brain setups, bringing different perspectives to the situation to try and figure out what is going to work. And all that takes what I call exponential leadership. So I use the word exponential leadership because I want to call out a certain type of leadership. Resilient leadership, doesn't sound quite right. There's a zillion books on leadership. I want to try and pull out what are the traits of a leader that make them particularly good in a complex situation, in a significant disruption, at a time of great uncertainty. And what comes to the surface time and time again are these 5 components. I'm just going to go through them really quickly. So situational is understanding I need to have different ways of leading depending on the situation. And what works in the clear domain doesn't work in the complicated domain, doesn't work in the complex domain. In the complex domain, where we find wicked problems, great uncertainty, post-disaster situations and crises, Well, in that situation, I have to be a lot more empowering. And that is one of the things that we've seen. If employees are not empowered, and now this may mean crews, this may mean some employees, not all employees, it might mean a good number of employees, but employees that are facing these wicked problems, employees that are facing these difficulties, these challenges. Think about your thought leaders, and think about the kinds of wicked problems that most of your higher level folks need to do on a daily basis. But nonetheless, in the post-disaster situation, it's quite clear that the people have to be empowered both to make decisions and take action without direct instruction. They've got to be able to be innovative and creative. They have to do it within guardrails, within some guiding principles, some commander's intent, a direction of operation, but they've got to be able to be creative. They've got to be able to think differently. And now we go back to they've got to be able to try different things. It has to be safe to fail. They have to come up with dissimilar. Why? Because they're working in crews. They're coming up with different ideas about the external environment, the internal environment. They're contrarian. They're going against the status quo. And they've got the relationship capital. They have trusted people. They're getting information from their strong and weak tie networks, and they're given the resources that it's going to take to be able to pivot, to make changes. When the experiments tell us one way of doing business, of operating, they need to be able to take advantage of those results. So the leadership has to empower them. And what we have seen now with the Great Resignation should not be a surprise to us. Perhaps, certainly because of the unpredictable nature of, well, the world, we couldn't have said exactly how this was going to go. But research from the Christchurch earthquakes is quite clear that at any time during a significant and prolonged crisis or post-disaster situation, about 50% of people are actively thinking about leaving the job. So recently, Starbucks has unionized, at least in one location. Why is this? Is it about money? No, this is not what they're arguing for. And this isn't a matter of a few more dollars an hour. This isn't a matter of providing more breaks or better coffee or free treats on Hawaiian Fridays. This is a matter of listening to your employees. This is a matter of care. And what we're seeing as bottom line dollars and cents, as Machiavellian as you want to make this, if you don't care for your employees, they're not going to help. They're going to leave. They are not going to be motivated. And part of that is with the purpose. And part of that is being loss aware. Leaders have got to understand what the crisis has done to people, what the situation, what the last 2 years of COVID how has that impacted. And what the Starbucks workers, for example, are saying, rightly or wrongly, probably rightly, is that they weren't listened to. They were frontline workers to some extent during COVID. There were things that they suggested that would have been better protection, better business practices, better ideas for the way that they could operate. And what they're saying is they weren't listened to. They weren't paid attention to. Their leaders were not aware of the losses that they were suffering. The leadership in these situations in a resilient organization has got to understand change means loss, right? And so now let's go all the way back. I'm just going to hit this again at our ideas of what it means to be resilient, right? Change means loss. It means that something that I had, my coworkers, the time that I had lunch, the ways that I operated, working from home, working here, doing this, the responsibilities, the roles and responsibilities I had, they're going to have loss. This is where we want to get to. But every beginning begins with an ending. And we have got to be able to recognize those endings, call them out, name them, and to do so with a sense of purpose. It's loss, hopefully not for no reason, but loss so because of these types of things and for a new type of change. And that may not be easy. It's going to be costly. So think about everything that we've learned so far. Now, what I want to do is put this last bit of information in your brains, because for me, this really changed the way that I thought about organizational resilience. And what Taleb says is that there is a difference between fragile, robust, and anti-fragile, what we would call resilient, organizations. Most organizations, processes, functions, services, operations, whatever have you, sorry, Most of them are fragile. What does that mean? It means they don't like change. They're hurt by change. They're not flexible. They're not adaptable. Being on the manufacturing line, producing widgets, balancing the checkbooks, accounts receivable, accounts payable, steam generation, hotel management, most of the things that we do, the way I answer email, the way that I make a phone call, the way that I reserve a room to have a meeting, the way that we conduct ourselves during these meetings. These are all very fragile because they don't change and they stay the same, and we don't like it when they change. Now, here's what's important. Because of those things, very human, all too human, organizations and individuals, but organizations put entities in place to make that more robust. What is robust? It means absorbing mistakes and getting back to the way things were. So most of the items that we think of, maybe, in resilience, in organizational resilience, like cybersecurity, business continuity, ITDR, cybersecurity, enterprise risk management. Most of these are in place to bring the organization back to the way things were. It absorbs mistakes. But at some point, the change will outstrip these entities' ability to bounce back, to return to normal, to get back to the status quo. And if you don't have the anti-fragile components, if you don't have the resilient capabilities in place at your organization, you're in real trouble, because anti-fragile organizations and entities like change. They benefit from change. They leverage the mistakes. And so anti-fragile practices are the things that allow the organization to pivot in the face of great uncertainty, in the face of disaster, in the face of dramatic change, in the face of great unpredictability. These cannot be prescribed practices. There are no playbooks. There's no set of instructions for how we're going to deal with the next crises, the next big uncertainty, the biggest impact and change in the world. Right now, we have the Ukrainian crisis. What happens if Russia invades Poland? What happens if China makes a move? What happens if nuclear weapons are used? We don't have a playbook for this. Now, we have things we can do. That's a whole nother lecture. But the idea is we need to be building these resilient capabilities. But they're not going to look like business continuity, cybersecurity, emergency management. They're going to look like agile, like lean, like motivation 3.0 with Daniel Pink, like growth mindset. We're starting to see some culmination of practices that are set and created specifically for a VUCA world, for a world of great complexity, of wicked problems, of changes. But these teams, and I use teams, they're going to be more crews, but these capabilities are going to be such, I'm going to skip that. Yeah, I'm going to skip that. These capabilities are such that they're going to be costly in terms of both investments and training and resources and changing the culture of the organization, hiring leaders that are caring and are willing to talk about, well, soft skills. So let's look at some of these conflicts. The status quo prides efficiency and predictability and standard operating procedures. They have robust entities such as risk management and cybersecurity and business continuity, so that if it has a shock to the system, it can absorb that shock and get back to the status quo. But significant events, significant disruptions, disruptive technology, mergers, acquisitions, war, all the things that happen are going to require innovation. They're going to require creativity. They're going to require change and loss. And the more resilient organizations are going to be able to accept and somehow welcome that loss, that change, that disruption. Innovative, resilient organizations and crews are exploratory and experimental. They like complex and chaotic environments. They don't use standard operating procedures. They use heuristics, rules of thumb, improvisation. They make mistakes to be able to learn from them, and they don't go on hierarchical lines. They're self-organizing. They're self-determining. Yes, these things were successful in the past, and if you continue to do these successful things in the way that you've always done them, you are going to fail, and fail dramatically. You have to be able to pivot, to change, to think differently, to be innovative and creative in times of great disruption. The cost of building a resilient organization is going to be different, I think, than what we normally think of it. I think we have thought about resilient individuals. There's nothing in the research that says groups of resilient individuals are more or less important than any other kind of individual in a resilient organization. That's not what matters. What matters are crews of individuals that are operating in a culture that allows for experimentation, innovation, and mistakes, that are supported by leaders that empower and listen and care for these employees and all of the employees and offer a purpose. They bring people together around a purpose. They understand as much as possible the nature of the disruption, of the loss, of the change, and they are able to shape those people around them to be able to empower them and provide the guiding principles and the commander's intent. And all of this takes capital. It takes information capital. It takes relationship capital. And it takes regular capital. It takes resources. It takes money. And it takes spending more money in times of great uncertainty. But doing so wisely by moving money around, making efficiencies in one part to be able to spend more money in another. All of this is terribly disruptive and absolutely required. The organization is going to have to change. That involves loss. That involves doing things differently. It involves taking money and people away from managers who are trying to cling on to them, because that's what matters. This is a VUCA unpredictable world, and we cannot script out our approaches. There's no business continuity set of directions that's going to help us deal with the next COVID, with the next war, with the pace of change in our world. What matters are building these capabilities so that parts of the organization can take advantage of the change, of the disruption, and thrive on it, and be able to lead the organization through that time of great uncertainty and complexity. We're near our 45-minute mark, so let me try and provide a few last thoughts as we wrap up today. I think there's the recognition by leadership, executives, many of us, that organizations are going to have to be more resilient. They're going to have to be more agile, more flexible. They're going to have to be willing to pivot and change. They're going to have to accept the losses that are just part of business as usual, that are going to occur in faster and faster iterations in an increasingly VUCA world. I think we learned a lot during COVID. I think one of the things that executives, leadership, many of us in the preparedness and risk industry learned was that just having the robust entities does not make an organization resilient. And in fact, if I'm right about many of the things that I've just talked about, these robust entities actually make us more fragile, because these entities are set up with the express purpose of bringing things, by and large, back to the way they were. But what we saw from COVID, what we saw from Christchurch, what we see from Katrina, what we see from any long-term duration disaster, crisis, disruption, particularly, but the short ones as well, the more acute ones as well, is that the robust entities only bring us back to the way things were. But doing things the way things were is what made the crisis in the first place. If times change, the environment changes, the situation changes, and we're still doing the same things we've always done in the way that we've always done them, then we're going to be in big trouble. And in fact, this is what most of us try and do, and this is a real danger here with thinking of resilience as the same as being robust. Because most of these entities are going to try and get things just back to the way they were. And they're going to try and rely on the old habits, the old practices. And that is the opposite of what needs to happen. That is successful in a clear and complicated domain. But as you move into the domains of the complex, of the chaotic, those are the opposite of what you need to do. Complex situations require experimentation. They require a probe, sense, respond set of actions. And so the anti-fragile pieces of the organization are increasingly important. So this means that agile and lean and growth mindset and these other practices, DevOps, that are starting to come into these organizations, these pieces and parts are going to be very, very important, and having the leader, having the leadership and the culture, and be able to support these entities moving forward. So let's go back very quickly. Okay, yes, that's good. These are what we should be investing in if we want to be resilient. not risk management, but we have to have that as well. Let's be quite clear. The status quo is there for a reason. And so are the robust entities that help us absorb shock and get back to the status quo. And our efficiencies, these are needed, but they can't be the sum total of our organization and the way that it works. We have to have an investment, a very conscientious investment of these other elements as well. We have to have the right kinds of capitals. We have to allow our employees to have relations outside of the organization. In fact, we want that. We want them to spend time outside of the organization. We want us to have money investing in new things. We need to have information that comes from all sorts of different areas that we can rely on when times are changing. We need to have crews that we can spin up quickly, that we can change around, that can be self-directed. These are going to be people who are dissenters, are iconoclasts, are thinking differently, are creative and innovative, and they've got to be focused on a goal. Leadership has to provide the purpose for what they're doing and why they're doing it. They have to care. They have to empower these crews and other people throughout the organization to experiment, to make mistakes, to think in dissimilar ways. All of this is an entirely different way, by and large, of thinking about resilience and investing in resilience. So to conclude, and remember my title way back up here was The Specter of Resilience. The specter of resilience, I think, is this notion that organizations need to be more resilient, which they do, and bringing in these ideas of either grit and determination and stick-to-itness, or of these robust entities of crisis management, enterprise resilience, and et cetera, et cetera. But the reality here is we better think more clearly about this, because investing in robust entities will only make us more fragile. And we've got to invest in these other elements of resilience. And that is going to be a lot more difficult, I think, than we thought it was. It's going to be complex. It's going to involve a delicate balance. It's going to involve money, and it's going to involve investing in new things in new ways that we're not used to. So I hope this was very helpful. I hope, if nothing else, that got you thinking about what the devil is organizational resilience? How might it work? And I ask you to keep a lookout for my book. The book is slated to be out this summer through Routledge Publishing Company. Thank you again for your time. I hope it was of interest, got you thinking about some interesting things. If you would like to reach out for training or consulting, or just to get some more ideas, feel free to do so. And remember, this is a charity event, so be sure to donate to help the people of the Ukraine. Thank you all very much. Have a good day.
Earlier, Alex, we discussed the general ideas of chantification. I want to dig into the tools a little more, the open standard that makes it all work. And of course, I do want to reinforce how serious the errors can be when you get this wrong. And I think I'll start with actually an example in military planning.
So something very topical right now in
It
Europe.
is indeed.
It's,
it is indeed
horrible, absolutely horrible, and very relevant to our conference today. And by the way, if you haven't watched the session in the morning with Sam, the first session in the morning with Sam, do watch it, because it kind of do watch the replay. It gives a nice kind of leeway into the practical application that we will talk about now, because we've discussed at least 3 very important hypotheses and some of the excuses businesses usually use to ignore uncertainty, and the other side of the coin, that in fact businesses should and can embrace uncertainty in decision making.
So what I'm going to show you is a poster child for the flaw of averages in military readiness. This is actually taught at the famous Naval Postgraduate School in the United States as an example of this terrible reasoning. So Operation Eagle Claw was a mission in 1980 to rescue the hostages at the US Embassy in Tehran. And the short version is the helicopters were 75% reliable. That is, you don't expect them to run for the whole mission, right? They needed 6 for the mission. So the analyst said, well, send 8 because 75% of 8 is 6. And the good news is, on average, they would have had 6 helicopters. Yeah, but that did not address the chance that they wouldn't have at least 6. And my gosh, ironically, that's average-based readiness, right? The bad news is, in the 17th century, the mathematician Jacob Bernoulli discovered the binomial distribution, which he'd never heard of helicopters, but he could have told them there was 1 chance in 3 that they wouldn't have enough 300 years earlier. Okay, let's do Eagle Claw today. So I've got my file. This little file, it's an Excel file. It has 1 lousy formula in it. First of all, like we think, here's our mission length, 5.5 hours. Okay, great. Here's the average flight time to failure of a helicopter, the average. 1 formula, the whole darn thing is basically a count how many helicopters you have that have flown longer than 5.5 hours, right, in a given simulation. And by the way, right now, we're only picking 8 because that's how many they sent, right? Just see what happens here. Like, suppose the first one only flew for 5 hours. Well, we got a little conditional formatting here. Okay, that's an X. It's not there. Got it. Okay, so the first thing is, and I'm going to allow us to send up to 12. So now I'm going to run back to the little website. This stuff can be stored in the cloud anywhere. It's just data, and it's small data these days as well. It's not huge amounts of data. So I'm going to right click on this little library, the helicopter performance. I'm going to copy the link. I go back here. I bring up chance calc, and I say, use whatever uncertainty data is in your clipboard. It says, okay, I got how long each of 12 helicopters is going to fly. And so I'll select those. And now, as we discussed in the first session, where are we? We're not in Kansas anymore. We're now in a Rick and Morty cartoon or a Doctor Strange multiverse or something, where that could happen, or that could happen, or that could happen, or that could happen. And the question now is, and let me shrink this down. The question, oops, a little too far. So the question now is, what's the chance that the total finishing the mission, again, that's just the count if, what's the chance that that number is less than 6, which is the number we really, really need? And so I click the, mind you, I mean, if you use Excel, you could do this, right? I had to click one button. I used to study computational complexity. That's what my PhD is in. Yeah, well, the new computational complexity is how many new buttons do you have to learn? 2, 1 button, get the zip library. 2nd button, chance of whatever. And so I want to know the chance that the total finishing bears that relationship to the number that I need, which is 6. And, oh, there it is, just like Bernoulli predicted, 34%. Okay, so now, look how much work it is. Remember, I had just done the count if of over 8 helicopters, right? So let me just drag this down, right? This is just an Excel formula. I'm just going to drag the range down. Let's go to, say, 11 helicopters. What would that do for us? Oh, 4%. So, the irony here is, in 2015, Jimmy Carter was asked what he would have done differently about his presidency, right? And he said, I would have sent 1 more helicopter to rescue the hostages, and we would have got them back, and I would have had a second term as president, right? So these things actually have pretty big implications. Okay, so now let's talk about if you were going to industrialize this. That is to say, if you recall from the first session, people are taking perfectly good distributions of uncertainties and they're flushing them down the toilet. What a shame. Okay, so let me show you, we're working towards a mass production way of handling this problem. So I have not talked about the actual format of the data, which is really quite remarkable. And this is the stuff that uses Doug Hubbard's random number generator and Tom Keelan's metalog distribution. But let me show you what a user can do. And now let's start with that case where you have no data, but you have pretty smart experts. All right. So I'm looking at two products, the demand for two separate products. So I'm going to say, look, I got two variables here, and I have an expert. So I've got two separate products, and I've got an expert or a group of experts who've got an idea of what demand is going to be. So let's start with demand 1 is my first variable. And I'm going to say, look, I'm just going to do a very simple estimate. 10% of the time, demand is going to be greater than 100. 50% of the time, the demand is going to be greater than 200. And 90% of the time, less than. These are less thans. 10% it's less than 100. 50% chance is less than 200. 90% it's less than 400. And now look, I've got a distribution over here. All right. Whoa. Oh, but wait a second. It can't go less than 0, for gosh sakes. Okay, so I'm going to run down here. I'm going to say, actually, this is a simple lower bounded variable. It's just like you can't go less than 0. Thank you very much. And then I'm going to say, let's go to the next variable. So the next variable, I'm going to call demand 2. I got two of these products. So here's demand 2. And it looks a little different. Again, 10% chance it's less than 100. And a 50% chance it's less than 300. And a 90% chance it's less than, say, 450. So this distribution is skewed in the other direction. Oh yeah, but it can't go negative. And so let's go down here and say, no, you can't have a negative demand. And so it's got some really weird looking distribution.
This is just the mechanics of it. This is like mind-blowing stuff. With minimal input, you can generate a distribution, the uncertainty distribution, that you can then just take and plug into any kind of model, any kind of decision-making model. This is amazing.
Exactly. And Alex, we're doing this by hand, but you could have machine learning doing this stuff for you. I've been involved in projects where we use machine learning to determine these things. So let me run down here now, and I'm going to go to output options. So the file name is going to be called demand forecast. The author, that's going to be me, my initials. Independent? No, they're not independent. They're correlated. And I already know that these two products, because we've had similar products in the past, it's like selling shoes and socks or something, their correlation coefficient is like 0.6. So now I go down here and I say convert to a SIP library. This is now JSON. The entire SIP library is that long. This is all there is to it, just a little code. And what I'm going to do is, I think I'll download the library first. I'm going to download it. I'm going to save it as Alex demand forecast. I've got another one called forecast up here. That's the one you sent me. We'll take a look at it in a second. But I'm going to save this one as demand forecast. And I can then load that, or let's just convert it again for fun, okay? And then I can take this directly from the website. I click on that little copy clipboard thing. I head over to Excel. Let's just do a blank workbook in Excel. Chance calc. I'll take whatever's on the clipboard. And so it's demand 1 and demand 2, and I will put their names on the left here. There they are. I remember what they looked like. Who could forget those little faces? Right?
Wow. Wow.
And by the way, I want to point out, you know who Frontline Systems is, right? They're like the premier spreadsheet analytics company. And their analytics solver supports the same 3.0 standard. So you could do an analytics solver model to generate these. Or if you generated them some other way, you could send them to analytics solver to do stochastic optimization with them, right? The railroad tracks are now all the same gauge, right? So let me do one more thing here.
But let me just point out. So this is basically, you can then take this cell, now becomes a storage area for this powerful distribution information, that you can take this cell and use it in the rest of the Excel file, in your forecast, in your business plan, in your budget, and it replaces your single point estimate with a stochastic relationship with this distribution that basically randomly generates a number within the distribution to allows you to run multiple, thousands of scenarios. This is amazing stuff.
And more than that, watch this. I'm going to do a scatter plot of these. So I say, give me demand 1 versus demand 2. Oh my gosh, they're correlated. High demand 1 means high demand 2, right? So we captured all of that in here. Now let me go back to another thing. You sent me a CSV file the other night. And
yep, I generated a log normal looking like distribution, right, exactly, in model risk.
10,000 trials. It had 10,000
yes,
trials in it, okay? So let's watch what I do with that. I'm going back over here, and I'm going to use a CSV file. So the CSV file, it could have had, 20, 30 variables. Now I'm going to browse the files. There it is, forecast.csv. So I gave it the name of forecast. Oh, they're the first 10 trials. Remember those, Alex? We probably don't, but that's what they were, right? And then let's do this. It was quite a skewed distribution. And so I'm going to make a graph panel to analyze this in terms of metalogs. And what I discover is, all right, so the metalog, I haven't really described it here, but it is the Taylor series of probability distributions. It'll fit darn near anything. And what we discover is this distribution is so skewed that I have to use a 9-term metalog. A 2-term, that's a dumb way to represent what really looks like that, right? So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say, I'm going to go down and pick 9 terms, right? Then I'm going to create my output. I'm just going to convert it to a forecast. I'm converting it to the file. It's forecast.sitmath. It's a JSON file. There it is. Okay, I'm going to click on that. Go back over to Excel. Open a new sheet, go to chance calc, use whatever's on the clipboard. Oh, so what's on the clipboard now is a 3.0 library of whatever you generated in Spain the other day, Alex, right? And there it is. Look at that. And then I can use that in any sort of arithmetic. Okay. So you can see that it really
so I've for the sake of the kind of experiment, I've generated a random set of random variables which you converted into forecasts, but it could have been just historical observations, just a recording of historical observations. And you could have taken that and converted it into a distribution by fitting the best number of terms using a meta-log, finding the kind of the best suitable distribution shape, and then converting it into a zip library, which is stored in a little bit of code, which can be inserted in any cell, in any Excel. I mean, that is just mind-blowing.
You can insert it into Python, you can insert it into R. And by the way, one other thing here is that if you'd taken your historical data, it would have calculated the correlation between them if that's what you wanted, right? So look, we're just starting out. The thing I showed you with that website is based on Python code. It's just sitting out at our GitHub, right? We want to help organizations do this. Our goal is to teach your organization to teach itself. It's a huge world out there. And I'll tell you, there are tremendous opportunities for companies that have a lot of data. I mean, for example, in the construction space, right? Oh, how long does it take to pour 150 yards of concrete?
What? Yeah, exactly. For each of the tasks. How long it takes for each of the tasks.
Well, and what are they doing now? The averages. Here's my average die again, 3.5 dots. No, guys, don't publish that. Publish the distributions and the correlations and so on. And so I think it just opens up a whole new industry. In fact, I like to call it, there was the Bronze Age, and then there was the Iron Age, and like the Industrial Age, and the Stone Age came first, right? Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, the Industrial Age, the Information Age. Well, now we're in the Chance Age. And I want to leave you with one thought, which is people are hesitant to get involved in this game. But I say, give chance a chance.
I love that ending. Thank you very much, Sam. Don't forget, ask questions, write comments underneath this video. Don't forget to donate. This is a special free event to support the victims of the war in Ukraine. And get on board, because this is such an amazing opportunity. And I don't want people to take away the message that this is for somehow sophisticated companies, large corporations that have a lot of data. This is for any business, any decision maker that wants to add or appreciate volatility in his decision making. You can start by adding only a couple of variables to your business plans, to your forecasts, by making them stochastic. You don't have to go all out and create multiple variables. And if the word correlation scares you, you can start with slow steps, because all of the tools are available. It's an add-on to Excel. It's the functionality within the Excel itself. The websites are available to generate all the necessary information for the company. So there's really no excuse not to at least try it. And if you face challenges along the way, well, you can ask Sam and the probabilitymanagement.org team, and there's a lot of information available online. I mean, Sam has been preaching exactly the same message for the last, I think, 3 years, maybe even 4 years now.
Well, but
at the Risk Awareness Week, I mean, you've been doing this for decades before that. But I mean, just with us, you've been doing it for such a long time.
But the message used to be, it's coming. Now the message is, it's here. That's why the Chanceification book is out now, because finally we got all the pieces to fit together in a way that we can do it on an industrial scale.
Totally. And
with hundreds of variables in your organization.
Your first book is in the top 16 must-read books for any risk professional on the planet. But I think you have a special deal on this book as well.
Yes, we do. We're doing, I think, a giveaway with you. And in fact, there's a coupon code. If you purchase the Kindle version of the new book, John Wiley, the publisher, has given us, I think it's 30% off the original book if you don't have one. The two books really go hand in hand. The first one kind of gives you the theoretical underpinnings, and the second book refers back to the first one in a bunch of places. But the second one, if you were starting from scratch, you would start with the second one and then look back at the first. So
perfect.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Thanks, Sam.
Hello, welcome to my lecture on risk quantification. My name is David Vose. I'm Vice President of Risk Management at Archer IRM. I've been a risk analyst for over 30 years, specializing in quantitative techniques used to help solve problems involving risk and uncertainty. You'll see on screen a link to World Vision International, who are helping children and families displaced because of the Ukraine crisis. If you find anything I've said to be of interest or useful, please do contribute to this charity cause. Thank you very much. Okay. So let me start with where my perspective comes from, a little bit of history. So I started off, I left school when I was 17 and I joined the British Army. And I did a lot of training and square bashing and running around and learning discipline, etc., etc. After a few years, I went and studied physics and mathematics at university. Physics is a description of the world as we try to understand it. Mathematics is the way that we change that description into something that we can make predictions from, and therefore we can test. So if you can make predictions, you can test those predictions, and you can prove or disprove those theories. Of the two, physics and mathematics, physics I loved. I love physics because it was touching things I could understand, even though quantum mechanics and astrophysics you might disagree, but it was things I could really understand. And mathematics, I only really enjoyed the mathematics part to the extent that they helped explain the real world, and to my mind, solving real world problems. After that, I went and studied physical oceanography at Southampton, England. Physical oceanography it's very complicated. It's where you have the physics of the sea, the winds and the waves, and the chemistry of the sea, the salinity, etc., and light, and biology and geophysics. They all come together and create a very complicated world. And if anything, in the world of physics and mathematics are rather pure and simple to understand, the world of applying all of those ideas to the oceans makes you realize just how humble one should be about trying to make predictions. Because it's extremely complicated and interrelated. Then I studied electrostatics, electrostatic engineering. This is applying ideas. It was rather a strange one, to be honest. It was about electrifying hairspray so that one could, not that I would need it now, so one would have a can of hairspray and all the hairspray, if it was at a high voltage, you could and stick to your head magically. And then from there, I worked on oil rigs, and then after oil rigs, my last bit of formal education, I was in New Zealand, and I studied photography for 2 years. And photography, in fact, is how I got into risk analysis. I needed a job to get myself through photography school. And so I had two telephones, and David Vose risk analysis and David Vose photography. And risk analysis ended up ringing quite a lot, and the photography not so much. And so really by chance, if you like, I became a risk analyst. And so for the last 30 plus years, I've been solving problems decision problems around uncertainty, and really a lot of different disciplines. So I've done things in food safety and epidemiology, in looking at heartworms and getting approval for pharmaceutical products. I've looked at cancer in cigarettes and the risks of the pill, the contraceptive pill, diamond mining, the fatigue, stress and strengths around different pieces of equipment. I've looked at wind turbine economics and search and rescue, off-sea search and rescue. On the bottom left-hand corner there is the price of water in a reserve that's going to be used for generating hydroelectric electricity. So all sorts of different things. And a lot of people would ask me how it is I came about to do this. And the truth is that I just used a bunch of techniques that have been developed over the last 400 years, really. Started off with Pierre de Fermat, who sort of was the original father of probability theory, and you move through these bewigged gentlemen all the way up to Daniel Kahneman. Professor Kahneman's written a number of very accessible books I thoroughly recommend you read, and they're really about how people perceive and behave under under risk. But fundamentally, if you look at all of what I've been doing, it's been building up on studying a lot of these techniques that have been put together over the last 400 years. And then I entered the world of risk management. So previously, I'd just been about trying to solve problems in the face of risk and uncertainty. And then I came across this risk management. And then when I did, I came across it, I ended up seeing this. It was all about colors and scores and reds, orange, and greens. And this is honestly something I'd never come across. Red, orange, green, they were really where I'd seen them before in maps and heat maps. They were to do with actual numbers, but these were scores. So the risk scores. And so I'd like to take you through a couple of minutes of how somebody like me, who is a sort of physicist stroke mathematician by training, who's for 30 years has been looking at solving problems of risk. How do I look at these risk score ideas? So first of all, what you have is, like you can see here, I've got colors number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 different colors, and the colors are based on some rules that we create. So for example, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for, say, a financial impact from low, medium, low up to high, and the same thing for likelihood. Low likelihood, a score of 1, medium, low, a score of 2, etc. A high likelihood is a score of 5. So that seems really nice. We can say, this has got a high likelihood of occurring and it has a high impact. And nobody really needs to question too much what we mean by high, because we've got no units. They're just some sort of nominal score. And then if we got high and high, 5 and 5, we decide to color that red, hence the number 1 for the red color. Right, and we work our through this, and it means that whenever we got some impact that's low and a likelihood that's medium, then we're going to say that it's got a sort of light green, etc., etc. So we can assign basically a color to every single risk that we come across. And then what do we do when we count out how many reds, orange, and greens and yellows, etc. we got? And that gives us an idea of whether or not we're faced with a lot of risk. That's kind of the idea. Okay, now let's test the idea of being something of a physicist. So what we'll do is we'll assign some ranges to what we mean by, say, a low impact. So a low financial impact here, I'm going to say it's between 0 and 500,000, whatever units of currency you like to use, of dollars. And then a medium low are between 500,000 and say 5 million, et cetera, et cetera. Notice that this is going up in sort of orders of magnitude, so factors of 10 or something like that, factors of 10, factors of 2. It's not equal increments. And that's going to be normal because if, for example, anything over 100 million, I would consider to be a high impact for my business, and that's got a score of 5. I'm not going to say a fifth of that, 20 million, would be low. 20 million is still pretty high. So whenever we think of the difference between low and high, we're always thinking in a kind of like a log or an exponential scale, from low to medium to high is going much bigger and much, much bigger. But for probability, we can't really do that, because we got to cover the range 0 to 1, 100% probability, that's got to somewhere that's got to be high, 0, that's got to be, on the low end. So we tend to split things a little bit more regularly, 0 to 20, 20, 40, whatever. Okay, so if we've got some scales around that, what happens? Well, we can then say to ourselves, well, a score of 5, this little box here, or a color 5, that goes between 0 and, so 0 probability and 0 impact, so that's in this corner, 0, 0, and all the way up to, say, 20% chance with 500,000, so 500,000 times 20%, that's 100,000. So the range of this box is 0 to 100,000. And we could do the same thing for each box in the same color. And that gives us some idea of, well, any risk that sits in, that has a green, has got to sit between some value 0 and some other value. That's kind of the range of what we mean by this dark green. And that's, if we go through this exercise and do it for all of the colors, what do we end up with? We end up with a problem, frankly. I mean, I've set this off to have a minimum 10,000 because it's on a log scale and you can't show 0 on log scale. So this goes a little bit more to the left. But what are we seeing? We're seeing that this green here, this green overlaps with a lighter green, which overlaps with the yellow. And the yellow overlaps with an orange, and an orange overlaps with a red. That means that you can have an orange risk that's bigger than a red, a yellow that's bigger than an orange, a light green that's bigger than an orange, and a green that's certainly bigger than the light green or bigger than the yellow. In other words, we don't have any sense of ranking when we assign a color. Now, if we don't have any sense of ranking, what's the point? Because it's the only piece of information we're really getting out of these scores. And when we use colors, it becomes meaningless. So I think by now, and certainly if you've read any posts from the likes of Alexei Sidorenko or from Graham Keith or from myself or any number of people, Doug Hubbard, for example, you will know, everybody knows, that these scores don't make sense. They don't make, in theory, they don't make sense. But what I often hear is this lovely quote, well, okay, risk scores may not work in theory, but they work in practice. And that seems to me like a very bizarre idea. If something theoretically is wrong, how come it works in practice? And maybe we're not actually testing out whether it really does work in practice. Maybe we're just hoping it does. So how can we tell? Well, I think the way that we can tell whether risk scores are working is whether they help us actually manage risks. So what do we look for when we're trying to manage risks? I think there are some fundamental questions, some questions like this. You might come up with others, but a first big question I think we all have is, are we taking too much risk, or what's our overall risk exposure? Let's start there. What's overall across all of the different risks that we might face? How big is it? Okay, which are our top risks? Now, if you bear in mind that you have the greens and orange and reds and they're not really ranking properly, we certainly don't know that by using these scores. So what are our top risks? We can't tell that. We can't tell what our overall risk exposure is because we can't add up risks. Where should we spend our risk treatment money most efficiently? And this is kind of one of the nirvanas of risk management, is to be able to identify those controls and mitigations you have in place, perhaps already in place, that are really costing you a lot more than the protection that they're affording, and then you just throw them away. So you want to get rid of those and you want to replace them with others that are more cost efficient. But how can you tell? Because in order to do that, you need some sort of apples and apples comparison. If I'm spending $200,000 over here, am I saving myself, am I protecting myself by more than $200,000 worth of protection? If not, then this control is probably not worth it. So we can't say we're spending $200,000 to make sure this risk goes from red to orange if we don't know what that means. It's not helping us. We ask ourselves, are we taking too much risk? And risk appetite. What I see people look quite a bit at risk appetite, but they always do it on the individual risks. Like, is the individual risk red? Well, that's, if it's red, it's beyond our risk appetite. If it's orange, it's probably beyond it. If it's green and yellow, it's okay. Well, this is nonsense. We don't look at risk appetite in terms of one individual risk. We wouldn't normally. We would look at the entirety of our behavior. In total, are we taking too much risk? Is it beyond our risk appetite? But the reason we end up looking at on the individual risk level is because we have some kind of chance about talking an individual risk. We know the colors for an individual risk go from that red to green thing. We say, oh, it's too much, too little, or too much and not too much. But we can't add up the scores. And so nobody ever asks the proper question. If you add all these risks together, is it too much? So it's a peculiar thing, because we've sort of gone into this way of behaving in a certain type of analysis and asking, certain types of questions, simply because the techniques weren't there to ask the questions we should be asking. Another area we might look at, where is our risk concentrated? And that you think, oh, who cares? Well, you should care. Let's imagine that your company makes a number of different products. If a disproportionate amount of your risk is associated with one product, wouldn't you want to know that? And maybe you would just discontinue the product. Or a disproportionate amount of your risk is associated with one particular country, or one particular site from which you operate, or one particular vendor. You'd like to know that. Well, the only way that you can really tell how much risk, where your risk is concentrated, is if you can add up the risks and slice them in different directions. And clearly you can't do that with scores. Another obvious one, certainly in Europe, and I'm sure Alexei Sidorenko, if you ask him nicely, will give a nice story about how, using quantification, he was able to save an enormous amount in insurance for the company he works for. But how can you tell how much insurance to buy when you haven't been able to add up the risk? You don't know what your total possible exposure is, nor do you know on average what your exposure is, your financial exposure. And if you know on average what it is, like on average we would expect to lose $1 million a year from all this portfolio risk, you know that your insurance premium should be somewhere a bit over $1 million. It shouldn't be 2 million or 3 million. That would be a gross amount, excessive cost for the amount of exposure you have. So you need to be able to have some sense of quantification to be able to know what the appropriate level of insurance should be and how much you should be paying for it. And if you're a bank, certainly, but only because it's regulated for banks, banks are asked to ensure that, well, told to ensure that they have sufficient liquid reserves to be able to cover their operational risk. They separate out operational risk because operational risk for a bank is to do with all of those things that can go wrong, like you have a hack into your system, or you accidentally release personal private identifying information. You do something that's wrong, and you get a big fine for it, or it costs you a lot of money, like a fire to your head office or whatever. You need to be able to cover those, and they're in other areas of operations of a bank, when it's doing either lending money or it's doing trading on the markets, it has that's all taken care of in a different way. So here we've got those risks that are not really directly assignable to the commercial activities of the business. And so it needs to set some money aside. But we should all learn that lesson. We all need to set, whether we're a financial institute or not, we should be setting money aside to cover those operational risks. Okay, so what do risk scores tell us? Really, they don't tell us anything. We don't know the answers to any of these questions. Now, if I was just sticking with the financial regulators, and I like to think about them a little bit. Financial regulators, they impose more quantitative rules on a business than other regulators. And I think to some degree that's good. So I like to use some of the ideas behind what the financial regulators impose on financial organizations, because they're a bit more thoughtful. Okay, so let's have a look at them. So European Central Bank, and this is really going on about, again, capital allocation, how much money you need to set aside. And it says, a quote snippet here, the institution, meaning the financial institution, is not expected to implement risk quantification methodologies that it does not fully understand. And I would say that in risk scores, we don't fully understand them, who can, and which are not used for its own internal risk management and decision-making. And I think that if you look at most businesses, when they actually come to building up a decision based on quite a lot of risk, so a company is intending to, for example, to roll out into a new country, roll out a new product, invest in a huge manufacturing facility or whatever it is, they will tend to do quantitative risk analysis. At some corporate level, they will do quantitative. They don't do heat maps. Nobody I've ever come across, and in my 30 years, has ever used heat maps for making business decisions. So I think that principle there is pretty good. Don't use methodologies. Don't do calculations you don't understand. If you don't understand them, then you're going to make mistakes. And don't present to the regulator some form of risk management methodology that you're not using. And I think that is something very commonly done in business, is that we present outside the financial institute, we present to the regulator or the stakeholders a top list of risks, these sort of heat map kind of ideas, which aren't actually used for business. They're just used to meet or to check the box on the regulator's requirements. A very recent one, so 18th of March 2022, you got the European Banking Authority. I'll let you read the quote there, but what I particularly want to pull out here is talking about the relationships between the drivers of a specific risk event and the impact. In other words, it's asking banks to consider the reasons why risks might occur and the consequences that can come out from them. And it's actually making a distinction between drivers, risk events, and impacts. And impacts you think of as consequences. And this is very specific sort of terminology that we have in bow ties. So I'm going to introduce you to some ideas around bow ties. It's not the only way to doing risk analysis, but it's a very useful way of looking at operational risk, certainly. So it's very good in my view that we see regulators asking people to think about why something might happen. And if you think about why risk might happen, then you start to have a plan about what we can do about trying to stop them from happening. Okay, so and just another reminder, we can do better. And here is, and to remind you, a link to the World Vision International. Of course, if you prefer another charity, then go use another charity. But if you found it useful so far, or interesting so far, please do think about donating. Okay, so step one, I think we can, and I spared no expense here or no time in creating that graphic. We can get rid of this heat map idea, and we should replace it with something more interesting and more useful. So for operational risk, a tool that we can use that is a lot more interesting is something called a bow tie. So this doesn't look like a bow tie, but I'm telling a little story here. So how did this story evolve? Well, you've got 5 basic components. You've got a driver, which is the reason why a risk event might happen. You've got the risk event in the middle. You've got the consequence on the right-hand side, and there can be many. And then once we know those 3, the reason why, the risk event, the consequence, if you remember from the EBA paper before, then we start thinking about what we might do to try to stop the consequence from occurring. So what are they again? The risk event is the point at which we lost control. Here it's that we crashed the car. Okay, so if you say to yourself, right, imagine we crash a car, we've lost the control, the car's crashed, oh my goodness, what might happen? Well, passengers could be injured. That would be the first thing to think of. Who would be injured? It could be me, it could be my family, it could be other third parties. And how big would that set of injuries could be? I mean, it could be, in fact, it could be a range, couldn't it? It could be anything between just a mild bruise or all the way up to death. All right, and then how could it happen? Well, one way that you could lose control of the car and a crash is have an icy road. Right, so icy roads end up resulting in a car crash, which in turn ends up with passengers being injured. Now, what can we do about it? First thing we can think about is we would like to prevent that car crash from ever occurring in the first place. So the preventative controls are much better than the mitigated controls. So one way we could do that is we could, every winter, we could put on winter tires. So there you are, we've got a control winter tires. It's in gray because we haven't done it right now. And then mitigations, what could we do to reduce passenger injuries? Well, certainly airbags and seatbelts. But they're green because pretty much every car's got airbags and seatbelts these days. All right, and they've proven to be extremely effective. Great. So that's telling a story. It tells you a story that explains the logic of the winter tires, the logic of the airbags, the seatbelts, etc., and the protection they're affording. All right. Again, prevention is better than cure. So we tend to focus on the controls, the controls that prevent the risk from happening more than the ones that reduce the magnitude of the impact. And then we can build this up into something that now looks more like a bow tie. So on the left-hand side, we've got a number of different reasons why we could end up crashing the car. Well, icy roads, going too fast, heavy rain, distracted by the phone. And then we've got a number of different controls that could help stop these drivers, these reasons from resulting in the car crash. So, for example, heavy rain, we might renew the wipers regularly so that it's not streaking, we can see well. We might also, for example, choose to reduce our speed or not go out when it's raining very heavily. And then you've got the different consequences. Well, we had passengers injured, but we could also be late for work and we could have car repairs. And for example, in the expense of car repairs, we might purchase insurance to make sure that that if we do have an accident, then somebody else is paying for the repairs to our car. Okay, and that looks like a bow tie. You know, those bow ties that you put on if you ever end up going to some fancy dinner. All right. Now, bow tie analysis ends up being is a really lovely way of trying to visualize and to demonstrate to people how risk can evolve, how they can curve, what the different consequences can be. But in fact, you can imagine that most of the risk in the risk register, they're really rather inconsequential. They're very small, low probability, low impact. And perhaps we're not really that bothered about actually building out a whole bow tie analysis from it. You can think of like 3 different ways, and certainly in the software that Archer produces called Archer Insight, we have 3 different ways. There's a simple way of evaluating risk, and these are all quantitative, by the way. But the simple way is you can think of it as a triage. You take this whole list of risks you have, and probably a good 80, maybe more than 80% of them, you don't really want to go into any effort to quantify, because there's going to be no intrinsic decision-making value associated with that, because they're very low in probability and impact. The standard way is where you answer a few more specific questions, and strategic is where you really build out a bow tie. I'm just going to deal with the top and the bottom, the simple and the strategic. So if you remember, we have the same kind of heat map here thing. The simple method, if all you've ever done before is you've tried to assign a score to a likelihood and a score to an impact. So for example, here you've got a score of 4 for the likelihood and a score of 4 for the so medium high for both. All right, so you end up with something sitting here in this box. Now, if all we did is we assigned some probability ranges in here. So 60 to 80% for a score of 4, and 50 to 100 million for a score of 4 here. So we end up with, it's colored number 2, this orange color, and it sits there. That's the unmanaged. And then we have, so we get these 2 numbers, and then we have the managed. And here we can see that we've reduced both the magnitude of the impact and reduced the likelihood of the risk event occurring in the first place. So that's typically what you see is you've got your unmanaged and managed, and you've got likelihood and impact for both. So we have these two sets of values. Well, with just those pieces of information, we can actually imply a very simple linear bow tie. We must know that, you can imply that there must have been a control because that reduces the probability because you reduce the probability, and there must have been a mitigating control or mitigation because you also reduce the impact. So you can see that we can say there was a control which reduced my probability down from that score of 4 to 2, and that has a certain probability of successes because we went from 70% down to 30%. So this control must have had a certain probability of being able to reduce the impact. We can also say the same thing for an impact. So a mitigation, we've reduced the size of the financial impact. So therefore, there must have been some level of effectiveness of the mitigation. And even at a very simple level like that, it's perfectly possible to arrive at some calculation of or an estimation of driver frequencies and control and mitigation effectiveness, etc. And then, of course, you can go all the way through to building up an enormous bow tie map. But notice, just like with the previous here, we're putting some numbers around here. The numbers tell you, like, for example, you've got an external intruder, and 25 times a year, they're trying to hack into your system and get access to some data on a network. All right. But you've got a lot of different controls in place. Most of them are, in this case, they're under consideration. One is not working. Only one of them is working. Well, this one should have been working and give you a lot more protection than you're currently getting. So you can put in a lot of controls, you can put mitigations, and you have your consequence. In other words, if you've got a risk that has some impacts that really do affect the future of your business, future, not past, the future, because we're talking about risk. Risk is always predicting. Then it's worthwhile for those dozen or so to start building out a bow tie analysis. What might go wrong, and what do we have or could we have in place? Now, I think all of us are going to say, yeah, but we've got all these numbers. Where on earth am I going to get those numbers from? It turns out that you don't really need to be very precise. If we had probabilities in here of 10% or 20%, if you have enough of them, it doesn't really make that much difference. It really isn't going to make that much difference. It's just an awful lot better than doing nothing and saying, I've got 3 controls in there. Logically, you know that every time you've got a control that is further reducing the likelihood of event, the probability of these events must be getting smaller and smaller. If I look at, what's the probability low? I can say me getting COVID in the next 2 weeks. The probability of that is low. But also, so is the probability of a meteorite falling down my house and smashing to pieces. They're both low probabilities, but in my gut, I'm pretty sure that the probability of me or the risk of me getting COVID is something worth focusing on because it's got thousands of times or millions of times more likelihood than the meteorite. Even before I've gone out and collected some data, and probably I could, it's pretty obvious that that one risk is much bigger than the other. And we're trying to just gauge a sense of which are the most important, what are the ranges. We're always predicting or forecasting. We're guesstimating in the future. So one of the things you absolutely have to be very aware of when we're making predictions in the future, there isn't a right answer. There is just a sense of an approximately good answer. And if we start putting numbers in things, we can always get better. If Doug Hubbard has written some excellent books on calibrations, as have others, I thoroughly recommend you go read them. But we can always improve. And for those of you who are involved in risk management, for whom this is all completely new, I have to say that for the last 400 years, people have been doing it in certain areas and in business. It is not new to a lot of other people. There are challenges to estimating what values might be, but those challenges have been addressed for at least 40 years. And a lot of techniques have been built up. I myself have written several books in these areas. You can go look them up. But many others have too. All right. So this is all quantitative information. And when you've got these consequences here, well, the important thing with the consequences as well is that we need to recognize that these aren't single values. So if you have, for example, a financial loss because you've, I don't know, financial loss because your factory shut down. Well, you might say that that's going to cover a range. It depends an awful lot on how long the factory is going to be shut down for. Maybe it's just an hour. Maybe it's 100 hours. And if you talk to the right people, they will say, well, typically, I think I can get this up. Normally, I can get the factory up and running within 12 hours. But if this, and this, it could be as much as 60, 70 hours. And you have a range. So you need to be able to describe that uncertainty. It's important. Not just, for example, always take the worst case scenario, because if you do, then you will grossly overestimate risks. And when you start really grossly overestimating risks, what happens is people find all of your evaluations completely unbelievable. So then there's no point to them. So we need to assign distributions. And that turns out to be, you might feel like it's burdensome. It actually turns out to be very, very helpful, because it allows people to express, I don't know. I can't tell you it's going to cost me exactly $1,000. It could be anywhere between 100 and 10,000. They need to be able to say such a thing. All right. Basel II is a regulation for the financial institutes. And it had a lot of really good ideas, which there was a method called the advanced measurement approach, which was a great idea. People, basically it said, you need to look at the systems that you're operating in, look at the business environment around you, the kind of controls that you have, get some ideas of the probabilities of these different risks from happening, the magnitude of the impact, put it all together, estimate what your losses might be, and figure out how you can best react to the business environment, and you can put in the best controls possible. Unfortunately, it got completely morphed into a purely mathematical statistical model. And so it utterly failed, because people didn't really pay any attention to the principles, the ideas behind Basel II. They just looked to try and create some hideous statistical model. And so in the end, it lost any sort of sense of credibility. But the idea was really good. The idea is kind of, you can think in terms of, for example, a banking process. So if you have it like making a loan, for example, or doing an international transaction, making a loan, you might make some mistakes. International transaction could end up being accidentally some laundering of some Russian oligarch's money, whatever. So with a banking process, there can be a number of different risks. Here we've got one process, which is a driver, a number of different risks with various different consequences. But we could also look at it from the central point of view of the risk event, different drivers. You can see risks can beget risks. So that you can have this network or this cascading series of risks that can occur one to the next. And that can be really useful. If you think about COVID-19, or if you think about now the Ukrainian war, that the Ukrainian war was a risk, if you like, on its own at one point. But since that's occurred, it's created any number of different risks for any number of different countries. A very terrible thing. And then you can also look at it from the other point of view of, you've got a number of different risks could all lead to the same consequence. Like we have something called the GDPR, which is a regulation in the European Union where people must pay particular attention to the privacy rights of individuals. So you're not allowed to store information on personal information without people's express permission, which is why these days you go to any website and you're in the European Union, you always have to get, yes, I consent. But you're also, you have to take great care of it. You're not allowed to hold the data without it being encrypted, so somebody can come along and steal it, etc. So, for example, you can have a GDPR fine here, which could be the ultimate consequence of any number of different risks, which in their turn can have any number of different drivers. So really, the world, and pretty much all worlds are like this. You can replace that GDPR fine with the loss of a huge contract or the breaking up of a partnership that was critically important to your business. There are any number of ways that these can happen. So we really need to think of risk in terms of many-to-many relationships. We can't think of them just simply as line-by-line things which have inherent residual impact and likelihood. If you put these bow tie kind of ideas together, then you really end up achieving what Basel II originally intended. Again, it was a very thoughtful idea. You've got business environment factors, which are the drivers. Internal controls, which are those controls and mitigations. You've got the different event types, so these are risk events. These are all set out in Basel II. You've got the business line, so you can separate out your risks by the type of business line. And ultimately, you can put it all together to calculate a capital charge. So if you have numbers around these, all of these things, this network, if you like, a bow tie, is essentially a probability model. And with probability models, you can simulate them. You can use something called Monte Carlo simulation. So Archer Insight is a tool for that. You can build that network, and it has this built-in Monte Carlo simulation engine. What is that? It's Monte Carlo simulation is where you randomly generating scenarios. So if you said there was a 10% chance of a risk happening, and if it does, it's cost me between $1,000 and $2,000. What it will do is it will generate a scenario. Or scenario number 1, no, nothing happened. Scenario number 2, nothing happened. Scenario number 9, the risk happened. So 1 out of 10 scenarios is going to say, yeah, it happened. It's like tossing a coin. And then you go, and the cost is going to be $1,000 to $2,000, $1,200. So you go 0, 0, 0, 0, 1,200, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1,900. So each one of these is a scenario. Now, if you do that for all of the risks and you add them up, okay, this one was 0, this one was 0, this was 3,000, 0, 0, 7,000. Across that one scenario, what the world would look like next year, a potential scenario. Some risks happened, some didn't. The total was $19,000 or whatever, and you do it again, 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 and so you've got a huge list of numbers which could be possible totals for the next year. If you do a histogram of those different possible scenarios, you end up with what you're seeing on screen right now. At least I hope you see on the screen right now, because I'm sharing it, I'm recording this. I can't tell. Okay, so that tells you things like there's a 99% chance it's going to be less than 140 million. In other words, if you had insurance to cover you for 150, you're pretty much covered. 80%, 85 million or 87 million. Okay, that's probably good enough level of insurance to cover nearly everything. You might, it's a little bit garish, but it's just something I'm playing with. The idea of you could have some sort of risk appetite. You remember we talked about what was a low, medium, high level of impact. Well, if a high impact was, say, 120 million or more, then again, I said you shouldn't be looking in terms of appetite about individual risk. Look in the aggregate. Well, this shows there is a certain probability, a very small probability, maybe a 1% chance, that you could actually, in total, be in that high level of risk appetite. So something that you find extremely uncomfortable. 1% chance you're going to be in that range in total. And then you've got here probably about 30% chance, 35% chance that you're going to be in that uncomfortable, the medium high. And then you can see medium low, low, and right down here, very low. So you can, once you have numbers, you can start asking any number of different questions. You can ask, for example, which is the biggest risk? Like if I looked at all of those potential losses, which is the one, and it's a combination of the probability or frequency, because risk can happen sometimes more than once, and the size of that impact. So we want to know, you put those together in total, which of the risks that are driving perhaps the tail, or that perhaps just a total amount of loss in general. So, and those are the ones we'd want to focus on trying to control or further controlling those risks that have the largest impact, which may be financial, but actually it may not be financial. You could also be looking at risk, for example, that are health and safety or strategic, environmental, reputation, all sorts of different types of categories, especially if you're looking at ESG now. And here's an interesting idea. If you've got a similar kind of heat map, but the ones, this is from Archer Insight, the ones in Archer Insight Day, the colors do actually mean something. So they're equivalent utilities for those who are interested. But you can see here a tale of the inherent is before we applied these certain controls. So, and mitigations. So the risk would have started off here if, for example, the controls mitigations weren't working at all, but actually we're down here. And I think that's a very interesting visualization, because it tells you that you can see that the impact has been reduced. So there is a mitigation that has brought this all the way down to this point here. That's clearly, we're very dependent on those mitigations actually working. Maybe it's insurance or something like that. And we want to make sure that, that they're really in place because we're so dependent on them. I think a very interesting area, if you remember, I was talking about the nirvana of risk management is how can we be the most cost effective in our risks. So the way to do that is to be able to look at the level of protection an individual control is affording you, and then compare that with its cost. If you compare the two, you can say, yeah, if it's protecting you far more than it's costing you, you should go for it. And of course, the reverse. If it's costing you more than it protects you, then don't. That's a little bit difficult to do, actually, in pure financial terms, because if you did only look at the financial, you effectively would only be looking at those controls and mitigations that reduce your financial exposure. And reality is that a lot of the big risks that a business face are not financial. They could be reputational, and from a society perspective, they're things like environmental risks, which maybe it's not a direct cost to the business, but to society, it's a very important thing. So we we need to do an apples and apples comparison, but on a different scale. And it's a utility scale, which if any of you are interested, I'm very happy to explain about that. It's a little bit intricate to explain the mass of it, but it's a very flexible scale. You can put together all sorts of different types of consequence in the same pot. And what's kind of interesting about doing this is you can start to play. You can start to say to yourself, I've got this set of controls. What happens if I take some of these controls away and maybe replace them with other controls? You always need to look at sets. So you need to consider not just one individual control, but if you had different groups of controls, which would be the most cost effective? And you can see here you've got the 5-year cost versus the 5-year level of protection. This is an X equals Y line. And anything that is giving you more protection than it's costing you is worth it. So the current state of all the accumulation of the different controls you have in place, that is cost effective. But you can add another control, and that would be even more cost effective. You could retire some antivirus software. Perhaps it's costing you a lot of money and really not giving you any extra protection because of the other things you already have in place. So you can see this is very far to the north of that yellow line, because you're retiring something that's costing you a lot of money and it's giving you no benefit. So once you start really considering, particularly for those big risks, which have big impacts, the bow tie analysis, you individually specifying controls and mitigations. And by the way, you can reuse the same control for multiple different bow ties. So the benefit of one control could be the sum benefit of all the consequences it's protecting you against in the different type of risk scenarios. And that's really interesting. And you can also, I was saying that one of the things you want to be able to do is see the concentration of risk. Well, as soon as you can add up risk, you can start redividing it, cutting up in different ways. So, for example, here you cut it up into the different business units or entities that you own as a corporation. So, which ones are really have the highest concentration of risk? So, muddy field oil and gas. This area is bigger. It's saying it's got a much higher concentration of risk than others. You've got different visualizations you can apply. But the principle is that if you then compare that against the revenue streams that you're getting from muddy field oil and gas, you might come to the conclusion that it's not worth being in that business anymore. So what do risk scores tell us? There was a lot of don't knows, but what does quantified risk tell us? Well, it gives us answers to all of these questions. And I think these questions are genuinely fundamental to how you should be managing risk. So if you agree with the questions, you should ask yourself, is the risk management system that we're currently using capable of answering those questions? And if it isn't, I'd be thinking you should change system, change the way you do things, because really you're not adding any value to the business. You might just be ticking the box of the regulator, and that's not really very stimulating for anybody. A bunch of nagging questions. If you were to transfer from those risk score ideas into some quantification, is it going to take a lot of effort? Well, hopefully I've shown you with that sort of inherent residual idea that actually it's very minimal effort. Do you need an army of PhD maths? Well, that depends. I say no. If you were to use the software from Archer, then the answer is no, because all of the mathematical model is automatically built for you. If you just do it for a couple of risks, then it's not that complicated to do. You need a basic Monte Carlo simulation skills. A lot of people out there have those. You can use software like Model Risk from Voice Software, my other company, or you can use At Risk or Crystal Ball. There's a lot of different applications out there, even some free ones you can find on the web. So it doesn't necessarily cost you anything to do a little analysis on a couple of them, but it does become exponentially more difficult once you have interactions between risks. And of course, sitting there on a little spreadsheet or whatever, MATLAB doing the calculations, that's not the same thing as risk management, because you need all of that operationalizing the risk, for which you genuinely need some sort of integrated management or GRC platform. But the analysis is not that complicated. Well, what's the level of effort? Well, it's the same as you're using now. Really, 99% of the level of effort that we have in managing risk is all the operational stuff. It's not about the analytics. The analytics is it's really a tiny fraction, and it remains a tiny fraction. Well, people understand it. People, we're not sufficiently mature. In which case, I would very much encourage you to go. The RAMS, the Risk and Insurance Management Society, they've got a new risk maturity model. Please go and take a look at it. It's the first one that I've ever seen that is remotely sensible. All the others, complete nonsense, really. All the others sort of deprecate quantification until the very last step. When everything is absolutely perfect, then go to quantification and change it all. change it all, redo everything, but now make it quantified. That's just a nonsense idea. You should get into quantification as soon as you can, make it part of how you work. You'll find it's not very difficult. Will people understand it? Absolutely, they'll understand it an awful lot more than the scores, which if you go to an executive committee and you produce them a set of scores and ask them, what do you understand from this? What does it tell you? If they don't come up with a very informed answer, then you know they haven't really understood it. It doesn't have any information in it. It's not complex to use. Numbers are numbers. It actually becomes an awful lot simpler than most other methods. Is it accurate? No, it's not accurate. Because we're forecasting the future. My goodness, the future keeps changing. But it's a lot more accurate than anything else. And that's the only thing we really need to compare against. Yeah. And can we improve over time? Well, you can. I mean, if you imagine that you got, let's say you had 100 risks last year, you estimated had a 20% chance of happening each. You'd have expected 20% of 100, you'd have expected 20 of them to happen. Well, if this year you look back at last year and you go, well, only one happened, you know that you are really overestimating the chances of these risks and vice versa. So you can quickly improve with time, not just for probabilities, but also for magnitudes of impact. If you can create a feedback loop, then absolutely, then you can get better and better. And Doug Hubbard and others have written about exactly what that feedback loop looks like. In fact, Doug Hubbard, his business is largely about training people into how to estimate risk. And it's a very successful business, and people are very appreciative of the idea. So clearly, one can learn about these things. All right. So that's the end of my lecture. I do thank you for paying the honor of listening. Just a quick reminder: World Vision International. If you felt you learned something, then please do go and put some money in their account so that they can help out the world. All right. So thank you for your time.
Hello, everyone. I'm Trent Russell. I'm the founder of Green Skies Analytics. We're the go-to place for all things analytics and internal audit. That is primarily my background. It's actually my entire background is audit, either external audit or internal audit. And I'm talking about data literacy today. Data literacy, it does sound super boring to hear somebody say data literacy. I can understand that people just almost immediately fall asleep. So we're going to hit on why it is important to be data literate. I think if we drew an analogy of literacy in general in terms of being able to read and understand the importance of that, we can think about that similarly in our organizations and the importance of data. I don't think it's any surprise the importance of data, especially within an organization, and we'll hit on that a little bit. Again, though, my perspective is coming from internal audit, although a lot of these ideas and principles can be applied regardless of your profession or your industry. There's a decent amount of slides. I know Alex is a big fan of demos. We definitely have 2 demos, but just based on the topic, most of this is a bit slide heavy, certainly more slide heavy than I'm used to. So the boring definition slide, kind of the obligatory definition side, data literacy is the ability to read, understand, create, and communicate data as information. Another way to kind of look at this is, and almost the importance of data literacy. Do you think there's any executive out there that would say, you know what, we don't care about reading, understanding, creating, or communicating data to make decisions? That person doesn't exist, and if they do, they should probably seek employment elsewhere. The internal audit definition that I've come up with is the ability to read, understand, create, and communicate data to influence, to become a trusted advisor, or to create positive change. Creating positive change is directly from the IAA standards. Become a trusted advisor has become almost this kind of mantra or goal for internal audit. Over the past, I don't know, 5-10 years, we want to be the trusted advisor. We want folks to come to us and go, we have this problem, or we have this new initiative, and we understand the value of internal audit. So we want you guys to be included on that, as well as influence. A lot of times in audit, we find issues and effectively have to sell the importance of those issues, the risks associated with that, and not fixing those, what we'll broadly call, I guess, issues. So we have to influence in order for that to happen. I really think about data literacy more as a change management project. And if you are on the audit side, especially within SOX, as we call it here in the States, financial statement audits, basically. It's really a change management initiative. And so, like I was saying, if you're in IT SOX work, change management, you would refer to it or think of it as a change to an application or a system at your organization in terms of was the change authorized, tested, and approved before it goes into production. That's not the type of change I'm talking about or the change management I'm talking about. I'm talking about culture type change. So probably if you search for change management, those are the topics that'll come up as opposed to the SOX type stuff. But it's really a change management initiative. There is a culture change, especially if you want it throughout the organization. And so within, if you kind of boiled down the two questions, at least in terms of if we're going to implement some kind of change management program, or if we're going to introduce some kind of, we're trying to change the culture, two things that it boils down to is why is it important and how does it impact you, the individual? The importance of data literacy, again, I think it goes back to data's everywhere. It's similar to how, again, we need to be literate in terms of just being able to literally read. And so if we apply that to data literacy, we need to be able to understand the data to some degree. And there's various levels of data literacy. But, for the most part, when I work with internal auditors on developing data literacy programs, the objective, especially if there's a if there's a data team within the audit group, is everyone outside the team should be able to know enough, or should be data literate, as another way to put it, to be able to go to the data team and go, I've got this audit coming up. I want you to do this, 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 and this. Like, can you pull this data? Can you run this analysis, et cetera? That would be fantastic if everyone could get to that level. So that's I think the obvious importance. We've heard data is the new oil, et cetera. And so it's not going away. Another way to think about it is, because it is a pretty decent change, like I wasn't really around for this. I was a little too young, but if you think about when everything moved to the internet, like whatever your job was, like it moved to the internet or it got digitized in some way. If you stop using a red pencil to mark things, notes or issues in work papers, again, this is coming from the audit perspective, and move to, hey, everything's digitized now. It's going to be in Microsoft Word or Excel or even PowerPoint. Like that kind of change. I'm sure there were a lot of people that are like, this sucks. I don't want to do this. I don't like it. It's new. It's not fun. It makes my brain hurt. I get to a point and I just don't want to do it. But we're forced to get there. And I think we're going to have to force people, unfortunately, to get there with data literacy. How it impacts you, it could positively impact you in a lot of ways. If you are, depending, I guess, on the level of data literacy that you're at, promotions would be easier, I would say, because if you can go to, especially if you have a data team that you can go to and go, I need this, 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 and this, can you build it for me? Then being that person that's able to get insights from that and drive change as a result of leveraging a data team is obviously going to be a big boost for you, which also would entail some level, you would assume, increased compensation. To me, it's just also fun, a lot more fun. If you are kind of stuck in the day-to-day, or you feel like your job is mundane, then be able to, especially if you can work with the data, is going to make it a lot more interesting. And there is, just endless amounts of things that you can do to kind of keep you busy, is one way to put it, but interested is probably a better way to put it. And just the value that you can add is fantastic. I've read, I don't know how many books on data literacy. Let me go back. How to be data literate, data literacy principles, etc. And mostly it's just definitions. There's really nothing that's like, hey, you should try this, 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 and this within your data literacy program. So I do want to share some practical advice from what I've experienced personally, and then as well as what, in talking to other teams, they've said, hey, we tried this, it sucked, it didn't work. We tried this though, and it did work. And so one of the bigger things is a mindset change when it comes to data. Me being in data constantly, I know I will look at, if I'm walking through a store, I might think about, I wonder what data they use to determine the price of that thing, or I wonder what data they use to figure out, this thing is going to be on sale for 2 weeks and we mark it down this percent, et cetera. So I'm kind of always thinking about things like that. Recommendation engines on Amazon. Why is this thing related to this? Like, I bought this thing. Now they're recommending this thing that doesn't really relate to it. So I wonder how they found that association, et cetera. So one great way to change your mindset, and you have to intentionally want to do this to learn data in order to pick up a book about data. But if you are familiar with the book Atomic Habits by James Clear, he says something to the effect of working by yourself is for creativity. Working with teams is for strategizing. Reading books is for changing your mindset. And there's so many people that I know I've come across that they'll give a given piece of advice and they'll go, yeah, you just got to change your mindset. You can't just change your mindset. Okay. So my follow-up question every time is, how do you do that? And they're like, oh, you just have to change your mindset. So that was the most practical, actual advice on changing your mindset that I've ever come across. And I think it nails it. So books, there's plenty of data literacy books out there that will at least let you know what's possible. But really, literally anything within the data realm, there's a book for it. If visualizations, that's usually what can draw people into data because it's significantly more interesting. Being able to look at like a pretty graph or infographic as opposed to looking at a spreadsheet. So you could look at books on data, storytelling with data is one, and I'll leverage some of those principles later and show you some of those, but there's plenty of them out there. Along with books, I don't have it in here, but podcasts are another good way to change your mindset. I know for like we have an Alexa or Amazon, whatever, speaker at our house, and I'll just, if I'm in the kitchen and I know I'm going to be cleaning the kitchen, I'll just say, hey, Alexa, play a data podcast, and whatever she puts on is what I listen to. There might be something I pull out of there, might not, but if you kind of surround yourself with these relative to like content. So if you're on whatever your favorite social media is, just search for data, start following some people. So you kind of surround yourself. Trainings are another, I'd say, decent way of doing that. Some trainings are better than others, but again, most of the time, if I attend some kind of hour-long webinar, there might be a nugget or two that I'll pull out of there. And then most importantly is going to be tone at the top. And you could say that about, I don't know, it feels like everything is, well, you got to have tone at the top. You got to have buy-in at the top. Data is no different. And so if the CEO, or typically who I work with being the chief audit executive, is just kind of, flippant about it, and it's like, yeah, we're going to do data stuff. All right, bye. It's not going to catch on. But if they make a point to even, we'll hit on this, set goals, data goals with everybody on the team, and really be the one that pushes, we are going to do this. Here are some metrics that we're going to adhere by, maybe even some kind of KPIs or something for everyone on the team, not just the data team. So you have to have that. Of everything in here, everything we're going to talk about, if you are a leader and you aren't the one 100% owning it, it's not going to work. I also like to talk about the data literacy floor. This is what I feel like everyone should be able to do, and it's super simple. So one is pivot tables in Excel. Everyone should know how to do that, unless you have some more advanced, if you're doing it in R or Python or Alteryx or something, that's fine. Obviously, if you're in those tools, you're probably pretty data literate anyway. If not, literally 20 minutes, watch 20 minutes worth of YouTube videos on pivot tables, grab some data that you already have, a payroll register, an AP file, whatever it is, any kind of transactional data, and just throw it into a pivot table, click on stuff, break it, hit Control Z, hit the undo button, try it again. It does not take very long to figure them out, I promise. And I'll show a little bit of pivot table functionality here shortly. Next would be X or VLOOKUP. Or any kind of lookup functions. There's an index match also. It's a little bit more advanced than an X and VLOOKUP, so I don't include that, but that's an option. And really what those do is if you have, two different tabs in Excel or two workbooks in Excel, and you need to pull data from one that's associated to another and another one, this is where you use an X or a VLOOKUP. And then last thing is Google. And so what I always tell people is within data, it's aggregating data, which is going to be pivot tables. It's combining data sources, which in the Excel world is going to be X and VLOOKUPs. And then it's knowing the functions to use to like clean data, or let's say you have two columns of data and you want to create one column, combining those or concatenating those. Then you would go to Google if you don't know how to do it, and you would say how to combine two columns in Excel. Somewhere in there on the first page is going to be the concat function. Somebody will show you how to use it, etc. So if you can aggregate data, i.e. pivot tables, combine data, i.e. X and VLOOKUP or VLOOKUP, and then use Google to figure out how to clean the data or understand what functions to use to get the data in the format that you want it to be. That should be the floor. Literally everyone should know how to do that. And if you're not familiar, again, I'm going to go back to pivot tables because I spent 6 hours. This was shortly after I graduated college. I'd spent 6 hours writing VBA code in Excel to make it do this thing that I wanted it to do. And after those 6 hours, like I was done. At some point, I came across pivot tables and went, oh, let me see if I can make it work for what I was just doing. And it took me 5 minutes compared to 6 hours. And that was because I didn't really know what I was doing in a pivot table. And then after I kind of got used to it and played around with it, I timed myself to see how fast I could do it. It took less than 60 seconds. Something that took me 6 hours to custom make took 60 seconds to do in a pivot table. They can save you a ton of time and give you some insight as well. So that to me is the floor. Everyone should know how to do that. It'll take you less than an hour to learn a pivot table and VLOOKUPs or XLOOKUPs. And it will save you, depending on your job, it can save you literally hours a week. All right. So in-house webinars is going to be where, like, I, as the data team, develop some kind of tool, and then I would demo that tool to the rest of the team. And that was kind of the maybe best practice, or what I thought was the best way to do it for a while. And then decided, or thinking back to my stats class from college, one of the few things that I remember is that you retain 95% of what you teach. And so with that, I said, hey, screw the data team teaching it. They already know it. They can build it. But then they need to hand it off to someone that's outside of the data team and go, you are going to be the one that presents this to the rest of the group. I promise you will put more effort into learning something, knowing that your peers are going to potentially peg you with questions about it that you need to be able to answer. Otherwise, you'll likely embarrass yourself. So that's always a don't let me pull this guy up. Don't co-present the audit and the DA team. Just have the person, the auditor that's not on the data team, present it, force them to learn it. I'm going to talk about visualizations here in a bit and show a little bit of a demo there. But that could be something to where it's like, I don't really want to be like the Excel person or the SQL person or the R, Python, whatever it is. I don't want to be that person. But the whole, visualization thing is really interesting. Designing visualizations that are appealing, that tell a story, etc. You could be like that person. And if you are that person, if there's some level of interest in doing that, then quit taking CPE courses or webinars on sampling, how to sample different in audit, or how to do maybe even ESG or something. Go take a design course on Udemy or Pluralsight or whatever it is. Go take those types of courses. You won't get the CPE for it, but you can make up for that with, there's obviously there's plenty of ways to kind of hack your way through 40 hours of CPE, but be that person. And then you can work with the data team and the other teams. It's a lot more creative. Like, you get to be more creative, which I feel like we don't get a lot of chance to do that in audit unless you're in a data team or you're the data viz person. But it's really interesting to me anyway, like the way the brain works and why you want to use this color instead of this color. And you want to put this big blinking light thing in the top left-hand corner as opposed to the bottom right-hand corner. And so it is really interesting, and that might be something that you go, yep, I like the visualization thing, I'm going to go do that. So that's something you could definitely think about. And so anyway, work with the other teams when they present internally or externally. Be the source for that, to go, I'm going to go design this thing to make it look good and to tell a good story, or the right story. Other thing being hit on the insights gain. So it's one thing to go, hey, this is the tool we built, and look, it lets you see, we'll just call it sales across all of our store locations. Great. It doesn't really help a lot. But if you can go, hey, look, this is the thing that's built. We noticed this dip in sales through this visualization, this dashboard maybe. And so we dug into it and we found sales dip because of XYZ. These are the recommendations that were made. This is what was picked up or taken, and these are the results. Like, being able to speak to the insights gained is going to really push the importance and the value that data analytics can add to your organization. Last thing is to just simply record those sessions and make them available. Some people will watch them, most won't, but it doesn't cost anything to do it. So you might as well, for those people that would be more interested in it, you can do that through, record a Zoom like I'm doing right now, post it on a shared drive or whatever wherever you share your files, or however you share your files. Gamification is another good tactic to take. There's one organization that I talked to, and their internal audit department, they used pivot tables, lookup functions, and then an if-then function or if functions in Excel. And so if you use like an X lookup, you got a point. If you use the if function, you got a point. If you use a pivot table, you get 2. So they set these rules and said, that's how we're going to do this. We'll make it a game. They called it the contest, and we'll do it for whatever, 3-4 months, tally the results at the end. And whoever has the most will get, they did things like a day off of work, a half day off of work, like something legit that you're going to actually try to do these things on. If it's like, hey, here's a $5 gift card to Starbucks. I don't even think you can buy anything for $5 at Starbucks. Maybe there's like cake pops, which are delicious, but so maybe that would work. Cake pops for whoever. has the most points, but it has to be a legit incentive. Like, we are adults. A $5 gift card to Starbucks is not an incentive. A day off, yeah, I would take that. $200 gift card to Amazon or a Visa card or something, I'd be a little bit more motivated to try something new with that. And so the other piece to that that I added was something like a Z-score. So like on a point scale, like if someone applied a Z-score, which is a combination of the way I'm going to show it, pivot tables, lookup functions, and another function in Excel, then you would get like 5 or 6 points or something like that. So it's just a way to, again, to gamify it, make it a little bit more interesting for folks and give them some incentive. All right, that's enough slide stuff. I've got one more, and then we're going to talk about how to actually do the Z-score calculation. So a Z-score is the statistical measurement of a score's relationship to the mean in a group of scores, which is represented by the formula down here. And if you are like my then 18-month-old son, you're probably like, I still don't know what you're talking about. Hardly anybody does. I don't know why they give these types of definitions. The only reason I did it is to set up a picture of my son that I could share with everyone. If you ever attend my sessions, I'm pretty sure there's a picture of him in there at some point. So just my way of doing that. So that's pretty impractical to be like, hey, this is what a Z-score is, go do it. And so I'll show you what a Z-score is and how to do it pretty easily. All right. So here's our file. This company has multiple organizations. Within each org, there's multiple departments. And so you can see like this org is, let me zoom in. 205001, they have facilities management 1. This is a different org, but they also have a facilities management 1. So huge company, a lot of organizations, a lot of the same departments within each organization. These orgs are probably gonna be like cost centers or something. And then account numbers are gonna be something like, let's say 7623, and your facilities management, maybe you rented a tractor or something like that. Like, you know, it would be a thing maybe, or a service or something to that effect. Maybe, oh, these are facilities. 7306 for information, or for IT might be a laptop or a server or something like that. Doesn't really matter. What we want to do with the Z-score is we want to find Z-score, if you boil it down, finds outliers in your data. So what we want to do here is say, the question we're curious about is, I wonder if within these given orgs, department, and account numbers, if someone has spent in a given account number significantly more, an outlier-ish amount more than the average amount spent on that by that department, by that org. So the first thing we have to do is create a key. I'm going to use the concat function here. So all it's going to do is concat or combine all 3 of these fields into one. And then we can drag that down. There are 6,133 records in this, and we're going to be doing VLOOKUPs. And so a lot of times what I'll do if I have to use a VLOOKUP, it's pretty intensive, like resource intensive in Excel. So if you've ever got that spinning Excel, like please don't crash, please don't crash. What you can do, select the column, copy it. Yeah, I'll show the mouse way to do it. Copy, paste, values. Copy, paste, values. Okay, and now you can see those formulas are gone. If you look up here, there's no formula anymore. And what that does, especially if you're doing a VLOOKUP, is because VLOOKUPs are resource intensive, it'll move faster and you likely won't have to worry about your machine blowing up. All right, so now that we had that, the only 2 things we need are the average invoice amount for each one of these account, department, and orgs, and then the standard deviation, again, for the account, department, and org. And since we've created this key, we can very simply plug in a pivot table. All right, this is where you can just kind of play around with it. But I'll show you for this one, the IA key. All right, so this is a unique list of all of those org, department, and account numbers on the row. And then for the values, you'll see that it automatically sums it for each one, so sum of total amount. If you come down here on the down arrow, field value settings, change it to average, it'll give you the average for each one of those. And you can see if you were looking at like this one, for example, and you're like, well, it didn't change. There's only one value in there, most likely. So it didn't change from when we summed it to when we averaged, but you could see the rest of them change. All right, so we have the average. Next thing we need, standard deviations. So we just find standard deviations. Now we have the standard deviations. The reason these are zeros is because there is only one transaction for that account number, department, and org. So standard deviation is 0. So that's why these are 0 throughout here. All right. So now we have to take this data and pull it into our other tab. So this is where we'll show a VLOOKUP. Again, you can use XLOOKUP. The only reason I still use VLOOKUP in this demo is because there's a link in this workbook to me doing this again, because usually I do these live and they're not recorded. So I give people the opportunity to go back and watch it. And I did that video with a VLOOKUP 2 or 3 years ago. So I still use the VLOOKUP for demo purposes. All right, so VLOOKUP is going to say, hey, anywhere where you see this value that I just selected, wherever you see it in here, I want you to pull back what's in the second column, and then just always close it out with a 0. All right. And so we can drag this down. And now if we were to go in here and look for this value in our pivot table, this would be the corresponding average invoice amount. And again, I'm going to copy, paste values to get rid of the formulas. The other thing I'll do if you're documenting your work in Excel, what I'll do instead of doing all of them, replacing all of them, is I'll come down to the second one, and then I'll select all of those and copy paste values. That way the formula is only in one spot. You want to do this at the very end to make sure you don't mess it up. But all the formulas are, there's only one formula, as you can see. Formula is not up there, but you still have it in there for documentation purposes. So if someone wanted to detail review it and they wanted to run it themselves, they have the one formula in there, double click on it, and now it's in the rest of them if they want to check it. But since we are not submitting this for any kind of review, we'll get all of them. And then, excuse me, rinse and repeat for standard deviation. So all we're doing is using concat, pivot tables, and VLOOKUPs to do this. Say, okay, so now we want the third value rather than a second because the standard deviation is in the third column here. So we'll do a 3 and a 0, close it out, and drag it down. All right, now to actually calculate the z-score with these values, we just take the total amount, subtract it from the average amount, and divide it by, and then divide it by standard deviations. Since we're dividing by 0, Excel is going to go, hey, you can't do that. Totally fine. Don't really care about those. Again, because there's only one of these transactions for this account department invoice. I'm sorry, account department and org. There's not going to be an outlier. There's only one, so we don't really care anyway. Again, we'll copy, paste values. All right. Now, if you think about, I'll take you a little bit of stats stuff here. And if I pull this back up, and we'll go back to the pivot table. I'm sorry. We'll go back to z-score. All right. So if you think back to stats and a normal distribution, then this represents, you have the one standard deviation here to one here that represents something like 68% of the population. 2 represents 90-something% of the population. And so anything with a z-score greater than 2.5 is going to represent the top like 1.5% of the population, i.e. anything greater than 2.5 is going to be an outlier. So if you just fell asleep when I was talking about that, I fully understand. To summarize, all you have to know is any z-score greater than 2.5 is considered an outlier. So what we can do is come in here, numbers greater than or equal to 2.5. We'll grab this one. Okay, so within this org, this department, this account number, the total amount for this transaction was $19,990. The average invoice amount for that is $326. And so if something is on average $326, it's pretty easy to go to that org department and say, hey, for this account number, we noticed it was like 20 grand. Usually it's $325, $326. Like, what's up with that? And there might be something there. There might not be anything there. They might have a perfectly good business reason for doing that. But if nothing else, especially on the audit side, they're, especially if you give them a little bit of like, hey, we calculated the z-score to identify outliers and these are the results. It's probably something they've never seen before. And so they're going to go, oh, audit, you guys don't suck. You actually kind of add some value here. So if nothing else, even again, if it's like, yeah, that one was totally legitimate, you're going to understand the business more, which is uber important in being an internal audit and really any function within the business. Like, you really kind of need to know how the business works. So running something like a z-score or any kind of analytics is going to help you understand the business. And usually what happens is the business, especially if you're in audit or you're like second or third line, is we go do like a kickoff meeting or something and understand the business a little bit. Then maybe we get some data and we look at it and confirm what we were told. We'll also see some things we're like, well, they didn't tell us it worked like this. So then you go back to the business and go, hey, we saw this in the data. And they go, oh yeah, we forget, like 0.5% of the time, Mark does this weird little thing because there's a system issue. And so that's why it shows up like that in the data. And you go, oh, okay. And now you understand the business a little bit more. So it's very cyclical in terms of understand the business, look at the data, confirm or find something new, go back to the business. I promise you those people that are over those business processes are going to appreciate it. I talk about this all the time from different perspectives or different uses, I guess, use cases maybe. Is like analytics is clearly like a very technical thing. The end result, if nothing else, even if it's not insights or some kind of like huge change, it's a fantastic relationship builder. And I don't think I need to preach like the importance of relationships within a business, but it's really important. And so data can also be a really good way to build relationships within the organization. Okay. Machine's moving a little slow. All right, so especially when it comes to audit, and I'll kind of flip through this, accountability is going to be big. Not accountability is going to be big, especially within audit, but accountability is going to be big regardless of the profession. But these are specific to, for the most part, internal audit. As soon as you know you have an audit coming up, so maybe to make it broader, as soon as you know you have a project coming up, go to the data team. This is the project, or the audit, this is the scope, this is kind of what we're thinking, these are the risks, this is why it's on the plan. How can we work together to build something? After that, especially after you, again, in the audit world, you've identified the controls you want to look at. That's another good milestone, stopping point to go back to the data team and go, these are the controls we want to test. What do you guys think about, like, do you have access to data that would support testing this control, testing 100% of it, or anything else that you can kind of come up with based on the way we've scoped this down? So it's just largely a communication thing. And then the last thing relative to accountability is going to be goals. This is applicable to everyone, not just audit professionals. With someone that we've been working with now, their chief audit executive said, hey, everybody has to have, their typical, we'll call them goals in terms of like people or quality or volunteering or whatever it may be. But now you also have to have a data goal. So you have to have some kind of data goal, everybody on the team, and then the CAE holds them accountable. But I think something like that is really like the tone at the top situation we're talking about, where it's not, the CAE is not going, yeah, we're gonna go do data stuff, go take a training. All right, we'll see you in 12 months when it's time to talk to the audit committee and you guys can tell me all the great and wonderful things that you've done. It's not that kind of approach. You can't take that kind of approach. It's very much like, we are digging into this, we're going to do it. It's gonna suck. If I was the leader of the team, I would have told them that it's gonna suck. It's gonna make your brain hurt. You're not gonna like it. Parts of it anyway. It's kind of like when you learn a foreign language, at least for me anyway. I took Spanish in high school and in college. And, the first couple weeks or months, pretty easy. Like, red is rojo. Sweet. I know Spanish. But then verb conjugations come up and you're like, oh, this is kind of weird. We don't, that's a little more painful, but you can slug your way through and memorize it. And then inevitably I would get to like prepositions. And that's when I was like, that's too much. That's when I would kind of bow out. So it's going to be similar. There's going to be things that you just go, yep, I get it. There's going to be a bit of a wall that you have to push past in order to make this actually work. All right, last thing within the practical approaches, some kind of rotation program. So again, if you're in audit and they have a data team, grab an operational auditor, grab an IT auditor that might have some level of interest, plug them into the team. And that way they can learn day to day, and like they're just doing data. They're not doing other audit activities. The key thing there is however long you're going to do that. So if you're going to do like a 3-month rotation or a 6-month rotation, I would say even probably down to the week, have a plan for them. So it's not just, like, oh, we got this, person in our team now. Well, what are we going to have them do? We don't really have anything. So let's just go have them do this manual thing because nobody else wants to do it. Or clean up this Excel file by hand because nobody wants to do it. And it's an emergency or, whatever the case is. So you definitely need like a game plan for them and kind of milestones as well. And the other thing is bring someone into the data analytics team from outside, maybe outside of audit, or even bringing in, if you have a data team that's outside of audit, like a data center of excellence, like pick one of them up and bring them in. They'll have probably 0 audit background, but probably 100% data background. So like bring that person in, maybe bring in a data engineer or an analyst or somebody and go, hey, help us. Like, you show us what to do, kind of thing. within data, there's various things that you can be involved in, like engineering, analytics, or the analyzing piece, the engineering piece, architecture, ops, visualization, data or storytelling, etc. I like to show a little bit of data visualizations just because I feel like, again, people kind of gravitate towards that. I'll be pretty quick as we go through this because it is available for recording. And again, let me note, a lot of these principles are based on a book called Storytelling with Data. Really, really interesting. Probably the most interesting about section, or like the forward, that I've ever seen in any book I've ever read. So if nothing else, check that out. It's a graphical way of showing the relationships, I think if I'm recalling correctly, the relationships of the people that the author wanted to thank. So usually it's like, oh, I want to thank my husband and my dog, or like whoever, for helping me get through this. The way she did it in a visual way that was, as soon as I saw it, I was like, this book's going to be amazing. Okay, so there's a methodology of sorts when developing a visualization. I'm going to use the audit and the audit committee chair here. So the first question we have to ask is who? Like, who are we making this for? The more granular you can get, the better it's going to be for that person that you're telling the story to. So in this example, it's the audit committee chair. How are we going to communicate what we want to communicate? I'm going to show 3 techniques, data visualizations that are super, super common. And so they're easy on the brain for people that are going to look at them. They don't have to, like, if you ever looked at on the news or the newspaper or whatever, newspaper, online news, some kind of crazy kind of graph, and you might even like kind of feel dumb. Like, I don't know what this thing is trying to say. I've felt like that before. It wasn't until I really got into visualizations that I realized I'm not the dumb one for not understanding it. Whoever built it is the dumb one for making it so complicated. All right. So don't feel bad if you see something crazy, or even like maybe a waterfall graph, and you're like, I don't know what this is trying to say. It's the person who built it. It's their fault. It's not your fault. All right. So how are we going to communicate it? There's 3 that we're going to go to. What data do you have? If you're doing internal type reporting stuff, you're going to have the data, probably not in a nice format. It's going to be in your head. Things like how many audits do we use analytics on? How many CPEs does each person have? Like, that's out there. We own it. We just probably don't have it. And then what do you want them to know / what do they want to know? So there's 2 ways to do this. If there's something that you want more budget, for example, you want to share the value of analytics so that you can get more resources. You want to design the visualization so that you basically get what you want. Other side of that is if someone comes to you and says, hey, I want this within a visualization or dashboard or whatever, then design it with them in mind. And then down here, this is just the most comprehensive list of things I've seen relative to data visualizations for an audit committee. So if you don't have any ideas of what you could do, here's some you could pick up. Probably the best piece of advice I would give here, rather than going, oh, I think the audit committee would like to see this, so we'll put this together. So let's just say CPE tracking. I think they would be interested in that. Let's put a visualization together for that. And then they see it and they go, yeah, we don't care about that. So take this list to the person that's going to care about it and go, here's everything we can give you. Pick 1 or 2 that you care about the most, and we'll build something for that. Those are 2 different ways to look at it. This is the before slide, as I call it. So if you took, this is data that I made up, and it shows the number of issues, or maybe we'll call it audit findings, within the Eastern division of some random company. And there's the number of open issues, closed, and past due issues. And if you throw this in Excel, like I just put this in Excel, and this is basically what Excel defaulted to. And Excel said, based on the data, this is what we think would be a good data visualization. For the most part, it's fine, I guess, but it really kind of sucks at the same time. When I get done, you'll understand why. So at the end, I'll bring up this data, and then I'll pull up Excel, and you can watch as I show you how to fix this based on some of the rules that we're going to talk through. Somebody asked me what visualization tools I use. Excel for data visualizations, but then there's just like Canva. There's plenty of even Photoshop, and then there's a few. I know how to do like 1 or 2 things in Photoshop, so I'll do it just in Photoshop and then bring it back. But there's plenty of tools that you can use for visualizations and infographics. All right, so the first technique, we'll call it, is simple text. So usually you want to do this if there are, if you're comparing 2 sets of data, we'll call it. So here's the example. We want to show the percent of audits using analytics. So 12% in 2019, 29% in 2020. This is a way to show it. I think what's a more effective way to show it, though, especially if this number is larger than 29, but it still works here, is to use what's called simple text, where we call out this big number here or make it large. So somebody's flipping through their audit committee package. If they see this, or even I guess this, but if they see this compared to text, their eyes are gonna get drawn to this, and they're gonna actually read it, which is what we want. So this says the same thing. 29% of audits had a data analytics components in 2021 compared to just 12% in 2020. So that is simple text. Here are some rules to consider. Consider when you have 1 or 2 numbers to share. Tell the story using a BAN, B-A-N. That stands for big ass number. If you look up BAN, maybe you do it on your phone or something that's not your company's, maybe, depending on how comfortable you feel, looking up the term big ass number. But you will see that it's an actual visualization term. The visualization community refers to these as bands. And so if you think about, like, if you looked up, like if you typed in sales dashboard into a search engine, you'll see what I'm talking about. The bands are like those big ass numbers that are at the top. Usually there might be anywhere between like 2 to 4, but it'll be like, revenue in terms of sales will be like the big number, 54 million in sales or whatever. But you can use those obviously in dashboards. And then what I was talking about with simple text to draw the eyes to that. That's why they're big. So they draw your attention to them. So another option is going to be tables. And this is the same data that we were looking at in that before slide, except instead of just being the east, it's each one of them. And what I wanted to show you here is how to actually create this color scheme. So this is that data. And what you can do, we're going to get rid of this. What we're going to do is, if you select it, I'll zoom in a little bit. Conditional formatting, color scales, and then you can pick, you can see, okay, so this is green, yellow, red. This is red, yellow, green. And so the difference being Excel's going, hey, if you're going to do this one, red is bad, right? So the 17 being red means it's the biggest one or the worst one. And here it's going, hey, maybe 17 is a good thing. You want the most of something, so we're going to make it green. It doesn't really matter for our purposes, but something to keep in mind as you like kind of flip through these. So we'll just pick this one. Then what we can do is we want to use our color scheme. Maybe it's like your company's color scheme. So let's say your company's colors are some shade of blue. So what we can do is we want to make this company colors. So we'll say, all right, blue for that shade of blue. This is the next shade lower. So we'll maybe pick this one. 6, 8, 7 all have similar shades. So we'll pick the next one from there. And then 1, 2, 4, and 3. We'll go the next one up, 1, 2, 3, somewhere around there. And then if we take this conditional formatting off, now it's applied the company colors. And you might even want to do something like, especially if 17 is where you want to draw the attention, we can make it slightly different by just changing it to white. And so if you're like flipping through a packet and you saw this, your eyes are probably going to go straight to these 17s, and then you're going to go 17, what's that open issue? Oh, there's 17 open issues in the South region. There's 17 past due issues in the East region. Again, if you're telling the story, that you can manipulate it to where the eyes of the person reading it or reviewing it or whatever are drawn to a certain place, because you don't want them going, finding some other maybe insight somewhere else. And I'd say insight kind of loosely there. You don't want them using their brain power to be looking at something that really doesn't matter. You want their attention to be drawn to the thing you want their attention to be drawn to. These are some examples of good and bad tables. If you're doing a session, giving a presentation to a group, like in a conference room, and you have a decent sized table, it'll make sense to alternate the color scheme here, so that you'll have people like trying to follow along with their fingers. It's easier to read, especially at a distance. So that's something to consider. But the reason I would consider this a bad table otherwise, because it's all about the background. It's not about the data. And so we want to bring the data forward and push everything else backwards. And so to clean this up, I would probably make everything a white background. I'd make all of the numerical values black. I would make the horizontal and the vertical lines around each value like a really light gray kind of thing. Again, push all the stuff back or get rid of it, depending on the scenario. Push it all back and make sure the numbers are what stand out, not the borders, not the bold headline or the bold column title. This is, I don't know. To me, this just, it doesn't look good. The color scheme does not look good. And so if you saw this one and went, hey, I think that looks pretty good, maybe take a visualization course or a design course, or maybe it's not for you, or maybe it is exactly for you and you're at the very beginning. And so that's why you were pleased with this one. And then the last one down here that we already showed. Again, it kind of depends on the intent of what you want them to see and where you want their eyes to go. Biggest thing here, though, is I haven't mentioned it yet. With any visualization, have someone glance at it first and see where their eyes go. So work on it, give it to somebody else, your significant other, coworker, whatever, and then literally watch where their eyes go. And if you want the eyes to go to the top left and their eyes go to the bottom right, make note, fix it. You do not want the data to stand out more than the borders, like we mentioned a second ago. And then be careful when you're using a live presentation, because if you pull up a table as you're talking, your audience is going to pay less attention to you and what you're saying, and they're going to pay more attention to the table and trying to interpret it how their brains interpret it. So I always like to almost like set it up and go like, hey, we're about to look at this table. These are the insights from that. All right, so the next one's going to be bar graphs. This is the one that I use the most because most people have seen bar graphs since forever. And so it's easy to understand and communicate with them, similar to tables. We've all seen tables, but people see it, they get it. So here we have various certifications and the number of people on the team that have those certifications. Nothing fancy about this. If we take it, this is the way Excel kind of defaults this to. So it just puts this count up here as the title, which doesn't really tell you. I mean, it tells you what it is, but it's not a great way to do it. And then we can see how many CPAs we have, CIAs we have, et cetera. So if we know kind of in advance, almost like we know our audit team doesn't have enough IT competency, a high level of IT competency. We need to get more people thinking from an IT perspective or thinking about the risks relative to IT. Then this would be a great way to tell that story. And so some things you can do with bar graphs is the stuff that doesn't matter, that we don't want to draw attention to, you can gray it out. So what we want to highlight is these are the IT type certifications, the CISA, CISSP, and CISM. So draw attention to those. And then we can say, look, only 22% of the internal audit department holds IT certifications. The ask could be something like, hey, we need more budget so we can get the rest of our team upskilled in IT audit. So this is a use of bar graphs as well as kind of the simple text where we draw attention to the number within the text. Quick checklist on that. Use the text to tell the story. So instead of having count, I think we had something, instead of just having count up here, we're telling you, look, there's an IT competency gap in internal audit. Remove the grid lines. I'll share that with you. I'll show you how to do that in a second, but anything that doesn't, that's noise, like you can just delete it. Customize the title by asking what you want from presenting the data. Similar to what I was talking about with the count piece. Highlight what matters and gray out what doesn't. So we grayed out all the non-IT certifications and brought to light, I guess is a way to put it, the IT certifications so that your eyes get drawn there. Don't use decimals on the axis. There's no need to have 300.00. That tells you nothing. It adds nothing. It's just more to take in. So get rid of those. And then no vertical or diagonal text on the x-axis. And I'll show you what I mean by that. But I'll wait until I share that with you. Rules for color: use colors sparingly and contrast the grays and colors, the actual colors for highlighting. If you have to use company colors, play around with them, see what works, but know this. Like in our example, we used, in the last one, we used a green color. So we'll just say the company's colors are green. Even if the company colors aren't, or they don't have black, gray, or white in them, you can still use those, to like push the thing back or draw attention, bring attention to the other colors. You're not going to get in trouble for using gray, black, or white, even though those aren't company colors. And that was the last note. The other thing that's not in here to consider is I think 1 in 8 people are colorblind. And so you might want to scale your colors in line with colorblind folks. And so that's a simple search on the internet. Data visualizations or visualizations for colorblind people, or the color scale for colorblind presentations or something like that. And it'll show you like the colors that you can use for them, which can also be, you would obviously apply to the rest of the audience. You wouldn't make a separate deck for just colorblind people, but all right. So this is how you actually do some of this stuff. I shared that one with you already. Here is a carve out. So in our other data up top, it was north, south, east, west. and I think maybe even IT. This is a subset of that where it's just the East broken out over quarters. And if you select this and just kind of throw it into a visual, this is what Excel says, hey, we think this looks good. But even then, like, I know what I'm kind of looking for here, and it's kind of hard to tease out what the story is. So I'm going to delete this. We're going to use a different one. So if you've never done a graph in Excel, select all the data, insert. Then you can come over here to recommended charts and see what you feel like tells the story, or whichever one you like. This is what we had there to begin with. This is a map version. Obviously, we don't have any geographical data outside of the fact that it's East, but we don't even know what East what part of the world is East, so it doesn't matter. This kind of shows it, but it's also pretty terrible if you just look at it. So we're going to stick with this stacked column bar chart for this one. There's a couple of quick things that we can do to make this just a little better. All right, so we talked about removing grid lines. These aren't really necessary. All right, so we'll get rid of those. This border here, also unnecessary. And so all I did, click on it, then right click, outline, no outline to get rid of it. And really that's basically it. Like, just click on things, right click on it, change it. If it doesn't do what you want it to do, hit the undo button or hit Control Z. It'll take care of it for you. One of the rules that I don't think we mentioned it specifically, but for chart titles, it's kind of best practice to move those to the top left. And then, again, you want to make a nice statement there about what it is that you want. The reason we put it in the top left, Tableau, I think it was Tableau, data visualization or dashboarding company. They did this study where they had retina scanners on all these cameras on people's laptops. And they would show a visualization, and then they would see where the eyes went. And then they would they overlaid all those. They did, a couple hundred samples, and they would overlay each person. They would see, based on that heat map, where the eyes went. And they found that for the most part, all things being equal, we read visualizations from the top left over to the right, and then we kind of zigzag down to the bottom left and then over to the right, which is why typically you'll see, like, on a website, there's usually like a link back to the homepage on the top left. It's usually like company logo. You click on it, it takes you back to the homepage. Then across the top are service offerings or whatever else it is, because that's where they want you to go. And then you kind of drag your eyes down through here and then back across. So that's why you want to put it in the top left. The other thing we could do is kind of best practice, move the legend up there with it. And I'm not going to change the title up here because I'm a pretty average typer and I don't want you to have to sit through that. Obviously, a bit of a problem, especially if you're doing this straight from Excel and kind of modeling it after what I'm showing you right now. We don't want that 40 in there. So that's, again, something else. If we change the entire background of this legend, if we fill it in as white, it's going to get rid of that for us by doing that. So it's still there. It's just kind of hidden. All right. I know what the story is here. So, and you will too, like, you'll know what story you want to tell if you're designing these from scratch. And so what I want to show is the number of past due issues that have increased over time. And so I want to call attention to these gray ones, but I don't want, as opposed to the blue or the orange. And so we want to make these blue and orange ones. We don't want them to stick out as much. So we can use different shades of gray if we want to. And now we can change this to a color that's going to attract the eye. So we'll stick with this crimson color here. All right, so now you can see it a little bit better, where we can see like this increase in past due issues over time relative to the open and closed issues. Again, I'm not going to go through all the sit here and show you, like, because there's things that I have to type out, but just to show you kind of the final product. So we're saying there's been an increase in past due issues due to loss of staff. Before the senior auditor left, there were only 5 past due issues. After the senior auditor left, there were 17 past due issues. So the story, that could be the story, and then your ask might be, you'd want to include this in the visualization also. The ask would be something like, hey, look, we've tried hiring a new senior for the past 2.5 whatever quarters. We're not finding anyone because you guys are asking us to be in the office 5 days a week, and you can see these issues are not being closed. So with that being said, can we please try to hire someone on and as a hybrid model or a full remote person, et cetera. Otherwise, we're just going to see this trend continue. Maybe that's the story you're trying to tell. So I was never actually a big fan of visualizations. Somebody would send me a Tableau workbook with these nice dashboards and everything, and I would open it, I would right click on it, I would say view data, detailed data, download it myself, and I would just play with it myself instead of whatever they wanted me to see. So I was never like a huge fan of data visualizations until, and this is from the Storytelling with Data book, this example. I saw this, and that's when I went, oh, that's why it's important. So this is kind of the before slide. You can think about it like that. Like this is probably the crappiest way you could look at this data, and then I'll show you the significantly better way. But you can see some of the rules that we talked about earlier being broken. Here are the decimals. Like the decimals add nothing here most of the time. They aren't. Here we have the months that are all at a diagonal. Human beings don't read at a diagonal, so you want it to read from left to right. And so instead of writing these out fully, you can abbreviate them. So we'll show you that in a second. And then it's just kind of hard to pick up what's going on. This title, I mean, tells you enough, tells you the ticket trend, but a bit more would be useful. And so if you've been looking at this as I've been describing it, and you're still like, I don't know what this is supposed to be telling me. Most people don't. I've done a session, I don't know, 8 times. And I've asked, like, what is the story here? And I go through the whole spiel that I just gave about not using decimals and not using vertical or vertical text. And I think in all those, there's only been 2 people that were like, oh yeah, this is what's going on. That's 2 out of, I don't know, more than 1,000. So pretty low success rate there. But if I show it to you after we've applied some of the rules that we went over, probably makes a little bit more sense. So it says, hey, please approve the hire of 2 full-time employees to backfill those who quit in the past year. Then we're saying this is the ticket volume over time. 2 employees quit in May. As you can see here, the line drawn for May. And now we can kind of see what's going on. So we have, these are tickets that have been processed. These are the tickets that have been received. Before the 2 employees quit in May, tickets would come in, tickets would get received. They got processed, received, processed, received, processed. 2 people leave. Now we're starting to receive more tickets than we can process. We have 202 received. We only processed 156. And so on, the trend continues. And so you can see we took out the decimals here, make it a lot cleaner, got rid of those grid lines to make this area here a lot cleaner, and abbreviated the months so they're no longer at a diagonal. So this is all around visualizations again, because I feel like it's an easy entry point for people relative to data literacy. If you are more interested in just data in general, these are some free tools that you can use. I'm going to call out a few. The 9 free tool can do it all, can do everything, regardless of kind of where you are on the analytics maturity model. It can do it. Machine learning, or I guess from combining 2 Excel files together to all the way up to machine learning, it can do it all. There's a great resource if you're interested. Download 9. Again, it's free. And then download, if you search for something called Excel to KNIME, Excel like this Excel to KNIME. It's a nice PDF they put together that goes, hey, I want to do a pivot table, but I'm going to do it in KNIME because I'm working in KNIME now. This resource will show you how to do a pivot table in KNIME. So it's a nice transition from Excel to a more powerful tool. Notepad++ is like a .txt file editor or a text editor, but on steroids. So I would recommend everyone download that, make that your default. It's free. All these are, hence the free tools. 2 tools on here that have nothing to do with data, but I always recommend. One is LastPass. It's really a security tool. So you never have to come up with another password again. You just have to remember 1 password, and this tool will take care of the rest. Highly, highly recommend it. Of all the security folks that I talk to and I ask them, hey, what's something the average person can do to stay secure online? LastPass or some other password manager. LastPass is just the one I'm most familiar with, but not only is it making more secure, but you never have to come up with another password again, which is such a pain to come up with. The other one's it's called Listery or Listery. It's kind of like a way to Google on your machine. So I have it installed on this one. If I hit Control twice, it pulls up a search bar. If I want to look up, like, I need that data literacy file. So this is from another session where I did a data literacy thing. I can go find it instead of having to use the Windows functionality or whatever. Yeah, I think that's good for these. Power BI visualization tool from Microsoft. It's free. Excel, obviously. Access is maybe good if you don't have access to like some kind of SQL environment. You can learn some SQL in there. Python and R, both free, both the most popular data tools in the world. They are also programming languages, so they're the most difficult for the average person who doesn't have a data background or programming background to pick up and use. And then just some other kind of fun ones in there that are fun to play with. If you are interested in learning how to do data analytics, you can apply these principles here. I'm not going to go into detail. I keep these around for a reference. It's based on this book, The First 20 Hours, How to Learn Anything Fast. The reason I show this is because like you will get to that wall, like I mentioned earlier, where you're just like, it's not easy anymore. By following this protocol, the goal is to give you enough knowledge of the thing you want to learn that you can actually execute in it and that you won't give up when you get to that hard part. I did not apply it to my Spanish learnings. Otherwise, maybe I would have stuck with it. Also didn't know about this when I was in college taking that class, but this is a good way to just like within, a week, you can upskill yourself enough to where you can actually do something with it. I will leave these in here for reference, but as an example of like a data literacy thing, this has nothing to do with like the job, but it was something that I was curious about. And so basically the concept comes from batching emails together. So instead of just like constantly being an email, like work for a little bit, email notification, let me take care of it. I was curious how often I did that relative to what it would be like if I just went, hey, from 8 to 8:30, I'll clear emails. And then I'll log back in from 12 to 12:30, clear emails. And I'll log in at 4 to 4:30, clear emails. And that way I can stay like more focused on the actual work that's in between the emails. And so to do that, I had to get all of my email data from Outlook. And so these are just steps to do that. And so I'm going to flip through these. If you're interested in doing a similar analysis, you can. And then I put it into an Excel workbook to show how to do it there. So this is the Excel version of that. This is what my email activity looked like to some degree. I think I had to fudge some of these numbers, but you can see like here between 10:45 and 2, like I was just email, work on something, another email, work on something, another email, and how difficult it would be to get really anything of any productivity done within this time frame. Whereas if I would have scheduled it similar here, look at all this time I would have had to actually do work. What are we looking at? This is the busy Wednesday. So all this time that I would have had. Anyway, again, as it relates to data literacy, like this is just something I was curious about, what it would look like, what my email looked like. And so it said, how do I get all my email data from Outlook? Figured out how to do that. I had to tie it into Access. And then pulled it down and had to figure out a way to visually look at it so that I could make some decisions based on that to come to some conclusions, etc. This had nothing to do, again, with anything work related necessarily, at least in terms of what I would consider chargeable type work or execution of an analysis, we'll say. But it's just something that interested me. So that's the overall point, is like I had this question, and I had this question of how productive am I, or could I be, if I focus on my emails in batches, and then I use data to help me understand that. And then this is just a Tableau version. So I did it in Excel and said, hey, might as well try to do it in Tableau also. So this is what it looked like in Tableau. Similarly, again, overall, like if you want to learn more about data, apply it to the things that you care about, like your hobbies and things like that. I'm a football fan, American football, not soccer football. And so I was curious, is there, for the NFL draft, so they take players from college and they draft them onto their team. I was curious if there was like a player in college that was not deemed to be very good coming out of high school, but then ultimately got drafted in the NFL. And so that's what I wanted to see. Was there like a very low rated high school player that went through college, became a pro level player? And like this, again, nothing to do with work. I was just curious what that would look like. And so I went and found the data. This is the 2018 NFL draft early entrant. So this is what the data looked like where I found it, copied and pasted it and put it into this is Notepad++, so I can get into a text format, and then manipulated it in the tool that I use. And what I found, so here we have obviously the name of the player. This is their grade, how they were graded coming out of college. This is their star rank. So when you're in high school, you got a star ranking of 1 through 5. Not a whole lot of 5 stars. Those are the premier type players. Position they play, year, all this, the rest of this doesn't really matter. But anyway, so what I found was coming out of high school, this guy, DJ Reed, was not even ranked. Like he was, you could say, either so bad or had so few eyeballs on him from the scouts. He wasn't even ranked. Coming out of college, though, he was the number 8 overall player, according to this grading system anyway. And so that was all I wanted to know. I was just curious, was there somebody that nobody had ever heard of coming out of high school that is going to be like a first round draft pick? And there's actually 2 in this one, Leighton Vander, whatever. And so again, nothing to do with work. It was one of those probably like Friday afternoon or even a weekend thing where I was like, I wonder if anybody coming out of high school that wasn't ranked ever got drafted before. I wonder how many people there are like that. And I just went and found it. And I remember in doing this, I learned a new function in the tool because I had to do a certain thing. I didn't know how to do it. Learn a new function, and that's how I learned that thing. So all that to say, if you want to learn data stuff, of course you can apply it to your job. And that's great, but it's easier to learn something new if you're doing it for, let's just say, a hobby of yours or something that you enjoy. Could be difficult depending on what that hobby is. I think about a friend of mine who likes to make clay pottery, and I'm not exactly sure how we could do that off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's something that could be done there. So anyway, that is me. That is some practical advice on data literacy, along with some tools that you can use as far as a Z-score or how to actually fix your data visualization. And that is it. Thank you a ton for having me. This was, when Alex asked me to do this, it was a very easy yes. I would love to help. And it's something that I don't know, it's probably the most fulfilling webinar or session that I've ever done. So thank you very much for having me.